The train headed for Sunset City will be departing soon.
All right, welcome everybody to the At Dawn podcast with your hosts, as per the usual. There is myself, the channel dog, and we also have Dylan, aka Garrel64.
Hey!
We also have Gotta Be Frank.
I'm calling my lawyer.
And we also have Frank's lawyer, Ian.
Hello!
But today we've also got a special guest as well, and this is actually a super interesting one today, because Vedana, you haven't done any Sonic videos before, have you?
I've never done a Sonic video, but Sonic Adventure 2 was the first video game I ever played. So
You still have time to escape. You can still get out of here.
Yeah,
You can still run
You
before
don't
the
need
Sonic
to do
takes
this.
over.
Well, it was just
You
cool
don't need to
because,
do this.
I was taking part in a thing that you were doing, Vedana. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, so I'll just leave it at that. But,
you can say anything you want about
It's
it.
broken.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So Vedana's got a new Doctor Who thing coming up in probably the distant future.
All right.
Distant future, would you say?
I'm aiming for May the 24th because that's like the day that's like significant to the plot in the
True.
season.
True.
So that's my deadline. So we'll see if I hit it.
Okay.
You got this.
So yeah, I, among a few others, took part in this, and it was a really fun call. And at the end of it, Vedana mentioned that, you know, he's been aching to talk about Sonic for the longest time. I was like, well, I have a little space for you then, you know, and that's how we're here. So if you're not familiar with Vedana already, though, he's made some pretty must-see videos in, like, the fandom space. Some great stuff on Breaking Bad, some great stuff on Doctor Who. There's just all sorts. And then there's some really, like, funny, like, sort of skit stuff as well. So definitely check those out.
It's very kind of you.
Love a good skit.
You know how it is. Welcome to Sunset City. Okay, so before we get started, just got to do a teeny bit of housekeeping. So super chats are read out at the end of the episode, but, you know, they are highly valued. We won't miss them. It's just to maintain the flow of conversation. And we are brought to you, once again, by our very generous patrons. And I'm going to read off the name of the patrons in the Bat Enjoyer tier once I find the docket, because, like an idiot, I didn't have it ready. So,
He's gone for 2 weeks and he's not ready when he gets back.
man's allowed a vacation, what can I say? But we got My Great Rolls, Ven101, Aiden
No, he's
Fitzgerald,
not.
Stardust Chaos, Crimson Rose, Mr. SP, and KB. Thank you, Bat Enjoyers, for your generosity as per the usual. And with that, Sunset City is open. So, how are we doing, everybody?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to have you back.
Oh, I
Doing good
appreciate
for
that.
now. Might not be in about a couple minutes because Crossroll doesn't. It could be really fun or not fun at all.
Are there sweats?
I'm looking forward to the opportunity to get my Sonic opinions that no one asked for out there into the world.
Well,
I mean,
there's...
we all do that, so hey.
There's a great deal of room for that, because today we're having a bit of a rewind of sorts. So
I'm very
Like-
excited for this.
naturally, on the Sonic social media, for the 35th anniversary, they've been doing the Sonic Rewind thing, and they've just recently landed on the 90s with a really fun picture of Sonic wearing sunglasses, sat in a director's chair, like he's a sleazy porno director, and I love it. And... like, that's cool, but it's also, we got an anniversary of our own going on. It is now the 5th anniversary of Sunset City. We've been going on for, like, half a decade.
I can't believe I've been here for 5 years now.
Congratulations.
Yeah, guy, like, come on, let's all
Episode-
share our memories from the very start of the show, from, like, episode 1. Like, what are all our memories?
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Oh,
dude,
man.
the first episode, I loved when I said that joke that made you laugh and then you cried because you were having so much fun.
So
Right.
Do you
many
remember
memories not being there?
that one podcast as a guest and you introduced me and like gave me a little intro?
Dude, I loved
was
that
good.
part. That was actually a really good part.
Yeah.
I think I was
very
there for that
genuine.
one.
You guys are kind. But all right, then, let's talk about what we're going to do today, then. Is given that, like, the Sonic Rewind has been kind of going through the decades, going back through the decades, and, like, celebrating them, except for the 2010s, because, like, compared to the other two, that one was really kind of feeble, and I get why.
No games came out in the 2010s.
No,
Okay.
yeah, nothing happened in
Sonic
the 2010s.
Mania.
Everyone was on holiday.
Except Mania.
Yeah, Sonic Mania came out.
Sonic Mania.
It was an okay little fan game.
Generations.
Oh yeah, Generations. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Was Sonic
Okay.
Colors 2010?
Sonic Colors
Yeah.
was indeed
Yeah.
2010,
Yeah,
so
that's
that
right.
counts as
Okay,
2010.
so-
So there are a few little tiny little wiggly rules and stipulations. So for example, like let's say you hated Sonic 3 in the 90s, you thought it was the worst game ever made, but then Sonic Origins came out and you went, "Oh fuck, I love this version of Sonic 3. It's night and day." You wouldn't necessarily go back to the 90s and say that Sonic 3 was your favorite game of the 90s. So like you can incorporate remakes and remaster kind of stuff, just it has
Oh.
to be within its respective decade. So you can't retroactively put Sonic CD, the mobile release, onto the original Sonic CD, for example.
Yeah.
All understood? Are we all good with the rules?
I have one question.
What's your question?
Am I allowed to use the soundboard? And if I do, will it come through into the stream?
It will
will.
come through into the stream. You are allowed to use the soundboard within reason. Hey!
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that's acceptable. So good.
Yeah,
Thank
like
you.
I literally put that there for that purpose.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Okay, so if we're doing like our best and worst in 2020, if I swear, if I just lost my win streak, I'm putting Crossworlds as my worst in the 2020s.
Frank, come on, that's not fair.
That's some high stakes.
No, it's
Blame
all right.
Sega,
Like
not
an
you,
emotional,
not the game.
no, because emotional
server
reasoning
took a
allows us to
shit
go
right
back
now.
and revisit it, right? Like, and then you can
It's
make
way
an
more fun.
apology, and then we
Oh
can
my
move that.
God.
There
Yeah.
we go. See?
Okay, so not only did the race disconnect, I lost fair play points.
Well, you
I
shouldn't have
love
been a
that.
filthy cheater.
That's it. Crossworld's
Yeah.
worst of 2020.
Maybe for
Frank,
that
you know-
reason, we should start from the beginning. Then, shall we start from the 90s, or shall we start from the
I
2010s?
don't understand why they call
I'm-
fair play
I'm-
points when there's nothing in life that is truly fair.
There's
I think it
nothing
makes
What are
fair
they
sense
even
to
about
start
talking
in the
about?
90s.
But no, I'm cool with starting with wherever.
All right, and
I-
we'll sort of go like round table. We can do it in order
So,
of what we're stacked in the call. If you
Are
want.
we allowing ourselves to use like the mobile remasters? I know you did bring that up. I just want to clarify that.
You're
because-
allowed to use them
kind
in
of-
reference to the 2010s when they came out, just not in reference to the 90s.
Okay, so I can't use it to say. So like, if I can't say, oh, the Unleashed recompiled is the reason why Unleashed is like my favorite of the.
Yeah,
of
you
the
can't
2000s.
use that either. Like any fan projects
All
and
right,
stuff
cool.
are not
I'm-
allowed.
Just making sure that we the ground rules are set. All right, cool.
All right. Okay, everybody up to speed? Then in that case,
Yes.
Frank, when
Speed
did
me
you,
up.
When did you want to start? Did you want to start at the 2020s or did you want to start at the 90s? Frank and bitch, you're the first
So-
one up, so why don't you pick?
I say we just go with the 90s.
Okay, go with the
Since
90s.
that
then.
is kind of what they're celebrating now. So let's just start
So
with the 90s because
start
I
off
feel
with-
as we go.
Go on, Ed.
I think as we go closer and closer to like the current decade, the opinions are gonna like the games we choose might be completely different. So
Sure. Okay, in that
I
case,
feel like the
um,
90s.
do your
be
worst
too
one
similar.
first. So best and worst of each
My
decade.
worst one.
Yep.
I feel it. I'm not gonna count Sonic Jam on Gamecom because I feel like that's a cop out. It's way too easy to say why that's the worst. I'm gonna go with Sonic Blast. It kind of reminds me of like Donkey Kong Land, but much worse. Where the idea is that they take a console experience, they try to make it, they try to put it portable, but also try to make it look really good with like the. I'm forgetting the name of the type of graphics they were going for. but
It was
just looks like
3D.
garbage.
Pre-rendered.
Yeah, the
pre-rendered.
pre-rendered stuff, but there's still like sprites and it looks
Silicon
hideous.
graphics.
Obviously, the one water zone that I refuse to remember the name of because of pipes.
Blue Marine Zone.
Blue Marine, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, if
it
you ever
was
need
an
anything, just ask me. I got you.
It was an overall not fun experience, and I still can't believe that exists. But it was on the
It
Game
sucks
Gear,
ass.
so it's one of those. It's either really good and people like it, or it's really bad and who cares. And I'm glad it's a really bad, but who cares?
I'll admit it's at least a little impressive that the sprites look like that on the Game Gear, but because they're so big, it makes it like really horrible to play.
They're
Yeah,
also like
that's been my
really
pro-
high contrast as well. Sonic is like a ridiculously bright blue and like yellow.
Yeah, it is
And
insane.
I'll
It's
give
one of
them
my
props for actually getting that to run on that console because I can't imagine that was easy. But
it's one of my
try
problems with
different stuff. Yeah.
it's one of my problems with games that try to be overly ambitious with their visuals. It's when it gets in the way of the gameplay or being able to see ahead of you or whatever. It's why I kind of have an issue with like Sonic Unleashed. Don't worry, that's not in my worst.
My worst of the 90s.
Where it's
Sonic
like,
Unleashed.
where it's like, well, I mean, like for 2000s, but like the point I was getting at is like the frame rate took a significant hit, just for the game to look the way it does, like when you're playing it. So very similar problem where the the visuals get in the way of actually enjoying the game.
The thing is, like, the visuals are like its big selling point, but the visuals are actively worse than the games that came before it, because even the levels look really nasty in that game. Although it made me think, like, because there's a bit where you're inside one of the sand pyramid levels, and you see like this little artwork of like a lion or something on the wall, and I thought, oh, how cute! They actually did try and decorate this piece of shit. Like that, like I kind of appreciate there was like, they meant well. Okay, bless them. Like. So I will say that Sonic Blast should maybe be called Sonic Bless, because like, they really gave it their best shot.
No.
Bless their little heart.
No.
I refuse. I no.
All right, then Dilnor, what's your worst of the 90s?
Worst of the 90s. I'm gonna give it to. Are we doing spin-offs? Or no?
We could. I mean, I did a
You know
spin-off.
what? You can have a spin-off.
Since I've been good.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. In that case, I'm gonna give it to. And this is for me personally. Just me personally. I don't mean to offend anybody.
Do it.
I don't think Sonic
Too late.
Spinball is really my thing. I just found it very irritating.
That's okay. I'm not a
it
fan
did
of
not
that one
grab
either.
me at all. Like it was almost interesting enough to really get me to pay attention, because I don't like just regular pinball. Usually, it's too boring to me. Like I get bored of it really quickly.
Yeah.
With Sonic Spinball, they add a little bit to make you sort of more interested. Like you move around a little bit. You sort of have objectives. I like that they tried to do stuff like that. I'll say the only pinball game that ever really interested me was Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire on GBA, because there was like a collectathon element to it. But other than that, like I think Sonic Spinball, any version, either Game Gear or Genesis, for me personally, I just thought was stink. I'll do it the Game Gear one, because that's the one I've played more of.
There's something
I thought
very
that was just terrible time.
I think the thing with Spinball is progression is really unclear, like what you actually have to do to get out of there, and it takes a long time as well. So I just think progression is not a strong suit. The thing that makes me sad about it is that it has a really unique art direction that I actually really like, especially like the Robotnik boss fights and how like horrifying they kind of are. Like you got this scorpion with a Robotnik
I do dig
head.
that. And the music's usually good.
Yeah, and the screaming, boiling Robotnik heads in the egg furnace. Like that stuff is all so cool, and it's also the only appearance of like the freedom fighters in the games. So like it's kind of cool from that standpoint. But yeah, it's just not an enjoyable game in my opinion.
Totally
I'm
fair.
surprised that you
Never
played
got
the
past the
Game Gear
first
one
level,
more
so I
than-
can't say.
Yeah, I
I'm
only
surprised you
played. Oh, sorry, I'll let you go.
No, you're good. Good.
I was like, I'm surprised that Dylan's only has played the Game Gear version more. Usually people have played the Genesis one more.
It was for the video I made a while back. Like I never.
Oh.
I don't think I ever made a video about the Genesis version, so I didn't end up playing it that much, because I knew it was different. Like I knew it wasn't the exact same, but to me in video footage it looked basically same enough.
I played Sonic Spinball once, and it was the Genesis version, and the soundtrack still haunts me. What I heard of it.
Agreed. It's not very good.
There's something very funny about the options menu music with the sort of Tesla coil sound effect.
It sounds like someone banging like metallic objects together really loud into your ears.
One of my favorite jokes about it was in like a game apologist video on it, where you've got this robot from like, I think it's an SNL skit, and he's just on the shitter, and he's just like rotating his limbs, and that music is playing during that, and I was like, that's really funny.
It's good.
You say rotating his limbs, I imagine like, when Kermit the Frog does his waving arms in the air thing,
Wasn't it a thing that the options menu music was like how you can tell if you had good emulation or not, or like poor emulation?
I'm not sure, but I know that like if you take off the Tesla sounds, it has a really sick bass line, and there are some amazing covers on it. So it's just kind of fascinating. Another fascinating fact about Sonic Spinball, though, was that they intended on having like a cover of the original Sonic 1 and 2 theme for the title screen, but due to copyright issues, because that music is owned by Dreams Come True, they had to change it to what we ended up with in the end. But it's kind of cool to think we almost got like a different take on that Sonic 1 theme, you know?
Yeah. That would have been really cool to
interesting.
hear, but
I mean, it's
Danny,
out there. You
dreams
can
come
hear
true.
it. Like,
Well, I mean, like to hear an official version of it would have been really sweet.
I think the official version
Universal
is
Media
out
Group
there.
now claims. I think Universal Media Group now claims like everything that's. I know this from experience. I uploaded like a boss fight for like Sonic 2, and I guess that music was also claimed by someone, and it was under Universal. Like, oh great.
Damn, these guys suck butts.
I didn't know you were allowed to claim music from video games because that fucks over Let's Players.
It does happen sometimes. It can even happen with like Sonic music as well. Not often.
Oh my god,
but it can.
Yeah, thankfully
this
Sonic's
used to be a
usually pretty
frequent
good about
occurrence
it.
for me many years ago. There used to be a group. I don't know who it was, if it was a group or a person or something,
Was it Tectone?
and they would just probably no, it was something. It was like Beyond or some weird brand that I've never heard of, and they just took Sonic Adventure gameplay and uploaded it as audio into the copyright system.
Oh, those.
Ugh.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah, and I had to-
fraudsters. Yeah,
I had to fight that so many times.
It sucks.
yeah.
Butts.
You two really ought to do something about that. But they're more interested in censoring us for saying the word butts.
Oh no, they're more interested in AI.
Yeah, they'll push AI, but then they'll demonetize AI. So it's like, what do you want us to do? What do you want, Lindsay Lohan? What do you want from me?
Why would-
Lindsay.
Yeah.
What does she have to do with
Okay.
it?
It was a Family Guy bit. But okay.
Yeah, he's talking about what really grinds his
Oh.
gears.
What
get
do
you.
you want, Lindsay Lohan? Was it
You want
Lindsay Lohan?
nothing.
You want nothing. That's what you want. Okay, so Ian, what's your worst of the 90s?
My worst of the 90s is what was going to be my favorite, but then I realized the rules. Sonic CD. So
Uh-oh.
I don't care.
Damn.
I don't care about any of these side games, that we're bringing up because I have no emotional attachment to them. If they're bad, they're bad. Whatever, it doesn't hurt me none. But Sonic CD is my favorite Sonic game of all time. Now, obviously, I did not feel that way long ago, and that is usually because I just think the way it plays and how like it has these gorgeous aesthetics and I really love the US soundtrack. So those are two big things that I really love about it. But the original CD version doesn't really allow you to play around with those things in a way that feels enjoyable because the collision for the time travel is so jank. So to me, it's the reason it's my least favorite is that it has so many things I adore. And then it's just kind of ruined by its gameplay, which, as we can see, when Christian Whitehead steps in and kind of fixes it for the future releases, really brings it all together. So to me, it's more about how it personally disappoints me, taking, something I adore and basically making it jank and not fun at all. So
you're saying they need to
All right.
remaster Sonic Heroes?
yes, absolutely.
For
They
you
do.
to play good, for you to play okay enough at the game, sure, remaster it.
I
Yeah,
don't want to
Frank's
talk
never
about
gonna let that
Sonic
one go.
Heroes right now.
I
But,
refuse to
okay.
let that one go. That was too funny.
All right, well, I guess I'll give my worst of the 90s. I was going to go for Sonic Blast, but Frank's already done it. And I was going to go for Sonic Jam on the Game.com, but Frank said that would be a cop-out. So
Frank
now I'm just...
besmirched you. Yeah, you can't
Yeah,
use that.
I feel like it is. Like
I'm being
yeah, that
peer
thing-
pressured here,
that-
so I'm going to do an unorthodox decision.
Wait, it is an easy choice, I guess, that one.
I
Technically,
figured... I figure I'm gonna go with a similar logic to what Ian has. It's a game that can be salvaged, but the fact that it is in the way that it is now just makes me want to just curl up and cry. And that is the 8-bit version of Sonic 2. And the thing that really upsets me here is that if you've ever played that game with save states, you can see that there's some good game going on there. But it's all just behind this wall of unpredictability, bullshit, and screen crunch. And even if you play it on the Master System, stuff just kind of flies at you. Like, stuff just flies at you. The difficulty is bizarrely balanced because, like, the first boss fight is the one that will give the most grief. And I think, in many ways, Underground Zone is one of the harder levels in the game, whereas a level like Green Hills Zone, which is in the middle, is maybe the easiest in the game. So it's just a very strangely arranged game.
Until you get to the final act, because then you potentially could land into some spikes, and I don't see a single ring anywhere.
Yeah, there's that, and also
yeah,
the
there's
fact
like no
that
rings and bosses, right?
you can
Yeah,
jump
there's
into
no
like
rings
tubes.
in boss rooms.
There's nothing to indicate which tube to go into in the tube maze. and you could just end up being dropped on some spikes that you had absolutely zero way of knowing were there.
I think there's also a bottomless pit.
I think the problem with it is, like, it has a lot of kind of trial and error to it, and that's great, but not when A, you've got a live system, and B, it's on a Game Gear and it's going to run out of batteries in 5 minutes. With
That's
no
fair.
save system.
It probably, one, should have been called something else other than Sonic 2, and two, should not have released on the Game Gear.
The thing
I
that
think
bums
if
me
it
out,
was a
though,
console... What's that?
is there are elements I genuinely think are cool about Sonic 2. For one, I kind of like the story of Tails getting kidnapped and Sonic having to go rescue him. Like, I thought that was a cool
Then he
way to
dies,
distinguish it. Yeah, and then he dies if you don't get all the emeralds, or it's at least implied, kind of.
I
He's
thought the
dead.
Hang Glider in Sky High Zone was kind of cool.
It was cool on paper,
Yeah,
it
that's a
just
fun
wasn't
gimmick.
clear. There is, of course, the
Yeah.
8-bit remake of it, and I've been really enjoying those 8-bit remakes. But they take
so
out the
mixed on them.
storyline, and that makes me kind of bummed out, because I thought the storyline was kind of one of the things that Game Gear Sonic 2 had going for it.
Yeah.
But, like, I do like kind of just... It has an air of, like... You've kind of, like, you know, you're in the danger zone with this game non-stop, and I kind of appreciate that. And, like, starting it off with a non-Green Hill-esque level was a cool move, even if it was baffling from a difficulty standpoint. You know how it is.
I agree.
I think what I can say, I know this is more on the fan remake. I feel like it changes too much. You know, they try adding zones from like the Genesis games, which I guess is nice, but I think what I was looking for with it was like a 1-to-1 or a close to a 1-to-1 remake of of
Yeah,
the
something
8-bit
that has a
version.
bit more
Yeah,
of the integrity
that one's a lot
of the
more of a
original.
reimagining.
Like the
Yeah.
first one that they did, I think is the better one, because that feels like a comprehensive version of 8-bit Sonic 1. Even though there is some BS level design here and there, particularly in the late part of the game, but like...
Yeah. No, my only thing with it is that I do agree with you. I think that the SMS, it's called Sonic 2 SMS Remake. The only problem I really have with it is that it is called that. I feel like the Sonic 2 SMS Remake is a lot different than the first one, and the fact that the first one is... It is like primarily by the books with like a lot of extra content. Like,
Yes.
It feels like Sonic 1 still for the most part, but Sonic 2 SMS Remake has like 100 characters to play as. They all have different new moves.
And it's a tag team thing as
like,
well.
The tag team thing's cool. I do like that idea, but if you play as someone like Silver and... Or I think there's like a Shadow and
Shadow and
Rouge
Metal.
and a Silver and Blaze you can play
I
as,
think-
and it's like,
yeah.
this is not the same game anymore. Like, the levels are really different.
They're
There might be
doing
another
one-
remake of it somewhere else. I don't actually remember that's more faithful, but...
They're doing
Yeah,
one
I
for
remember
Sonic
there-
3 as
I-
well, but it's more based on, I
No,
think,
that's
Sonic
an original
Chaos.
game.
Yeah, it's an original
That one's
game.
made
yeah,
by the
yeah.
original.
It's
Yeah, it was
being
like
called
triple
Sonic
something.
3.
It has zones based on like Sonic Chaos, but it's not the same.
I was kind of
get a
hoping
little
that we
bit of that.
could get like a
thing.
kind of a reworking of Sonic 3 on the 8-bit kind of end of things, but it's what it is.
Okay, well, first of all,
Verdana,
don't
have
call
you
us
ever
that.
played any of the like Sonic fan games or anything like that?
Any of the Game Gear games?
Oh, just any Sonic game. Like I don't know because I don't really know your history with like Sonic fan games.
I haven't really played Sonic games myself, but I'm aware of a lot of them. Like the main one I've been following closely is the Project 06.
Oh yeah,
Which
for
is-
sure.
Oh, that's a fun one.
That's a big
I'm excited for that one to be fully done because I
Absolutely.
think, I'm obviously not alone in holding this opinion, but I think 06 holds the most untapped potential.
absolutely.
The
Absolutely.
gap between what was released and what it could have been, I think, is the widest for that game of any. So
Yeah.
be
Awesome.
nice.
Well, I
if
think
it
it's your
could-
turn actually.
Oh well, yeah, sure. I guess I don't think I have as much experience with like the spin-offs as you guys do, but from just personally, my least favorite Sonic game of the '90s would have to be Sonic 3D Blast because I
Oh, yeah.
can't play it without getting like motion sick. I don't know
For a
what it
fair
is.
reason.
It's something about the isometric scrolling. I'm not exactly sure why, but when I play it for like more than an hour, I start to get a migraine and I start to feel nauseous, and I can't
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
going.
Yeah.
I have to play that game in chunks, and maybe it's not fair for me to say this because I've never actually gotten to the very end because I can't
No, that's,
play
that's
it.
totally fair.
But I figured that like a game that actually causes, like physical discomfort and pain to
Yeah.
play would have to be my personal least favorite. And beyond that, I also just I'm not a huge fan of how the levels are designed in in that game compared to like the side scroller Genesis ones, because the levels aren't really built around speed in the same way. It doesn't feel fun to me to sort of interact with the environment in the same way. And a lot of the levels are just about collecting flickies and sort of backtracking in case you missed anything. And
that's the whole thing, as well as like if you get hit, you lose them, and some of them like run away.
Yeah. I don't actually think I've made it past Spring Stadium Zone. I think that's the name of the one I haven't gone past.
That's the one, yeah.
So yeah, maybe the end of the game is great and amazing, and I just haven't experienced it. But like what I have experienced of the game, I'm not biggest fan.
It is not great.
Make you
No, I'll tell
physically
you
sick.
one thing, man. The one thing about the very end of the game, I believe the final level right before the final boss doesn't have flickies in it, and that's probably the only part of the game that actually feels even remotely like a regular level.
I thought
But I really feel that.
the boss fights definitely suffer in that game as well because there's no actual perspective to it. So the depth perception's way off. So like there are certain bits where it makes you do a little bit of precise platforming, and it just doesn't work. And then there's like bits with the bosses, it's hard to aim. But I will say this, the final boss is pretty cool. Like, it's kind of like
cool
a
idea.
Swiss Army egg. And I like that before you fight it, it says, prepare to fight the final weapon. Like, I imagine myself putting my controller down and packing a bag as I prepare to fight this thing. I don't know, it just builds anticipation. But the Genesis version, I actually think has the better final boss because the background is entirely black. Whereas, like, the Saturn one has that factory in the background. And as cool as that is, there's just something very ominous about it just being in a black void. Like, I can't put my finger on it, but, like, it's
It
just
does look
atmospheric. The music also is more atmospheric for that version as well, for that version of the boss anyway. So it's got a pretty good final boss. You have to get all the emeralds in order to do it, but I think another thing that could cause motion sickness is how they kind of interpreted Sonic's sense of inertia in this game. In that, like, don't do the thing, okay, guys? Just try and be mature about this. But the momentum of Sonic, it feels kind of very rapid in Sonic 3D Blast. It feels like he's kind of very much being yanked when he gets to top speed.
Yes.
And that can be very
I'm-
uncomfortable with an isometric screen moving around, you know? Like,
I was
Yeah,
trying to figure out
jerking
the
him
best
around.
way to explain either how Sonic feels or how the camera moves, and that's probably the best way to put it. He's being yanked. He's not.
Yeah.
It's just so bizarre.
You could probably make the game
I still
better.
can't get used to it to this day.
make the game better by adding, like, a little human that has Sonic on a leash, and he just yanks him every time you press the button.
Oof.
But it's interesting. It's something about Sonic 3D Blast specifically that makes me motion sick because there's other old isometric games that, you know, are like fake 3D without actually sort of changing the perspective between stuff that's far away and close that doesn't do that to me. Have you guys ever played Marble Madness on NES?
Yes, I've played a little bit of it.
I have.
I
The other Marvel games.
I think it's more than just, you know, like just the perspective. I think it's the camera also does a bit of work with it, where it's like, ugh, it's like kind of not great to look at.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned this, but when you're anything that requires precision, like trying to hit a specific part of a boss, like the slippery control plus the angle you're looking at everything at makes it hard to judge where you need to. I just constantly miss the target.
That has always been the
when I need to hit something.
biggest challenge with Sonic in 3D, I guess. Which is weird because it's kind of a somewhat self-imposed challenge. Like, so back when they did Sonic 3D Blast, they were originally working on a game called Sonic Extreme, and the plan was to kind of make that kind of a 3D platformer. But because Sonic is fast, you needed quite a wide field of vision, so they kind of gave it this fisheye look. And that was one of the ways they planned to get around that. I think with Sonic 3D Blast, we see kind of the weaknesses of a very fast and slippery character and it's not even a true 3D space, but in just an isometric space that immediately becomes kind of a problem. And what's kind of funny is, like, they kind of got it exactly right with Sonic Adventure, but since they've struggled to make Sonic feel good in 3D, you know, like with Heroes and 06 and stuff like that, and it's kind of gotten more and more automated since there, and we've only recently started to kind of break the chains of automation. That's kind of been the challenge, is making a character like Sonic who is inherently very quick, you know, make that work in 3D. But I mean, they did it with Sonic Adventure 1, so it's kind of a self-imposed problem. But in the case of Extreme and 3D Blast, I could definitely understand it.
the weird thing is that I've always been of the opinion that Sonic has never controlled better than he did in the adventure games, which is the very first shot they ever took at like a full proper 3D game.
I
And I've always been curious as to why they got it, why they were able to get it so right immediately, and then they changed it, and it's never been as. That's not even just my opinion. That's a pretty commonly held opinion.
No, it is
Yeah,
definitely
it's
like
focus on speed.
there's a lot of like Sonic games where I do still really enjoy the controls, like, Generations, Frontiers, Shadow Generations, Dream Team, but I can't deny, when I go back to Sonic Adventure 1, I'm like, this is the best it's ever felt. And it's kind of weird.
It's like
It's the first attempt.
Yeah. It's like Mario 64 is not by any means the best Mario's ever controlled in 3D. There was progression throughout the games. But with Sonic, it's like it peaked immediately and then went downhill. Like the transition from Adventure 2 to Heroes is such a decline in control quality.
That's
I
why
think
I
it's
rather...
probably about their. Oh, go ahead, Pop.
Oh, I was just going to say, that's why I rather infamously hate Sonic Heroes, is because I just find it horrible to control. Where, like, Adventure 1 feels absolutely buttery wonderful, and I have no idea how we got there. But what's weird is that even Sonic Adventure 2 kind of downgraded it a little bit, and in a weird, completely unforced way, in that they added that delay to the spin dash. Like, if
It's
you can mod
I think,
it and turn it off, it
the
feels
spin
amazing.
the spin dash is a little broken. I feel like I can kind of understand why they
I
meant.
wouldn't call it broken. I think they're maybe a little over concerned about people like using it to skip parts of the level, but that, to be fair, has always been a part of Sonic's appeal, is if you can use the skills that you have well, you can kind of soar over parts of the level and stuff like that. And I think that is very much tapped into by Sonic Adventure's version of the spin dash. And then, obviously Adventure 2 added a slight delay to it, so you couldn't just get it immediately on command. And, like, I can understand what you're saying, but I also think they maybe got a bit overzealous, because skipping things is part of the fun. It requires skill, as long
That is
as
true.
it requires skill.
That's why I think that they should focus more on building that into the levels instead of making it feel like more of an unintentional thing. That's why I think adding a ranking system was a great idea, to give people incentive to go back to levels they've already played and master them. And Sonic Frontiers, they specifically gave you incentive to get a good rank in a level because it unlocks more. Is it keys? I haven't played that. Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's the direction that the series should really head in, like having you not just play through something once, but go back to consciously get good at and master the levels you've already played. Because that's the most fun thing about Sonic games to me.
There
The
was
replayability.
there was
Or
an
like it
Apple
has
Arcade.
the different objectives.
There was an Apple Arcade exclusive Sonic game called Sonic Dream Team, which is basically exactly that. It doesn't have the open zone elements of Sonic Frontiers, but it has a selection of stages which have a collection of different objectives, and you kind of work through those until the stage is basically fully mined effectively. And it was a brilliant gameplay loop. I think Sonic Dream Team is one of the best Sonic games ever made. And fucking why is it Apple Arcade exclusive? But like, it's what you described. Levels that you're incentivized to return to get all the different objectives and stuff, get rankings. Like, that's what that game is all about. Like, and that's why it works so well.
Let's just hope it's one of the rare games that gets an actual console port.
Please, like, if they released that, imagine, like, just there'd be no Sonic had a rough transition to 3D. People would be like, wait a minute, what's this?
Sonic had a great transition to Apple Arcade.
You get a lot of people saying,
For
like,
sure.
oh, this is a hidden gem. It's like, well, yeah, I guess it was kind of hidden for those who don't care about the Apple ecosystem.
Well, actually, you know what, man? I would say it's a hidden gem for a lot of people, because even some people are like, is this a fan game? Like, I get comments like that on old Sonic Dream Team streams, and I'm like, I guess people just really don't know this. Like,
It
some
should
people
also
really don't know.
partly be down to the polish of it, because, like, people aren't used to Sonic games
That's a
being
good point.
polished. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like,
It's true.
That is true.
I too, when I see nice Sonic things, I typically think that they're fan made.
no, but
What's the
literally,
catch?
we went from that to Dream Team to, like, so we had Frontiers, Dream Team, Frontiers, Superstars, and then Dream Team. Frontiers is maybe the ugliest looking thing I've ever seen. Love that game to bits, but it looks like a school project. A school project gone wrong. I'm gonna add an extra layer to it. Sonic Superstars.
It looks like an asset flip.
Yeah, Sonic Superstars looks like a mobile game, and it also kind of sucks. But then Dream Team comes along, and I'm like, what do you mean they just got everything right?
It's like, oh,
I'm gonna level with you. I've never even heard of that shit. Like, I've never even heard the word Sonic before. I didn't even know that was a thing.
You didn't know that Sonic Dream Team was a thing?
I did not know it was a thing.
It's a hidden gem, man. It's a hidden gem. You gotta check out some gameplay from it because it's a terrific game.
If you like Shadow Generations, man, you'll think Sonic Dream Team is pretty good.
The wild thing is,
on Apple
that's
the
the YouTube video.
The general ground movement of Sonic Dream Team is better than Shadow Generations, in my opinion. The way, like, you can kind of run up the side of walls, and, like, if you run out of boost, you slip off of them and stuff. And, like, there's a bit of risk-reward to it. Shadow Generations, it doesn't really matter what speed you're going. If you want to walk up a wall, you can.
I feel like that would be more of a complaint to the average Sonic gamer.
Yeah.
It would be. It's like, there's nothing wrong with it.
All right. In that case, Franken, what's your best of the 90s? We're going to be here a while if this is anything to go by.
Sonic Adventure. I mean, like, there was no doubt about it. That is my absolute favorite game in the series, and it released in the 90s, Sega.
Yep.
Sega.
And it's the OG adventure without
I know you're not hearing this,
weirdness.
but you should.
There is only Sonic Adventure DX, according to Sonic Rewind.
God, no. Look, I like DX. I think it's fine if you don't have a Dreamcast to play that. That's totally fine. But I was there for the Dreamcast version.
Yeah, like the thing is
that is the best version of it.
The problems with DX only arise when you look at it as like a remaster. I mean, it also has an abundance of collision issues that the original didn't have.
And visually, it looked kind of weird. Like,
it works, but it's like it's not as nice, you know. Like,
I think Sonic's model looks a little personally, but other than that, it's generally down. Like the glass textures all look worse.
Yeah. Oh, just real quick, Vidana, your mic is kind of somewhat intermittently kind of dipping a little bit. I don't know if you got like a noise suppression on or something.
Oh, sorry. I think I was just holding my mic further away.
Oh, sure.
Okay, is this better?
Yeah, that's way better. What did you say?
Yep.
I was saying, I think that Sonic's model looks better in DX than in the original Dreamcast version, personally. Or the character models in general, but everything else looks better in the Dreamcast version, especially any sort of glassy or reflective texture.
I disagree on Sonic's model. I find that the original Dreamcast version is so friend-shaped. Like, he's got this little round head, and I don't know, it's just like both the coolest yet most huggable Sonic has ever looked. Like, and I kind of love that. Obviously, DX has the advantage of having individual fingers, but I could give or take.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It also has the advantage of having like all the Game Gear games, but that's a completely different thing. But when it comes to like Sonic Adventure, like no other game controls like it. It just feels amazing to handle. For the most part, there are some times where it gets a little weird, but I think that's kind of a normal thing with Sonic games.
It's just a vibe.
Before we continue,
it's just the nature of a Sonic game.
Before we continue, who else here was gonna say Sonic Adventure?
Me.
I mean, technically, like I never played. I mean, I didn't play it in the '90s, but I guess I would. Yeah.
Does that mean I'm the only one that wasn't going to say Sonic Adventure?
Seems like awesome. It, to be honest. Do we want to
like elimination? It seems so.
Well, what if we could maybe have a second pick? Like, if we're all just kind of, like, with the exception of Vidana, in agreement that Sonic Adventure 1 is the best of the 90s, we could always pick a runner-up, I guess.
Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
No, not you, Frank. You've done yours. The reason was because we had the same as you, and I was going to say Sonic 3 and Knuckles, if not Sonic Adventure. Damn it!
I was going to say 3 Knuckles was the best.
Okay, fair.
So there's going to be a lot of agreement here, I think.
Well, why don't you lead this one then, Vidana?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Sonic 3 Knuckles is kind of the ultimate Genesis Sonic game. It just builds on everything that 1 and 2 did, and the levels are humongous for a game as old as it is. It's very impressive. They're all filled with all kinds of different routes and things you can explore, which gives it all this replay value. I think they did a good job of making. There's some bullshit design at points in Sonic 2, especially Metropolis Zone with the slicers and all that.
I agree.
Sonic 3, I think, improves on that. It doesn't sort of throw you into danger with no time to react as much. I like the boss fights. I think it has the best soundtrack of any Sonic game. Well, actually, now that I think about it, maybe not the best, but one of the best. I mean, I think it just sort of fires on all cylinders. It also, I think, has the best story of any of the old Sonic games. It has more going on than like the first and second did, and you have an antagonist with Knuckles, but then he has kind of like a redemption arc, and then you guys work together. It's low key, but I think it's effective. It's not like overblown the way some other like later Sonic games would get with their story.
I do appreciate it tries to tell the story.
Yeah, Sonic 3 and
that
Knuckles
it's-
is an epic. Like, for a 16-bit, it's an epic, and I think that's what's so special about it. But real quick, I want to talk about Sonic Adventure again, just real quick, because you mentioned the soundtrack, and I was like, oh, we can't not mention the soundtrack for Sonic Adventure.
Yes, well, Adventure also has a fantastic soundtrack. That's why I hesitated when I said it had the best, because I remembered the Adventure games exist. 06 also has a phenomenal soundtrack.
You know what I think puts
I'd
Adventure
say-
like a cut above other soundtracks, though, is just how saxophone heavy it is compared to the others. Like, why did they ever like not have
I think
saxophone
Adventure
as
2
part
comes
of...
close.
Adventure 2 comes close, but like the Sonic tracks don't have any saxophone, or maybe a couple of them do, but like.
Well, I just love the variety of Adventure soundtrack. It really does feel like you're
Same.
in a world. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got like that track that plays in the Mystic Ruins, Ogenaire, which is very different from the other stuff in the game. I don't actually know if that's the name of the song, but like, it's just, you know, there's so many different genres put together here. Another like honorable mention for incredible music has to be the inside part of Red Mountain, where it just turns into this dirty hip hop track.
Oh, hell
no, that's
Yeah.
with screaming like mixed into the song. in the
Yes,
background.
and the guitar is screaming as well, and the beat is just utterly dirty. Like, it's filthy, and I love that track for that reason.
And I love Twinkle Parks. I think it's when you do the race trial and they start playing Super Sonic Racing as
Do
you're
they
like,
do that?
or something like.
Well, no, the track is originally from Sonic 3D Blast,
That's
the
what
one
I'm
in
talking.
Twinkle Park, isn't
That's
it?
what it was. Yeah. They play a remix of that.
They do.
It's really, really just charming and nice. I
mean,
love it.
there's lots of 3D Blast stuff in there, because you've also got, like, Windy Valley's
Windy
Part 1
Valley.
music. And I think
Windy Valley.
in the second part of Emerald Coast, there's a little element of the Genesis boss theme from Sonic 3D Blast. It's not full, but it's like expanded on.
Is it the...
I think it might be an homage. There's also theories that like Tails' theme, Believe in Myself, might have been pinched from Bridge Zone from Sonic 1, but I don't actually think there's any official confirmation on that.
And I adore all the character themes as well. Like every one of them is just I could listen to forever. I love them.
The story is like Indiana Jones meets Love Actually, and I kind of love that about it. Like, it's got those converging stories, and
And he actually loves it.
I love it. It's impossible not to fall in love with
Well,
these
no, you said Love
characters.
Actually, that's why.
It's impossible not to fall in love with these characters and this world after playing Sonic Adventure, I think.
His world?
Yeah.
Wrong game.
I think it's
Shut
possible
up.
not to fall in love with Big the Cat, but the others, like,
So the game does teach you, it just doesn't do a good job of it.
Does a horrible job at it. Yeah.
I'm also
Yeah.
just seeing that
I
in
love the game to death, but I completely understand why people don't like playing as Big and why.
Oh, I don't
hate
like
Big
playing
the
as
Cat.
big. Yeah.
I'm just seeing that in the
I
chat,
just don't like the character, but
Mr. Terry Chaos is saying Gamma's theme is top tier. Absolute truth. But you know
Oh
what?
my
I'm also gonna say the fact that like Sonic Adventure
Cinema.
seeked to show us absolutely every character's perspective and flesh them all out to the point where even the badniks that we're up against are being kind of humanized. Like, that is the commitment that Sonic Adventure has to its story. And sure, the translation isn't perfect, and the animation's fucking goofy, but that only adds to it for me. Like, I just, it's such a lovable game. Like,
I do like that. I know this might only seem like a small bit for like Sonic and Tails' story. How Eggman is how his character is, like, depending on the character. With Sonic, he's not as menacing, but with Tails, it's like, holy shit. Like, this guy's really going to kill him.
Tails
goes to
is
show-
afraid of this man.
That Tails is not a reliable narrator, though, because Tails' version of the story is basically every time Sonic was going to do anything cool, Tails steps in like, don't
I
worry,
get it.
Sonic, I'll take care of this.
He really is the little brother.
Yeah.
He wants to use the good controller, and Sonic's
Eh,
like, no way!
No, it's like a very well-known wrestling legend, Dusty Rhodes, once said, "Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story."
I even love
Exactly.
just how you could go to the casino, and while I do think that level's a bit long-winded for what it is, I love that you could just go into the shower, and if you stand under it, Sonic will start
Excuse me.
showering. And it's just like,
Yeah.
they
so cute.
coded that in for no reason. It's just there because it's likable.
When you go through like the I guess it's like the trash or something like that, and
The
then you're
sewer.
supposed to climb out and you end up out of the shower. But yeah, you go through the sewer. If you land into the little that little bit of water before you go up the ladder, he just shakes off all the water.
Yes. Also, remind me,
Oh yeah, yeah.
did was the Knights pinball machine part of the DX thing, or was that in the original as well?
No, it's in the
I
original.
thought it was in the original.
Oh, good. So in that case, yeah.
I will
okay.
say the texture of Sonic as a ball was all white though.
Yeah, it
You know,
was
like,
really weird.
instead of it being like blue. It was kind of funny to look at now.
Also, you don't really get to do anything when you go flying through like the Knights level, but like, still, I'm just always happy to see Knights.
It's just a fun show.
Yeah, it's a show.
Yeah.
I think the casino level has to be my favorite from Adventure. Honestly,
Really?
Really?
Oh really? Yeah.
it just has a really unique concept.
Music's great too.
Yeah.
I really like.
But I love how in the Adventure 1 the music changes throughout different parts of the level.
Yeah, almost
Yes,
like a
always-
different act.
I
Yeah.
also I like
It's like an Act 1, Act 2 thing.
Skydeck because the music sounds like something my dad would enjoy, and I kind of like that. Like
Hot Shelter.
Very specific praise.
When you
I
play
like
as
it.
Amy and you
Hot
hear that
Shelter's
fucking
music is
guitar.
excellent. If Hot Shelter's
hear that
music is
guitar is like,
ridiculous.
I will say, maybe it goes a little too hard if you're playing as Big, because you're just trying to fish out your frog.
Yeah, but then there's also the other Hot Shelter track with all the saxophones in it as well, and that's sick too. It's like, come on, man.
I know,
June.
but it's just like, this goes so hard. Incredibly goofy when you realize you're just trying to fish out a frog.
No, but I love
It's the
that
last
because
mission.
like
He's locked in.
you got to think Jun Sonoy,
like,
composer Jun Sonoy looked at those scrunkly little characters and thought, I'm gonna make the best fucking music you've ever heard for these guys.
I want to play Adventure now.
It's so good.
I also love the
Adventure so much.
overworld music for the area.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
That goes hard.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, it's great.
Eggman's music in the game, holy shit, is it good?
I'm so glad they
And
brought that
I'm
back
also-
for Crossworlds.
I'm also gonna say this. I know a lot of people don't like one of the phases for Perfect Chaos, the one that's like the more orchestral one. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it worked.
It's good, but it's in the wrong order, I think. You should have ended it with
Honest-
Open Your Heart.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
that's the
know.
weird part. Yeah.
Like I'm so mixed on it. It was like if they made it more like I guess they were like limited to what they could do with that boss fight. So I guess yeah.
Dude, I want to switch.
If they were
port of
able to
Sonic
make it like
Adventure.
even more difficult or make it seem like the odds really were against you, yeah, I could swap out the Open Your Heart and Perfect Chaos's battle music.
I
Now
just,
it's,
please put these games on the Switch, man. Sonic Adventure 1 on the Switch would be just a
Sonic
no-brainer.
Adventure Collection with my AI cover art for
Oh,
Twitter likes.
no. No.
I'm joking. Jeez.
No. Frank!
Look, it's only 100% vibe coded. It's fine.
Right, we got to kick Frank out of at dawn now. It's over.
Hey, Ian, I'm gonna need your help. They have
What's
stolen the At Dawn name. That was mine.
Oh yeah, and
Also-
I was there to see it, so you're good.
Also, the thing is, At Dawn, literally comes from Sonic Adventure. It's like the final part for.
Yeah, so you can't claim
Speed Highway.
shit, Frank, and you just completely declawed yourself at the last minute.
We are still on the 90s.
All right, tell you what. Verdana, do you have more to say about Sonic 3 and Knuckles? I feel like I kind of bulldozed with the adventure talk back there.
I mean, I got through most of the things I want to say about it. I like how you can play the levels as Knuckles and you access to different areas that aren't available to you as Sonic, and the different characters give you kind of different ways to play the level.
Mhm.
That's cool.
It's also a harder version.
I have one question for you guys about Sonic Adventure, which is, what's your take on the hub worlds?
Love them.
I love them.
Love them.
Because I know some people are not a fan of them.
I'm all over
They
them.
could've
They
been-
add
They add a lot
of
of character to everything, and
It feels
it's
lived
really
in.
neat that there's a lot of NPCs that have stories that go on if you choose to like keep up with them and follow them.
And I love
Oh,
the whole
yeah.
thing of
The-
like
the
you got to
bird-
take
Very
the
alive.
train to get to the Mystic Ruins and stuff as well. Like you can ask
The
until
next train to the Mystic Ruins will be departing soon.
you can
Iconic.
question until the cows come home why Sonic is taking a train, but like it's
Has to
just
rest,
so cool
you know?
that
He
that's
gets tired.
built in. Like it's a city with an infrastructure, and sure, yeah, maybe he's tired. He's been doing all nighters, you know.
Can't run all day.
Yeah.
I enjoy the hub worlds. I kind of wish, at least for Station Square and the Mystic Ruins, they kind of added stuff other than just keeping up with other people's stories.
Yeah,
I
It's sort of like how
little activities.
Unleashed did it, where you actually had something to do.
Yeah, I've always wished that there was a little more to do in hub world.
Yeah, I
so
think
for
maybe
sure.
if we,
There's a lot of areas where
As much
Unleashed
as-
improved it.
as much as I would dislike seeing some kind of reimagined version of Sonic Adventure, if they were to pull that off, I would like to see, more things that you could do within Station Square as opposed to just go here, keep up with the story, and then move on, go on a train or something like that.
Have a
that'd be
store.
great.
Have a store, make
think-
it so you can feed the other characters. I want to feed them.
Fuse it up with like the Unleashed stuff, but
Feed your chow, then.
don't make them like the size of the Unleashed hub worlds, because I found the size of those hub worlds to be kind of underwhelming compared to Adventure.
Yeah, they're not designed
no,
to
just-
be ran around. Whereas, like, when you look at Mystic Ruins, that's basically an open zone before an open zone, except it has little caves in it that come open throughout the game. It
Yeah,
changes a bit more than the open... Oh my god, it's better than the open zones.
I just want to play the game now.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, can we stop this? Can we just play Sonic Adventure?
Yeah, goodbye everybody.
I think if there were to be some kind of reimagining of Adventure 1, I'd love to see if the levels could be made a little bit longer. Because one thing for me personally is that I beat all of them in like 2 minutes. If I play the game, like they're just over so quick. If there was just a bit more meat to them, I'd love to see that.
You would have to rework the third challenge for each one, which was beat it under a certain time.
I'm not against
I would
long
rework
levels for...
how Sonic and when you would race Sonic, I would try to rework that.
I'm not against like longer levels for like a later title. I'd actually love it if like maybe they did like a re-release of Sonic Adventure and added like a Sonic Adventure 1.5 additional levels for that particular game. And then they could do that there. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't want them to touch Sonic Adventure 1. I just want them to put it out.
Yeah.
Like, personally.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm going to be the old man yelling at Cloud, don't you dare touch it.
Don't remaster it. No more remasters, guys. They just don't work half the time. Let's just...
And they
Let's
will
just
It'd be nice if they made a remaster that wasn't janky, actually like didn't create new glitches and collision issues.
Even then,
This
though,
is the Sonic
I would
series.
I would rather just have it look like it did, though. Like, I'm okay with Sonic Adventure looking like Sonic Adventure.
You would get
in
so
that
many
regard.
complaints over like, oh, they're charging this much for a game that looks like this. It looks like ass. Frontiers.
No,
look
but it
better,
doesn't look
which would
like
be a
ass,
hilarious
though.
thing
It
to
looks
say.
It looks better than Frontiers.
beautiful. It looks beautiful. I tell you what, though. If they wanted to add like a remaster
Nostalgia
mode,
pandering because it's something they don't like.
they could always add like a rework mode in there, like a remix mode or something, where it has the skyboxes of the originally intended Saturn version
In
of Sonic
encore
Adventure.
mode, so to speak.
Maybe. Because the Saturn version that they were
I'm tired
working
of
on,
encore modes.
the Saturn version that they were working on had these beautiful skyboxes that were kind of like psychedelic, and they scrapped that in favor of realism. If we could just get a version that adds the psychedelic skyboxes back, I'd love that.
Indeed.
So we'll get Yuji Naka talking shit on it on Twitter.
Man
For
loves
prison.
psychedelics. You heard it here first.
Damn right I do. 420. Okay, well,
Not sure. Those are two different. Never mind.
let's go to the 2000s, shall we?
Let's do it.
It was nice just getting to glaze Sonic Adventure and Sonic 3 and Knuckles for a bit there. Those are great games.
Yeah. I liked it.
So, Franken, what's your worst game of the 2000s? God, here we fucking go, guys.
Probably gonna go with Shadow the Hedgehog. Not so much because it's a bad game, it's because it's so unbelievably boring.
Really? Okay, interesting that would be the worst considering some of the other stuff.
It's competition.
I'm assuming you mean like Sonic and the Secret Rings, which is
Well, I wasn't
I
gonna
would say more
that
about it,
one
but
particularly,
I have
but,
not
like-
played enough of it. I haven't played enough to form a full opinion on it. I played a little bit of it, got bored, put the game down, never touched it again.
That's not what I'm getting at. You'll see when I get to my pick. But like, yeah, go ahead then, Frank. And is there more to say?
I don't know, like it just never felt right to control. It always like I guess I just wasn't as interested in it when I picked it up. And I must be the only one who didn't really care about the whole like, oh, it's a Sonic character but with a gun. Like it just kind of didn't really appeal to me whatsoever.
I mean, at the time, the sentiment was that it was kind of stupid because Shadow has powers and stuff. Nowadays, obviously, there's kind of a lot of love for just the fact they just went there, you know, like kind of how just out there it was.
I mean, the novelty is funny, but like the actual game itself, I'll play it and it's like, this is kind of not fun. Like Heroes controls a little bit better than this.
I would say I prefer
Adventure
the
1
controls
and 2 control a lot better than this.
I'd say I prefer the controls of Shadow the Hedgehog to Heroes, personally. I don't feel as panicked playing Shadow the Hedgehog as I do with Heroes, where I'm just in a constant state of panic that, I don't know, if I run at this speed, maybe I'll just fall through this rail, or...
Instantly die.
Yeah. Everything's above
I'm
a
already-
bottom.
I really wish Sonic characters still swore like they did in that game. That was the funniest shit ever.
That is the funniest shit
I
ever.
liked it when Sonic.
Where's
went,
that
They got
damn
away.
Force Chaos Emerald?
Well, boy, do I have a TV show for you.
They're
It's
opening the
called-
gates of hell.
It's called Sonic
Something like
X, the Japanese version.
That's true. They do swear in that.
If you want to hear
So I just
Sonic
saw-
say shit and
Shit.
bastard and stuff like that,
Oh, like he says shit like within the first episode.
it's second one, but
And Cream is around.
I could have yes.
there's one where one
He's
of
trying to teach
Robotnik's
Cream that it's okay
robots.
to
Watch your
swear.
profanity.
There's one where one of Robotnik's robots called Robotnik a bastard. He's like, "No, I'm teaching these kids, you bastard." And I was just like, "That's really funny." Very
That's awesome.
good, very very fun. I love
That's just
that
pretty
show.
entertaining.
Yeah, it's super good.
I think I know what game you might pick, but I'm
Well,
kinda
we're not
curious.
even close to my turn yet.
Oh, and also, oh my god, I just thought about that. The true ending for Shadow the Hedgehog. Don't you? How many times do you have to beat the game?
A lot.
A lot, yeah.
10
I will
times,
say,
think.
I will
Hell
say,
no.
like structurally, Shadow the Hedgehog is even worse than Heroes. No, I said even because I think Heroes' structure, purely for the fact you have to fight the Egg Emperor 4 times, proves the
Really
problem
not
with that
difficult,
structure.
It's just tedious.
Oh yeah.
It's not difficult, just tedious.
It doesn't need to be difficult to
Yeah,
be tedious. The
exactly.
tedious is enough of a
The
problem as
tedium.
far as I'm concerned. But the incredibly syncopated attack rhythm of that boss. No, we're not talking about Heroes right now. I just prefer Shadow the Hedgehog to Heroes.
I
No,
know,
completing
I know.
Shadow the Hedgehog is a miserable experience just because of all those endings. Yeah.
I don't even think I've even beaten the game once because again, I got so bored of it within an hour. I'm like, no. And then I've seen other people play it. It's like this is just. I'm glad I didn't play it anymore.
I do love the really overly biblically hard chapter titles for it, though, for like each story. Like Requiem for Death and stuff like that.
Frank, I have a question, and I guess all of you as well, because I know some people either
of
don't
us.
really think about the Shadow soundtrack too much, or they think, oh, it's just all edgy. It's like whatever. I really like that game soundtrack a lot. Like I
Oh,
think it's
yeah.
actually really strong.
Really
It's
good.
grown on me a lot over the years. There was a time when I didn't care for it, but I just love how grungy it is.
Yeah. Now I love
could
it a
not
lot.
remember most of it.
Everyone always
Okay.
shits on Almost Dead as well, but I kind of love Almost Dead.
Love
Because
that song.
it sounds like something like your college dorm buddy would make downstairs, drumming on trash cans. Like that's what I kind of love about it.
Can't
It's just a-
relate. Only went to community college.
It's a dirty ass song, is what I mean. Like
Yeah, so I was like, I can't relate. I only went to community college. Okay.
it just needs a scrub. No, it doesn't. Don't scrub it. Leave it.
Yeah, clean that shit up.
We're almost dead. Almost dead to the world.
Ah, that is
Almost dead to the
unbearably
world.
cringe.
All right. Garrulous64, what is your worst of the 2000s?
I really didn't want to make this video. So
YouTuber
I'm just gonna
ever.
rip the band-aid off, and I'm gonna be the one to say it. I still fucking hate Sonic Heroes.
Yes, let's go.
I love the
Yes.
presentation of the game. I think it looks nice occasionally. I like the levels
Oh.
mainly. I like how they and the choices they made for that.
Yeah.
But the characters are all shiny and garbagey. I don't like how they look or animate. They're just really
They
stiff
don't
and
look good at
boring.
all.
Tails' voice in that game, it was a choice.
Tails' voice is abysmal. I can't really.
Sonic,
I need
It's a
to. I can't
fake.
really fault the kid for not being that good at voice acting because
I
obviously
can't take
an adult
lessons.
made
Actually
the
a
choice
kid.
to cast him, so like it's not his fault.
Frank would
I'm doing
literally
it.
beat up a
Lessons.
child if it like meant getting better voice performances.
No, I mean, but anyway, that's
You
not
know,
even
that's
that's
not
not
a
the
bad
worst
idea.
part. I
Come
just
here, you
find the
little
level
brat.
design is really inconsistent and I don't know. Like it goes from it can be a little schmoovy to just being boring as hell and like oh I gotta wait for all this or I gotta fight all these enemies to get by here. There's so many times you have to do the same shit because you have to play all of the levels 4 times with slightly different objectives, and 3 of those are just difficulty swaps with slightly more level or slightly less.
Brother,
And it just feels like you're wasting my time.
I'm in so much
Um,
agreement that I'm gonna flip my chair so I'm facing you now.
Thank you. Yeah, so so that just feels abysmal. The only stories that are actually feel worth playing to me are this is going to sound weird, but Dark and Chaotix because they are at least the 2 most different and the 2 most engaging.
I don't like.
I don't
Chaotix,
like playing Team Chaotix. I don't like
because-
it. But I would have much rather had 2 stories.
Oh, is that my audio or is Dylan gone?
Sorry,
They got 'em.
no, that's me. Sorry.
Okay.
They got him.
I would rather have I would have 2 teams that go through the levels but have vastly different experiences than have 4 that are just barely different. I think also the bosses are pretty weak, and they also throw in those like robot carnival things, which is just a cop out. They're just like,
Fucking
we didn't have a
awful.
boss for this stage, sorry. And then also Egg Hawk 3 times, right? Or twice, right?
And they're terrible. They're fucking terrible.
It's just they're not that fun. Like you chase the thing down, you either like annihilate it really quickly, or you take forever because the thing keeps running away from you. And I know there's probably a better way to play them. I know there's tons of way to do it. I've played this game so many times now. I've finished it multiple times. I have tried playing it with cheats to activate like level 3 mode for characters all the time. It didn't change how I felt. I have tried playing mods that people have insisted make the game feel better to play. This game is one of the only games I've ever played that I have not even been able to make playable to myself using mods. Like, I can't even fix the problems with this shit that I have with it using mods that people have made, because no one wants to fucking mod this game. There's, like, hardly anything for it. Like, and shocker, right? I mean, the PC version's really buggy as well, so that's probably part of it, but
Yeah, it's kind of shit.
I don't understand how they went from Adventure and Adventure 2 to let's just make this fucking slop fest that is just a waste of time. It feels like a waste of time to play through the entire game. And that is the worst thing I think a game can be. Because if you're trying to waste time, like, before your job, or, like, you got 30 minutes before a job or whatever, maybe it's fine. Like, you know, you play it for a little bit, whatever. But, like, coming from Adventure 1 and 2, where you can engage with the levels so much more, and the story is so much more just to think about, that's the other thing. Hero's story is just like, hey, go here, do this.
Then they
Because
fight.
Eggman's doing the thing, and it's
I
not
think
really
the
Eggman
story
though. It's
for
Sonic.
what
It's
it
Metal Sonic.
is,
It's just like
is okay,
it just feels like a
but, like,
distraction. This feels like a fucking filler game.
But they
And
didn't
actually, you know
write-
what? Ultimate thing I have to say about this. The last thing I will say: if that game came out in today's day and age, it would be a gacha game where you'd be collecting all the characters.
It would.
And that's the last thing I'm going to say.
I love
think,
how they never bothered to write a reason story why all the characters fight each other when they see another team. They just see like some of their friends.
It's
They're
on
like, oh
site!
shit, fucking Team Rose is here. Let's kill him.
Who's
Get the
this
fuck
bro?
out of here.
I mean, Team Rose instigates it most of the time, which is kind of funny. But yeah, no, sorry if in chat I haven't been looking at chat because I'm playing Super Mario Sunshine. But I'm
people are being
I don't
mostly
like
rational
Sonic
for me.
Heroes. I've tried
Hey.
to like it so many times and in so many different ways, and I can't do it. I've tried so hard, and I think at this point it has to be the game's fault. It has to be the game and not me,
I think the
because
thing people
I
often
personally can't enjoy it.
I think the thing people often miss when they say skill issue to these things is the fact that every other good Sonic game
I've
is
finished
still
the game
fun.
multiple times. Also, like it can't be a skill issue. Like I've beaten the game. It's over.
Well,
like,
every other
that's-
every other well-made Sonic game, regardless of whether or not you're good at it, is generally fun. Like even if you're taking those lower paths in like a classic Sonic game, or maybe you're not the best at Sonic Adventure, those games are still fun. While Heroes is, it's the Valley of Needles, man. I can't stand it.
Certain parts of those, especially in Team Dark, genuinely feel like they were created as rage bait to me.
I'll give you that too. I did say that was one of the only other stories that's really worth playing because the levels are longer, I guess. But
I found
it is kind of excessive in some cases where they sort of dick you around with it. But
because the levels are more
yeah.
engaging, I found them to be a lot more fun to play. Like Team Sonic was
Yeah,
fine.
that's fair.
Team Rose, it's like, why am I doing this? I'm kind of bored.
Exactly, especially after playing Team Dark or Team Sonic. Like if you, again, last thing I'll say because I already said that, but if you play the game, let's say you're playing it for the first time, you just open the box, Christmas Day, whatever the fuck, I don't care, birthday day. You open the game up, you see the 4 teams in order. Realistically, people are going to play them left to right unless they really like a certain character or they're really interested in a certain thing. I would say most people probably played left to right. And in that case, you play the stages as they are normally, which is like, okay, whatever. If you liked it, then you play more. Then you play the stages again, but they're shorter and easier. Okay. And then you play Shadow's team, and it's like, oh, it's the same stages again, but they're harder this time. They have more stuff. Okay. Then you play Team Chaotix. It's like, what the fuck am I doing picking up hermit crabs?
One of the
But, like,
biggest...
it just seems weird.
One of the biggest, I think, issues with Sonic Heroes is that it is quite combat focused as well. There's a lot of like stop-start, where like you have to stop.
Yeah,
you've
the
got some
combat
enemies
is
to
really
fight.
button spammy.
The combat
Not
is
fun.
button spammy, but also there's no feedback. Like there's no
Yeah, it doesn't feel
audio. There's no kind of flash
Oh my gosh,
or
you
anything
bounce
like that.
off robots like you're made of rubber, which all the
Yeah,
characters
and-
coincidentally look like they are made of rubber because they're all
The
shiny.
key, the
plastic.
fundamental, like the first thing you need down with combat is good sound effects. Bad sound effects can ruin combat. And so yeah, just the fact that there's no feedback, and even then, like the little level up system, all it does is make it just go quicker, but it doesn't really change or improve the strategy. And then people will say like, oh, if you're having trouble with this boss fight, just spam this move and stuff. It's like, what? If just spamming a
sounds
single
fun.
move is that again, yeah, that's not fun. So
It's like playing Pokemon and just using one move the whole game. Like water gun, water gun, water gun,
So,
water
like,
gun, water gun.
if you enjoy the game, all power to you. I'm happy for you. I'm also super fucking envious and a little bit bitter. And being told
I'm in the
skill
same
issue-
boat as well. Like
Yeah,
I was saying, I've tried so many times to like it, and I actually am a slight bit envious that because like there's some cool stuff in there, and I love like Metal Overlord, and I just wish there was more stuff with Metal Sonic. I wish he showed up more and did more
I
stuff.
love the
but
music.
Yeah, like
the
I'm a
music's
bit,
great, the presentation's fun. I do like the cheesiness of like Sonic's the team's theme, and all of the teams have really good music to them. It's like I really, really wish I could get behind it, but it just the way it plays, it's just not for me, and I have to just give up on it at this point.
Hey guys, I have a way to make those Sonic Heroes haters see the light and appreciate the game. Let's tell them it's all their fault.
To be fair, like that's like anybody who likes a certain game that you just don't really care for or are not fond of. I've had people
Yeah.
tell me that for Frontiers, and I know how to play the game. I'm pretty decent at the game. I just don't find it good.
Yeah, it's
So-
fair. I genuinely can't argue with you about it, man. Like,
I won't pretend that I'm like really good at Sonic Heroes or anything, but I've finished it multiple times, and I'm also saying in my whole thing here that like it is me clearly. Like I mean I guess I said it was the game partially, but I think it's more of a thing. It's me and the game together just don't mix, like a bad marriage. Like it's just not going to work out. Like I've tried so many times that it's not worth pursuing anymore.
Like
I remember
I
talking
enjoy-
to someone who
ahead.
like really liked Sonic Heroes, and they were using like the skill issue like line of defense
yeah,
for the game.
there it is.
And then when I
That's
asked
when you
them,
can ignore them.
when I asked them like how many times they played the game, they're like, I've played the game like 15 times. You know, I know every level in and out. And you have to
Of
know
course
at
you
this
like that,
point that if you go too fast, you'll just fly off the level with no time to react. Or during this boss fight, if you're in the air when it hits you, you'll get hit and then knock back and die, and there's nothing you can do to avoid that. But you just have to know to look out for those things. And once you do, then the game isn't frustrating at all and it goes great. And it's like,
It's
but the
also
whole point is you only know that because you've played the game so many times. You
Yeah.
know how to look out for the bullshit parts. But a first time
leaves a
player
really bad
will
impression on first time
Yeah.
players in that case.
it needs to work for a first time player.
It'd be like if every
I
time
get
someone
stuff like
complained
that
about
for,
like it would be like saying open heart surgery is easy, just skill issue, and the person who's saying it is a heart surgeon. Like, well, yeah, it's gonna be easy to you. You've done it a million times now. But like,
well, I mean, skill issue. No.
put it in anyone else's hands, man. Like, that's the thing is, I think if you really want kind of, it's difficult to say, right? But like, I think if the opinion is coming from someone who's effectively worn this game on their skin, it's kind of harder to. You're kind of coming at it from such a distorted viewpoint at that point, you know? Like, I shouldn't have to mix it into my cereal every morning and eat it just to know how to play it, you know? Like,
If you sleep next to a copy of this game, then I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, it was kind of similar to how like
my pillow then.
if you're an artist, let's say you make music. If you are making a beat and you listen to it like 1,000 times over and over again, you lose the ability to judge it objectively. Or like same with visual art. Like I'm good friends with a visual artist, and she says like after drawing something, she can't tell how good it is until she mirrors it, and then she sees it in a different way. I feel like
that's interesting.
with games, if you play it too many times, you lose the ability to judge it objectively and see it with fresh eyes because you know it in and out to such an extent that nothing can surprise you, and nothing that might have been frustrating or off-putting to someone experiencing it for the first time will cause you to react in the same way. So in some ways, knowing something too well can make it harder for you to judge it objectively or impartially.
Dude, that is the most rational answer to anything of this discourse I've ever heard, and people would still say skill issue to you in response to that.
Well, and
People who can't separate their experience from it from like somebody experiencing it for the first time.
the thing is, I do find, and I don't want to like try and start anything here because all fans are the same basically, but like, I do find like Heroes fans are weird about it because like, if you come to me and say Sonic Frontiers is a jank-ass game, it's not good. Okay, I've got, let me open up Steam here. I've got 179.9 hours on Sonic Frontiers, and that's just the Steam version. Bear in mind, I've also played it kind of front to back on PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch as well. So I kind of know how to work around whatever buggy parts of Sonic Frontiers there are, and I also clearly have a lovely time with it to have played it that much. But the thing is, if Frontiers fans responded the way Heroes fans would, they'd be going, no, the pop-in's actually good because it actually adds a level of mystique to the game. So the pop-in's really good. I like the pop-in. Actually, the fact that Sonic's subsurface scattering doesn't work and he looks like a glossy, glowing porcelain doll is a good thing because it's cyberspace and that's good. Or the fact that the water is glitching in the fishing levels, that's good. That's cyberspace. Like,
or they'll wave it off as nitpicking.
Yeah, and it's like, you don't pick your nits, dude. Like, you're gonna lose all the blood in your head. Like,
these are things that I've heard in the past.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But I will say now
and
that
some of it I've had told to me. So.
True, but now that all is said and done and the game is kind of not new anymore and people aren't as defensive, I generally don't see a lot of Frontiers fans that can't admit that Frontiers is still ultimately a pretty shoddy product.
Yeah. Well, and
Exactly.
again, ultimately what it should be about, too, as well, is that it's less about being like, oh, you just have to accept your games like garbage, and just more what you should accept is like, oh, there are reasons people don't like it, you know? Because I actually have a perfect example, I think, parallel to this. Kingdom Hearts 1. That game has a ton of jank and a ton of things that the game just doesn't tell you or explain to you. But I adore that game. It's like a 10 out of 10 game for me, and that's because I know it inside and out, and so therefore I can engage with it and enjoy it on those levels. However, what that means then is I don't go to someone and say, well, I know my game's bad, so therefore, you know, I would give it a shot. I go, well, given whatever your patience is for these older games, then you might not like it, or actually maybe you need to have a little bit of help through it. But regardless, I think like it's worth getting to the good stuff. Like those kind of arguments are way more appealing to people of just being like, oh yeah, no, I think there is some good here if I could help you understand these things, and if they still don't like it, it is what it is.
Yeah,
but that's kind of the better way to look at it.
I have like a real life example of this, of like
changing someone's mind or just like showing someone how something works. Pup, you would know this. When Pup started playing Mario 64 co-op with Frank, Dave, and I, he was kind of like, I fucking hate this. It's not fun. It's very unintuitive, all this stuff.
I wasn't having a very good time with the movement, yeah.
The movement was hard to get used to. And honestly, in Mario 64's case, that's a game I've played to death. And it's a game that when people say it's not aged well and it's hard to get into, it's like very bad for first-time players, especially with how cryptic some stuff is or how weird the movement is. That is 100% true. Absolutely. Like, that game is not easy to get into, but it's one of those games where it's kind of rewarding after you're into it for so long. But the thing is, I know that people say that about Sonic Heroes as well. And that's why I'm saying, like, I've tried so much to get into it, because I wasn't born playing Mario 64. Like, I didn't like it when I was a kid. I thought it was really bad to control. As I got older, I sort of got used to it. I understood how it worked, and it clicked. But I had to like parts of it to get to that point. I couldn't be like, disliking basically everything in the game and just trying my best to just do better and like eventually click. That's why Heroes isn't working for me. Like, even though I've done it so many times, it's not clicking and it's just not going to happen. Like, yeah, I guess for different people, it's different strokes for different folks, basically. Like, obviously, it's like opinions, but
with Mario 64, though, the big difference is that its structure. The structure isn't as punishing as Heroes is. With Mario 64, you're thrown into a very open area, and you're not massively penalized for fucking up. And also, even then, you've got an area where you can practice with minimal danger, that being the castle grounds and stuff like that. With Heroes, you are confined to levels that you are given, and those levels can all take about 15 minutes to beat each, approximately. Like, they are long levels, and they don't have a stop point in the middle or anything, whereas with Super Mario 64, once you've worked out what you need to do on a challenge, it can be done pretty quickly. So, it's the kind of thing where if you quit out and you're in the middle of a specific mission and you haven't beaten it yet, you don't have much that you need to redo. Whereas in the case of Heroes, if you quit out of the game, you have to start from Act 1 again. Even if you've, done Act 2, you have to start off on Act 1 again. That is way too punishing. Like, Mario 64, it clicked because it provides you with the tools to learn and master it. And it gives you the space to do that, and it doesn't punish you as much. It does still punish you, but it doesn't punish you as much for trial and error and rookie errors and stuff. While Heroes, on the other hand, is fucking hostile about it. I'll also say, like, one game that I did in the past defend, that I don't defend anymore, is Sonic 06, because I used to play and be like, well, how can I be having this much fun if it's a bad game? But then I remember, there's a very, very, very specific way you gotta play Sonic 06. You gotta play that game on its own terms. And the fact that that's an issue means that this thing isn't really ready. This is not in a sellable state. So, like, yeah, that's where I'm at with the whole Heroes thing. I'd say Mario 64, it clicks because it gives me, the space to allow it to click. While Heroes is just like, bump, 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 you're in a wall, this, that, and the other. Yeah, I hate Heroes. Fuck Heroes.
You can lose, like, 30 minutes of progress, Heroes, if you, like, it's, like, that game has made me scream. I've screamed playing Sonic Heroes before.
Justified.
By the way, this doesn't have to do with Sonic, but I just opened up the live stream and saw how I look at the table.
Yep.
Yeah.
That looks fucking hilarious. It looks like I'm biting the table.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tasty table. It's made of chocolate.
It's the big
It looks like I misbehaved and was disallowed a chair, so I'm just sitting on the floor.
Well,
So
as
that
you
means
can see,
next episode you
can't
have to
afford
put
another
teeth
chair.
marks in the table.
well, as you can all see as well, like, we're in egg chairs, but Ian cracked his.
That's awesome.
Can I get an egg
Ian's
chair?
cracked.
No.
Okay. I'll just
No.
stay on the floor. It's okay.
Yeah, keep chewing
Whatever.
that table there. Go for
My
it.
feelings aren't hurt. It's okay.
Yeah, good. All right, we talked enough about Heroes. Let's go over to Ian. Ian, what's your worst of the 2000s?
Worst of the 2000s.
And don't you dare say Heroes.
No,
Sit
no,
here,
no,
do
no,
it, do
no.
it.
Let
Let's
me
go.
grab my phone because I wrote it down.
Round
my
two.
work of the 2000s is okay. Here it is. Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood.
All right, yeah, that's fair.
All right, fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So the reason being just simply that I would love a Sonic RPG. I would I love the concept of the game, and I remember playing it as a kid and quite enjoying it. But just going back to it, it definitely does not click.
Same.
And yeah, I mean, obviously, it killed my baby, the Archie Sonic comics. So it's also public enemy number one, and I hate it. It should not exist.
Also, the worst soundtrack in Sonic history.
It sure is, buddy. Holy shit.
But I kind of love it for
Makes
that.
me sad, too. That
The
one makes me
soundtrack's
sad.
so fucking funny.
Of course, you would
Like,
love it.
I do actually, like, I like some parts of that game as well, and as a kid, I did like it, because it's a Sonic RPG that's not just you pick an attack from a menu and then it happens. Like, they actually put more into it.
I
which
like
is
the part where
something
you
I
chop
craved.
wood, and I like how mean you can be.
But it's just too punishing with some of its stuff, and it's such a bad RPG for being an RPG.
I mean,
Funny
it's kind
thing
of
is, like,
I mean, it is a
despicable.
game that harmed me emotionally. It took away my favorite comic. So,
Yeah, no, that too.
That's actually really
funny is, like,
justified.
it's more than just selecting a bunch of stuff on the menu. But after that game released, I kind of wish it was.
Depending on what it is, like I do like the extra mini games because I'm a big fan of Mario and Luigi, but it's just this is not it. Like that was not the way to do it, especially with the touchscreen, how unresponsive it was at times, and how you just like completely whiff damage a lot of the time if you fail.
You know, I'm
Like
gonna
it is
say-
extremely punishing for like someone's for realistically what could be someone's first RPG,
for sure.
and you know.
Here's something. I want to pitch something, right? Sega, I know you're listening, all right? I know you're listening out there, baby.
No, they're not.
We need to make amends with Ian, okay? So here's my plan. We're going to do another Sonic RPG title, and it's going to be in its own little stylized universe, and you're going to put the Freedom Fighters in it, okay? All right?
And I will forgive you, which I know you really care about. So.
That will make it forgivable, because, yeah, wiping out a whole, like, 40% of the entire franchise's cast.
Unironically.
Getting
You're like,
sued
write
is
that down, write that down.
kind of a little bit much, you know?
Little
Okay,
much.
I would
anything-
actually, I would love a new, I would love a new RPG, like so much. I would love for them to try again.
Literally, use that as your chance to bring back those Archie characters. Or, like, SatAM characters, whatever the fuck. Just, like...
yeah, at the very least, the SatAM ones who you do own. you know?
Yeah, and I'd say not only own, you owe them to the fans. Come on.
Yeah,
I really think we could have
I
a
can live
solid,
without it.
like, Sonic, Tails, Amy, Knuckles quartet RPG. I think that would be really engaging. Be a
Yeah,
lot of fun.
well, the Freedom Fighters in it too.
Golden Sun, but Sonic, and don't bring in the Freedom Fighters because no one cares.
Fuck up, Frank. Me and
But yeah,
Ian
I didn't
are
have too
gonna
much
put
to
you
worry
on-
about
You're
that one.
irrelevant fighters.
Me and Ian are going to put you in the trunk of a car and drive you into the ocean.
I think Chronicles might be one of the games that makes me the most sad when I think about Sonic games, because I fucking love RPGs so much, especially ones that have fun little gameplay gimmicks like that. And it's Sonic, and it has a good story. Like, the story is actually kind of cool. Like, fuck. Like, it's like, no, you wasted it. You dumbasses. Fuck.
soiled
You
it.
ruined so much. Fuck.
Soil it.
Like, how did you fuck it up like that? Like, it was BioWare. How did they do that?
I know.
How? Like, nobody on the team was like, this sucks ass. Like,
Yeah,
I'll
well,
get
because that's
angry.
the
I'm sorry. Hold
yeah,
on.
'cause that's the other side to it, right? Is that it didn't just take the Archie comics; it just took seemingly them wanting to make RPGs. You know?
Oh, exactly. Like, we could have. It's one of those things where if they had given it a second try, I feel like they could have nailed it.
Yeah.
And it's so sad because, like, if you look at things like Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal to Sonic Boom Fire and Ice, it's not an amazing, incredible game, but the jump in quality when they just got a second chance to try again is
Agreed.
so huge. Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, because it's not like it's fundamentally like flawed. It's like, yeah, just tweak it a little bit. You know?
Yeah, same with Chronicles. It could work. Like, it could have worked fine. And I
should
I
have worked.
fucking love the idea of the duo moves and like how many things you can do with your team setups. Like, it's such a cool idea, but you needed to be able to change your party easier. I'm gonna make another Sonic Chronicles video at this point.
I want
Ugh.
an RPG kind of like Golden Sun, specifically Dark Dawn. But make it Sonic,
That would be very cool, actually.
where you can use their abilities to move stuff around and like interact with the world. I want
already
that. 'cause
sort of Chronicles-esque.
yeah, but Golden Sun is better.
That was another great thing about Chronicles too. I know this is the worst one you said, Ian, but like Like, I like the idea of having the characters with unique abilities on the overworld, but again, it's
Like,
like
it's a fun
having
idea.
to have your like imagine getting to the spot and not being able to use the character because you got to go change your party configuration.
Oh yeah,
That's just like another big
it's a
problem.
game with so many.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of be a consistent thing with my worst. It's like it has so much good potential, and then they just squander it. So
Yep.
Sonic action RPG would be kind of cool. It would work.
Yeah,
I'd
it
like
would
there
fit.
to still be some like high-speed platforming in there to kind of tie it together. 'Cause
Yes,
I think if
absolutely,
you don't
could do
have that, it's
Oh.
like why even do a Sonic game? But like,
dude, what if like
I feel like you can
Sonic,
step
but
away
it's like
from
a
that.
Dynasty Warriors type thing, because there's like hundreds of robots that you kill. I feel like that'd feel awesome if they got it right.
I'll be real with like the Dynasty Warrior games because I play like the Hyrule Warrior stuff. That gets boring after a while. Like it does get pretty boring. I
It
kind of
would.
need something with a little more depth to it.
There would have to be good movement and good combat to it, or else it wouldn't be
Yes.
fun. But like good sound effects, like Papa was saying earlier, and
Oh, yeah, no,
smashing
like-
up like 150 robots at the same time in one shot would be like cathartic. I feel like.
It needs to be like how Frontiers has some of their abilities where it's just stupidly over the top, but like really
you
satisfying
definitely
to
go
hit
hard
things.
on the cinematics.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, you got to go all out on that one. Hyrule Warriors kind of has something in a similar way where it's like it has like ridiculous like powerful moves you can use, and the feedback on it is pretty good. It's just how long can you go with fighting hordes of enemies after a while, without it getting stale?
Yeah.
They have to do objectives and stuff. It would have to be like there would have to be like
Yeah.
stuff on the map to do and like points you need to protect. Maybe.
I want some real Shadow of the Colossus fights. I don't want like just do it to climb up something. No, I want real fights against giants.
That'd be neat.
All right, so I guess I'll go up and do my worst of the 2000s. Sorry.
Let me guess. Sonic Genesis GBA.
You know what? Why don't you just run the show then? Okay. All right. It's the Frank show, guys.
I saw a
At
super
dawn.
chat on that earlier, and I didn't think about it because I was trying to avoid like easy answers.
That's a solid
Frank, live
pick, though.
smarter, not harder, dude.
It was Sonic Genesis GBA. So
Let's just.
if
Look, that's
Sonic
not a bad
Adventure
choice. That's a very good choice.
it deserves it.
completely sweeping my feet away there, but okay. If Sonic Adventure
Welcome
DX
back.
takes a perfect game and downgrades it a little bit, Sonic Genesis GBA takes a good game and makes it complete and utter dog shit. Like, so it goes without saying that purely for the redundancy of its own existence, it has got to be one of the worst. Partly also just down to how fucking disrespectful it is to Sonic 1, the game that started it all, if we don't count Radmobile. It's just
we
a
don't.
disrespect.
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
Like,
usually count that. No.
I'm counting it.
Sounds
But,
like quite the
just like
15th
people count
birthday.
Jumpman for Mario.
Yeah, it's unfortunate what happened to that man on his 15th anniversary.
Not a good day.
Not a
It
good
was
year.
it was a very mixed year.
I mean, Riders
Because on
wasn't
one
too
hand,
bad.
you
It
have-
had its problems, but it wasn't too bad.
You had like Sonic 06, you had Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, but then you
got
also
Riders.
have like Sonic Riders, and some people
Rush
like
pretty
Sonic.
close after.
Some people like Sonic Rivals. I'm
Was
not
Sonic
one of
Rush 2006 or?
That's 2005.
That's 2005.
Okay, so we can't count.
I
it.
remember
Okay.
that now because I said 2006 in my review of the game, and people commented on that forever.
Oh god,
Yeah,
yeah.
I see.
And you know
However,
what? always
However,
make
that
a
was
slight
the year that Ian Flynn joined the Archie Sonic comics.
always make an obvious
Big
mistake.
day.
You'll
Good
never hear
time.
the end of it, but it's great for the algorithm.
Algorithm loves mistakes.
They
Oh,
really
then
used to
your
release
channel
Sonic
should
games
be
a lot more
absolutely
than they do
flying
now.
then, Dylan. Sorry, didn't mean to cut over you there.
No worries. But yeah, they used to come out so much more frequently. Just like
Oh yeah,
going over the release of stuff.
Oh yeah.
games in general did.
Yeah, that's true. And TV and everything.
and everything.
Just everything's slowed down.
Now that we
Everything
have to
is
like,
all-
now that like we have to make sure that every single pore is CGI'd into someone's face before releasing a video game, these things
Oh,
take
yeah, we
way
have
longer.
to. Too. Yeah.
And then we're gonna lay them all off afterwards because that's just the way it
And then,
goes. Yeah.
Mr. Terry Chaos is bringing up was like, Sonic Genesis GBA came out a week after the Mega Drive collection for PSP and PS2, and that had a compromise-free Sonic 1.
Mad.
It did, but also it's very different hardware to work with.
I mean, the fact that Stealth
the
was
PSP
able to get
and
the
the PS2
game
are far
to-
more capable.
Stealth, one of the Mania developers and Origins.
Yes.
He was able to get a port of Sonic the Hedgehog 1's first level onto the Game Boy Advance with
And it's wonderful.
Tails and Knuckles playable as well. So, like, yeah.
Yeah.
There really is no
It cracks me
excuse.
up that the music is so bad too, because
Okay.
Sonic Advance has perfectly good GBA styled remixes of a few Sonic 1 tracks in it already.
It does. Sonic.
It's just like, what are you
Sonic Pinball
doing?
Party as well. Sonic Pinball Party has like a few remixes as well, and they're still pretty decent. I will.
Oh,
say
yeah,
this,
those are really good.
I feel like I'm underreacting to Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, but then again, I feel like what more could I say that anybody else hasn't said?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can
everybody
kind of-
knows.
We can move on from
Like,
Sonic
I have-
Genesis pretty
I
quickly.
have kind of a wild thing to say about it.
Go for it.
Like an instance that I actually enjoyed playing it a little bit.
It's your favorite.
When
But
you
it
turn
was-
off the sound.
It's a very specific instance where I had been playing bad Sonic games for a charity thing for I think it was for Raising Rings at one point.
Oh
And-
right.
I was playing Sonic Jam on the Gamescom for about 15 minutes. And by the time I was done, I was sort of like working up the ladder in terms of like release order, in terms of bad games I could play. And I moved to Sonic Genesis on GBA from there. And when I started playing Sonic Genesis on GBA, it just ran so much better than Sonic Jam, like ever could. And it played so much better than Sonic Jam
I mean, you're right.
that I
it is-
actually had a better time playing Sonic Genesis.
Well, at its
because
core,
of
it
Sonic
is
Jam.
still Sonic 1, I guess.
Yeah, no,
So-
like I
Yeah.
was tortured so hard by the other thing that I actually I Stockholmed onto Sonic Genesis immediately.
So what you're
That's
basically
awesome.
I was
saying
like,
is
this
that
is so bad, I guess.
if you were in prison and you were in solitary confinement, Sonic Genesis GBA
should
would be
be.
better than nothing, right? Like,
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
this was
Honestly,
literally
I
so
would
much better than
agree
the
with
previous
that.
thing that I saw like a tiny bit of appreciation for it.
It
But-
is the only instance where you could appreciate the game.
Exactly. Any other game is
cur-
not going to be. It's not going to be pretty. The
I
comparison.
would give credit for them, not compromising on like the sprites or whatever, but honestly, like
it looks
no.
good. Yeah, like
It
nah.
looks good, but we don't just look at games; we play them.
Yeah, it would
Well, it
make a
looks good
good
because they just
series
didn't
of like
bother to touch it.
JPEGs.
Yeah.
All right.
In general,
for
it'd be nice
JPEG,
if we could look at a little bit more. Like if we could zoom out and see a little more. That would be helpful.
Sonic
yeah.
Superstars.
You know what
be
kind of
like-
pisses me off?
Go on. What pisses you off?
You know how like there's JPEG, we JPG, we call JPEG, but then there's like also JPEG spelled JPEG. Why?
Yeah,
What the fuck are we doing?
It's just an extra letter, isn't it? Like I think it's,
just
the
gonna
older
be.
version.
It's gonna
It
be a
had to do
fucking
with
WebP format.
Windows file
Format.
name. Like for some reason, for a while, they wanted them to all be 3 letters. So JPEG was shortened to just JPG, I think.
I gotta ask.
And now both exist.
How the fuck
I
are
think-
you wait,
That's
Dylan? How are
interesting.
you?
I didn't know that.
How are you complaining about JPEG when fucking WebP exists?
No, I didn't.
WebP,
Just
there
because,
we
hey,
go.
listen, you're doing pancakes and waffles thing on Twitter with me right now. Just because I hate
Also,
one
you hate
thing doesn't mean
waffles.
I don't hate another thing. Okay.
So you hate waffles? Why would you hate? Why?
Yeah,
why
why do you hate
waffles? You
Ian?
hate
Like, what did
Webbits?
Ian do wrong? Like,
Pup, you have no idea how much I was restraining to make that joke. I
why
felt
did you restrain that? That would have been fine. Like,
it felt too easy. I'm sorry.
work smarter, not
I guess I'm
harder.
above it all today.
Fucking wanker.
I guess
Alright.
I'm
Well,
above it all.
let's move on. Verdana, what's your pick for worst of the 2000s?
Well, if we're being objective, I think your choice was the correct choice. I think Sonic Genesis is the most offensive release of the 2000s. Like, it might not necessarily be at its core the worst Sonic game because, again, it is Sonic 1. Like, a lot of the good things about Sonic 1
They
got him.
got him.
Oh, hello?
bastardizes a great game. It's
Oh, we're losing you.
sorry, someone started calling me in the middle of that. Can you guys hear me?
You're good now.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, just because of how much it bastardizes like a game that was good. And there was no reason for it to be the way that it was, other than I guess just it was rushed, or they just wanted to get out quickly. They didn't really adequately. Yeah,
there are different Sega Genesis games that were ported over to the GBA, and I believe they played a lot better. Like, I think even Gunstar Heroes was on it. I could be wrong about that, but I know there were a few Sega Genesis titles that made it to the GBA, and yet Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis was the one that ran the way it did. Or it ran a little better if you turn off the sound.
Yeah. But what was your least favorite then?
Yeah, well, I guess so as not to repeat you, I guess I'll go with the most generic possible pick and say that Sonic 06 is probably my least
Yeah,
favorite.
yeah, let's go.
We got one.
Yeah.
We got at least one in
If
there.
Sonic 06 out of this unscathed, but Heroes got lambasted, like that wouldn't be fair. So
I think it would be fair,
All right,
but
I'm pulling
like
up
The airing of the grievances.
I think it's quite funny
Yeah.
that we did this.
I'm pulling up a Sonic 06 review so I can say it verbatim.
Sonic had a rough
On how to talk
transition to 3D.
what's that? What
So I've heard.
thing do you have to say about 06, Verdana?
Well, believe it or not, but the game actually doesn't play very well. It has some
What?
glitches in it.
No way.
Wait, are there? Like what?
Yeah.
It's no use.
That's my boy.
I don't know if you guys are aware of this. This is pretty niche, but during the silver boss fight, you can actually get stun locked in the same part of the
That's
arena.
not true. You're just not good at it.
Whoa. Wait, did any
It might be
famous
a
Let's
skill issue,
players?
though. It might be a skill issue.
Has any Let's Player showcased that?
Yeah, is there any
there's
footage?
There's this like really niche channel called Game Grumps. It's like some animator guy and some other guy who makes videos.
Yeah, I don't know who the other guy is, but
There's
yeah.
also like every Let's
Yeah,
Play of it
like-
ever.
This is an absolutely brilliant way of delivering what could otherwise be a trope.
That
There's
being
like
said, I do have to, as most people say, I do have to agree that the kiss scene between Sonic and Elise is amazing. Absolutely
Yeah.
peak cinema. Best part of a Sonic game, really.
Well, I'm just gonna tell you this. Now that you want to cover more Sonic media, I think you're in the right place with that opinion.
Well,
Awesome.
so right, I did.
You're throwing him to the wolves, Craig.
No, I did have.
Don't worry, I'm jumping in with them.
I did hold a lot of reverence for Sonic 06's story because when I was like a kid or a teen, I thought that the story was epic and really cool. And like the thing is, like there is so much on paper in there that is. Okay, say it with me now,
That's really
guys.
cool.
It's like a Zack Snyder movie, and I love Zack Snyder movies.
It's a good comparison, actually.
I
think
but
that's-
here's the thing: I went
I'm
back.
more tired of that than Sonic 06 reviews.
I went back to rewatch cutscenes, and I noticed that the motion tracking, the animation, the fact the characters never make any eye contact, the fact they're all
So bad.
trembling, the fact the voice direction is really
The
bad.
trembling is so fucking funny. Actually, they all look like they're like off meds, like they're having like shakes.
But like something that makes me laugh so much
They
is
just need their
that
fix.
Blaze and Silver are just sat by the beach, trembling and not looking at each other in the eye. And
never
Blaze
look, yeah.
and Silver's like, "Is it right to kill someone?" And Blaze is
Blaze,
just like,
is it
and
is it right to kill someone to save the world?
so this
That's exactly how my first date went.
Sonic 06 is like
Well,
if
yeah,
None
they
of
were
you
in
have
love.
ever said that on a first date?
fucking
If someone said that on our first date, I'd be like, "Oh, we're getting married then." Okay.
Sonic. Okay, Sonic
Oh,
06.
This is a forever thing.
Sonic
in.
06 is like if Tommy Wiseau directed Zack Snyder's Justice League.
That's an incredible,
love that- okay, you know
incredible
what?
visual, dude. Thank you for that.
I know you bring up the Zack Snyder thing so many times, but that is the one time where I'm like, you know what?
I'm fully
Yeah.
on board.
I'm
In
on board
terms
with
of
this.
scope, ambition, and biblical reverence, and you can debate whether or not that's earned, fine. I happen to love it. That's all very Snyder coded, but it's just the fact that this game is trembling while it tries to tell you its story is just really fucking funny.
And also
like-
the way that they kill off Sonic, try to make the story seem big and like really
This
reminds
is
me
really
of the way
funny.
they killed off Superman. They feel like there's some parallel, and then brought him back immediately.
Well, hold on a minute
Yeah.
now.
There's some
Well,
parallels.
that was brilliant. Okay, hold on a minute there, Mister.
Okay, all right.
You're gonna get murdered by Pup.
I've run into Snyder fans.
No. A Snyder fan. There's
Okay.
only, there's an N. There's no S at the end.
It's me.
It's
Gotcha.
not a Snyder fan.
I'm
but
the Snyder
the
fan.
Snyder fan.
I can appreciate some of the stuff. I do like how, taking something that's bright and colorful like Superman, but having a darker tone to it, or Batman. Like I agree, I do like that.
You're right.
See,
Or
I don't
Top Gun.
really view it
And
as
have them
like
say, damn.
darker as such. I think. Okay, put it this way: everyone's perspective is
Grittier.
their lens, and as you know, you take pictures of an object with one lens and it looks terrible, but you take it with another lens and it looks great. I just happen to have a lens that makes
Use
those
an Instagram
movies
filter.
very flattering. No, there's no filters. People don't use filters in movies, Frank. They use LUTs.
No, they could just use filters.
Take you to church.
Use coffee filters.
I use Snapchat filters for my movies.
So okay.
Well, on the topic of filters, the final like level in Sonic 06, when all the characters are trying to get Chaos Emeralds, that does actually look like it has a really awful filter, but purple filter put over it. The longer you play the levels,
Yeah,
also-
purple lighting
Oh,
is
it's
very difficult to get right. Like, and they didn't get it right.
It's also
mean,
like one of the most
yeah.
miserable experiences ever because of the lag on the PS3 version, where the game already lags more than the Xbox version. So it's
Oh,
lagging in a level that's meant to lag.
But
Oh,
guys, because
God.
Project
Wait,
06
you're
exists,
telling me
that
it
means
gets
that
worse?
Sonic 06 is perfect, guys. Did you not know that?
Damn
So I've only ever played the 360 version. You're telling me it gets worse.
Oh yeah, the PS3 version has way more lag, is from what I know.
And the loading
the
screens
load-
are longer as well.
Disgusting.
All right,
And
well,
the
starting
load
up
time's
the
longer.
I
Yeah.
gotta play the PS3 version fund.
I mean, the thing is,
Yeah,
there's
that's
a
the
lot
truth.
about
That's the
like
truth.
the length of the loading screens, but there's certainly no Enter the Dragonfly on PS2. I found them to be just too intermittent.
That
Like,
game
why?
is peak.
Why do you need a loading screen for the old man to tell me the second objective? Like that.
Hey.
What are you loading
More
in or
shoes.
out here?
Hey.
I thought.
I've made
Hey,
shoes.
David. Hey, I make shoes.
Shoes.
Oh wait, no,
Wow.
isn't that the guy who runs the shop?
Ah,
The
who
shoemaker.
cares?
I'll say it.
The
And the
cobbler,
shoemaker
the,
sounds like a monkey.
the bastard. I don't know.
Hey.
Yeah, no, I thought the guy who runs the shop is like, hey.
We should
I
probably.
think they all say that, don't they?
We should
No, some of
probably
them have different ones.
we should probably move into the worst of the 2010s. Oh boy! So
We
we-
never got to our best though.
yeah, we didn't say
oh
our best yet.
shit! Okay, right. Okay, damn
Yeah,
it.
dude, we're
Let's
stuck.
just be negative. Let's just do bad. Let's
No,
do
we're,
bad.
Yeah,
okay,
you know what?
best of the
Games
2000s.
are bad. We could do good next week.
There were no good Sonic games in the 2000s, right? Everybody knows that, right?
Doing good is for
Sonic Advance.
superheroes.
No, I'm joking,
We're
Frank.
doing
It's a
well.
joke, damn it.
No,
Um,
you've never made a joke in your life.
Oh. Okay, well, go on. Then, Frank.
It's so specific. What do you- That's such a. The more you think about that, the more it hurts. I think.
Well, go on then. What's your best? Frank,
I'm stuck here all day.
He doesn't have anything to say. He just wanted to hurt you.
we're in purgatory right now. I
Sonic
can't-
Advance, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
It's like the
Well, if
Alright.
there's just gonna be dead air, can I quickly take a moment to say?
hold on.
Okay, okay.
Release year for Sonic Adventure 2. That's what, 2000?
2001.
99.
Sonic
I'm going
Adventure
with
2 does count. We can count it. Sonic Adventure 2 is 2000.
Yeah, it
Going
counts.
with it.
2001, I think.
It was 2001.
Yeah. Going with it.
Why?
Good controls. It was still fun to play. Yeah, Knuckles is kind of weird. Tails, not the biggest fan of it, but honestly, I'd play it over anything that came out that decade. Yes,
Sonic Adventure
even
2
over Sonic
fucks
Unleashed.
hard. Sonic Adventure 2 is awesome.
Does.
Oh yeah.
I'm in this limbo with Adventure 2 where I acknowledge that it is better in basically every single way than Sonic Adventure 1, but I still like Sonic Adventure 1 more.
See, I'm kind of
Well, yeah,
different. I
but-
kind of feel like Sonic Adventure 1 is better in every single way, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
kind of
I think
lean
Adventure
towards
2's
Sonic
half
Adventure 2
down.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Because like
I'd say
Sonic
better
Adventure 1's
Than-
controls,
except
are
controls. The
generally
controls in SA1 are better.
and the pacing
Yeah.
in SA1 because like obviously you could choose a character's story and that's the thing. I do enjoy the treasure hunting missions. I'm not lying, I swear. But like
I agree. I agree with that, honestly.
I think a problem is that when you're playing Sonic Adventure 2, you do the hero story and you're basically signing up for Sonic effectively. So when a Knuckles comes in the middle of that, it's kind of like I didn't consent to this. Whereas in Sonic Adventure 1, you always consent to Knuckles, you know? What the fuck is up with my wording?
think
Let's
that's-
just
I think
you
that's
get
What
I
are you
would
talking
always
about?
be sensitive.
What?
Yeah, like that just snapped me right back in the middle. Like, wait, hold on. What did I miss like a moment ago?
I just think the
But
Sonic
I will
Adventure one
say
has a
with
better
Adventure
structure.
2, I do think its story is. I agree with the general sentiment. It's just a blast. It's just really fun. It's like a B movie, like just action flick with like some heart, and I love it. It's
For
great.
one,
It is a
It's
blast.
fucking epic.
It's like a Sonic 3D blast.
Yes, exactly.
Sure is.
Fuck.
Yeah.
For one, it's epic as fuck. Like, just the whole lore and mythology of it. The space colony arc. We learn a bit more about the Robotnik lineage and that he had a family and shit. He's blowing up the moon. It's like a incredible blockbuster filled with iconic moments. Whether it's Sonic boarding through San Francisco, or the fucking rocket, or just Shadow being like, "Oh, it all starts with this." You could quote every line of it. Like,
Oh yeah.
it's
so
so
good.
iconic from top to bottom.
There's a reason they basically chose to adapt Adventure 2 into, and Sonic 3 follows the plot of Adventure 2 more closely than the other two movies follow any game.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Oh yeah, it's so iconic.
That's true.
And I think whereas SA1, like some people might like the jankness of the cutscenes, to me it doesn't quite reach that fun level. I think the jank in SA2 is a benefit to it. Like if they remade it, or if they were gonna like port it, don't touch the cutscenes. I like touch the sound mixing obviously, but
Yeah,
don't touch like
please.
the animations. I think they're just fun. They're just fun to look at, you know?
Make the
You should
sound
have an
mixing
option
an
to-
option. Oh.
Have an option to toggle on the Snap Cube commentary track over it.
I've heard that so many times now that I. Oh God.
He's come
I've
to
only
make
ever
an
heard it
announcement.
once.
I miss my wife tales.
Miss my wife.
Alrighty,
yeah.
Dylan, what say you?
What are we doing? 2000s
Best of the 2000s, yeah.
I.
Waiting.
It's not favorite, right? It's best. Like I think is
I mean,
objectively the best. or whatever.
you could do favorite.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
favorite.
That's what I've been doing. I've been doing
All
favorites
right.
because
I'm gonna have to give it. We already talked about Adventure 2 a lot. I'll give it to Sonic Rush.
Why?
Because it's such a
Why not adventure?
that game just feels like an anomaly. You know how like CD kind of feels a bit like an anomaly
Yeah,
in like
it's a
terms
little
of level
different.
design and music and stuff.
Yeah, it's got different
Rush
vibes.
feels like that to me. Like it's kind of a game that kicks your ass a lot, which is really unfair in a lot of circumstances, and I hated it as a child. But when I revisited it, and like I hadn't really played it at all since until I made the video. Like I played it as a kid, and then I played it again when I made the video, and it hit me in a really different way. Like I guess I obviously like the boost games on console, and with that experience, Rush just has this neat little charm to everything it does, even when it's bullying the shit out of you. And I just kind of appreciate that. Like, I do not like things like Altitude Limit and some of the gimmicks where they're like, hey, check out the top screen and the bottom screen at the same time so you can avoid the lasers and the missiles and the badniks and the everything that's going to hit you. Like, it's just, it's a lot. There's too much in stages like that. But most of the time, it's just got like this weird 2000s charm to it, and the soundtrack is just fucking
It has a
God.
much more urban vibe,
you
and it's
kidding
much more
me?
kind of industrial in terms of like level theming as well.
Just,
Um,
and not to mention we get Blaze the Cat introduced to the series, who is one of the best characters in the franchise, and I think she has a really strong opening. Like I think this is like a really good first showing for a new character who they will then immediately fuck up,
and then do nothing with.
and
yeah,
then
Blaze
do
is a
nothing
good
with for a
character.
It
while.
has like a really good crunchy sound effects to it. I really like.
That too. Like I love
have a nice
all the
fall, you
sounds coming through the
stupid
DS
bitch.
speakers are delicious. Yeah. No, it's just, and like I love the little art for the character portraits, and I
love that too.
how simple but how different the story is in a little bit in certain ways. Like it does
Yeah.
feel like Eggman's doing bad thing, but there's also like, who's this new person if you don't play Blaze's stories first? Obviously.
See, this is why
Who
I
is
say
this?
that Colors
I can hear-
DS is not Rush 3, because it doesn't have these vibes. It doesn't,
Doesn't
have
have
those
Blaze.
PNGs either. And it doesn't have Blaze, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I mean,
it
as
does,
a playable,
but it doesn't have playable Blaze.
yeah.
Playable Blaze.
Okay, well that you didn't say that. You said it doesn't have PNGs, and it does.
No, it has PNGs. It doesn't have those PNGs. It has new PNGs.
Oh yeah, no, there are new ones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bitch,
and it also
alright.
reuses the same fucking cutscene theme, like in every cutscene. It pisses me off.
I would say if I were to pick one of the Rush games, it would be Rush Adventure myself, because I think every problem with the level design and the bosses in the first Sonic Rush is fixed in Sonic Rush Adventure. It just depends whether you're willing to roll with the boats or not. But I like the boats. I'm happy to roll with the boats. They add to the world building of it. Boats. Also has a more
I
mythological
do like the world
feel.
building of Rush Adventure. I was kind of thinking Rush Adventure, I think, is better in terms of levels, absolutely. But I just don't like
Different
sort of that.
vibes.
I don't like all of the fluff around it. Like some of the vehicles are just not fun to use, in my
the
opinion.
boats are a
I don't like the
deal
big
breaker,
warship at all.
yeah.
It's really boring.
It's got some Call Me Johnny in it.
If
You know.
It's
if that stuff's a deal breaker, I kind of get it. But at the same time, I'm just like everything.
not a deal breaker, but it makes me more reluctant to go back because I don't want to do that shit again. It's just
But
it's
you
not
do
what I'm
that.
there for.
Well, you don't have to if you're going back to it.
Well, I want to replay the game though.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you want to do it top to bottom, fair enough.
I don't just want to play one level. If I want to replay it, I want to replay it. So it's kind of like it gets in the way of that. But
I tend to marathon the levels.
But yeah, no, I mean they're both really good, and I think Colors DS has a lot of good in it too. It's like a really, really good game, and the canon story for Colors going at me.
Rush Adventure's
But yeah,
still
that's
better.
all for me.
Okay.
Sure.
Ian. What is your best game of the 2000s?
Mine is Sonic and the Black Knight.
Ooh.
And it is not because of the story. I don't give a shit. Even though I know people adore that story. Sonic and the Black Knight. I just really like waggling the stupid Wiimote. I like timing it to the slashes. I like to give you an idea of how much of a Black Knight head I was back in the day. Whenever I would play that game, I actually did beat the hard mode Lancelot, but not just beat it. I was able to perfectly time every parry, and I have like an old YouTube video from like 2000 whenever it came out, of me like perfect parrying every one of his attacks, and I have no clue how it works. I have no clue how you're supposed to actually perfect parry with the stupid waggle, but I was in it. I was invested.
Oh, look at me.
correct.
I'm Ian. I'm the skilled gamer. Oh.
Anyway,
I'm good
that,
at the useless
that's a
video
game
game.
that's a game that could really use like Wii Motion Plus. Like if you were able to update it and add Wii Motion Plus to it, I think they would have really benefited it.
Oh yeah,
I,
and it's just a game that I love the vibes. I love the music. I love that you get to play as the other characters with their own different styles, and they have different levels you can play through. And it's just really short too. Like you're just kind of in and out. So I don't know. It's just a game that obviously I have a lot of sentimental attachment to because I just played it so much as a kid with a lot of my buddies, and we recorded videos for him and stuff. But just as a game, it just has great vibes. Obviously the story is good, but I don't really care about stories in Sonic, so it doesn't kind of washes over me. And it also has the greatest super form in any Sonic thing, which is Excalibur Sonic. So there you go.
I also think this ties back to a point Dylan made earlier. In you mentioned if you give an idea a second chance, you can get something better out of it, like what happened with Sanzaru Games and their Sonic Boom titles. I think the same happened going from Sonic and the Secret Rings, which it angers me how much of a dumpster fire that game is, because I love the art direction, and I love the soundtrack, and I like those elements more than I do Black Knight. But Black Knight just makes it all work, even down to the motion controls. I played it at Game Apologist's house while he was in the hospital having his disgusting gallbladder removed. And, I had a good time with it, but I will say the good times did end when I got to the second encounter with King Arthur, because the parry telegraphing is really not clear. And what a surprise.
It's not good.
What a surprise, it's a Kishimoto game. Poor conveyance in
Yeah.
a Kishimoto game? Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah, no, totally understandable.
But
yeah.
I do like my boy Kishimoto. I send my best Wishimotos to Kishimotos.
Indeed. There you go.
Big Kish. Okay, right. All right. Anything more to be said about Black Knight?
Dang, no one even wants to fight me on it. That's sad.
It's a
I
nice
don't
game.
like it.
It's a night. Oh.
Well, I just don't like the controls. I was like, I didn't find it to be fun.
Oh yeah.
About it.
I've never really been able to get into it either personally, but it's just sort of a fundamentally different type of game than most Sonic games. So I don't know. not like
Don't worry,
cup
you
of tea.
get it. You know,
I
skills.
hate
not
the
what you said.
reasonableness
I
I'm
get it.
hearing. I want someone to fight me.
The story is fun too. Like, even though you said you don't really give a
Sunset
fuck,
City, not Twitter. We're not here to fight.
the story is terrific. Actually, Frank, I would like to fight.
I would like to fight.
When we get to the 2020s, we could fight.
All right. No, I mean the story is good. I guess I want to be clear. The story is good. It's just not. I know so many people retroactively are kind of talking about like not like retroactively they didn't always like it, but like they're just like, oh yeah, that story is kind of like peak Sonic story. And I agree. I just one way or the other, it just doesn't latch onto me one way or the other. But it is good. It is well done.
It ain't Archie.
Yeah, it ain't Archie.
It's not really.
Archie! Will you stifle yourself? We're supposed to be incognitus. All right, so I'll stop doing niche Family Guy references now. Okay. For my best of the 2000s, it would be a toss-up, but Frank already named the one it would be a toss-up with, so it makes it quite easy for me to say Sonic Unleashed. It's just such a fun game. I love the globe-trotting stuff. It's the most lived-in I think the world has ever really felt in Sonic. It's got some wonderful hub worlds. I like feeding Chip and finding out his opinions on disgusting food, especially when he berates you a little bit after feeding him it. Obviously, those CGI cutscenes are just fantastic. I can understand why the werehog is an intrusive element to other players, but I really do enjoy that gameplay. I can't pretend otherwise. Like, I just enjoy it, and I do find it does still have a speed element to it if you hold down the sprint button, and some of the platforming does kind of feel quite rewarding to do at high speeds. Like, when you're swinging from, like, pole to pole, like, when you do that seamlessly, it feels really good because the animation's really good and stuff, and I feel like that does tap into a bit of that old-school platforming. I mentioned, and I know that it's a controversial thing because I worded it in a deliberately controversial way, but particularly in like Savannah Citadel, where you're like pushing the boxes around and stuff, I don't find that stuff too dissimilar to, say, Marble Zone, for example. I think the werehog feels like a more Sonic 1-y element within Sonic Unleashed, which is otherwise a bit more Sonic 2 coded with how speed-focused the modern Sonic stuff is. It's probably the most beautiful Sonic game to be made. Like, visually, it's spectacular. The soundtrack's great. I think the story balances the lighthearted with the more cinematic aspects beautifully. I love the Ratatouille aesthetic as well. I just think Unleashed gets it all right, and yeah, I dig it.
I think all the things you said
disagree.
are true and cool.
It was also the Sonic game that got me into Sonic. Like, growing up, my dad had a Mega Drive, and he had Sonic 1 and 2, and of course I played those a little bit, but it wasn't until I got Sonic Unleashed that I became fully blown, put on the Sonic spectrum, I guess.
It was your game, your Sonic game, you know.
It was that point where I became one of those religious Sonic fans that must consume all Sonic, and yeah.
My relationship with Unleashed is a bit different, where I had the PS2 version growing up, so literally the worst version, and I still fell in love with it. So I still had quite a good time with it. So
I think the story and world building adds a lot. Like, even if you're playing a downgraded version, it's just got such good world building and incorporates its story in a super meaningful way, and that's what, for me, puts it above a game like Generations, where basically Generations does everything better in a lot of ways. It's better paced, the levels are better paced, the levels have more platforming in them, especially when you're playing as modern Sonic, and classic Sonic is definitely a much more fitting alternate playstyle than the werehog is. But Generations doesn't have that world building or its investment into its characters and plot, so by the end of it, you don't have that feeling of, oh, what an adventure, wow, need to stretch after that. It's more like, okay, that was a fun afternoon, you know? It helps that Unleashed has a bit more length to it. And while there is a lot of padding, and I think padding is a big problem with that game, I will say it's not like there's a lack of content. I've played the game with mods that turn off the Sun and Moon medallions, and it still takes about 6 hours to beat, which is much more substantial than games would go on to be. So, like, yeah, no, Sonic Unleashed for me is an all-round win. It has its problems, but they're just tiny little things that can be just plucked out. Obviously, it's unfortunate that those are the case, but I think there's plenty here to win me over.
Yeah, totally.
I agree that it might be the best story in a Sonic game, or they did a good job of balancing out the sort of epic feel of some of the previous games with something a bit more lighthearted and fun, but not too like Sonic Colors and Generations. I feel like went too hard into just trying to be like silly and like light and funny. Unleashed was like in between. I feel like they sort of hit the sweet spot with that one.
Mm-hmm. No, they had it down, and then they just kind of took it too far with Colors. I mean, I think the writer of Unleashed, because like this was before they started massively localizing the scripts. That was a thing in the 2010s where they got Ken Pontac and Warren Graff, who worked on Happy Tree Friends to adapt these scripts and westernize them and stuff, and it became much more jokey. And I'm not saying that's Pontac and Graff's fault, but that was clearly the priority at that point. Sonic Unleashed was, I think, the last Sonic game, or at least apart from Black Knight, to still have a Japanese writer credited with the English stuff. Kyoko Yoshimura, who also did a lot of my favorite episodes of Sonic X. So I think Kyoko Yoshimura is probably my favorite Sonic writer ever. And yeah, I think Sonic Unleashed, it gets it all right. Fun fact, she also worked on Sonic 06's story, so remember, always give people second chances, you know?
I will say, do you find that the length of the night stages is like fine as is? Because I know that a common complaint is that the night stages go for too long. That's something that I kind of feel personally.
So I'm going to coin a new term here and say I'm hero's brained when it comes to Unleashed, so I'm not the best guy to ask.
Okay.
Yeah, I've basically just been inside of this game enough times to kind of flow with the werehog, but I can say that when I was a young'un, it was quite overwhelming how long some of those werehog stages were. I remember I put the game down for a couple of months when I got up to Eggman Land, but nowadays I can just breeze through it because I'm hero's pilled now, you know?
I knew the first time I played the game, I had been warned and I knew to collect like 50 lives before going to Eggman Land. And I burned through like 40 of them.
Oh, dude, I burned through like 99. Like,
This is probably the most embarrassing thing I could say about the game, which is that the final where you have to mash the button, like I think it's like up to 99 or 70 or whatever it is.
I think 60.
Yeah,
I panicked so this is like fuck to that. Like,
yeah, so this is very embarrassing, but it's true. So I did all that and I burned all my lives. I probably had like maybe like 20 at the time or whatever. So I then maxed out my life count to 99, and I had my buddy with me who does not play video games very often, and he's watching me as it goes from 99 to 80 to 70 to 60 to 40, and he's like, Ian, hand me that controller. And so he had to beat the final boss for me because I could not mash 60 times.
What's the matter with you? What do you mean you can't mash?
I don't know. I still can't do it. I can't do it.
Damn.
You should never play Mario Party.
Yeah,
Also,
well,
I
I'm
think
bad at Mario Party.
Unleashed also has one of the best finales in the franchise. It was the last time for like a decade that we had like an eldritch abomination to fight. And like the amount of like phases to this thing, and then how epic it gets with like where Chip is all like as he's going through the shield, and then Sonic is like, Chip, you were wow. It's like they really should have checked that dialogue over, but like
I'm gonna confess to something. Confess to here for the first time. This is breaking news.
Oh baby.
As a kid, when I first saw the ending of Sonic Unleashed, where like Chip is under the Earth's core, I misinterpreted it that he died, and it actually like made me tear up.
I mean, he might
like,
as well.
legit.
He's not going to return in our lifetime, you know. Like,
He's like metaphorically dead.
Yeah.
Well, Chip is dead, and Light Gaia is.
Chip is figuratively dead.
And I find it really impressive that it got to me emotionally that much, because I did not, like, as a kid, I did not enjoy playing through the game. I just got to be honest. Personally, like, I found it really frustrating, especially like the metal hunting parts, just having to go back through levels I'd already played to find medals.
Yeah.
But the story, I did like enjoy story compared to most other Sonic, for sure.
I kind of like it starts off with like Sonic being a bit cocky towards Robotnik. He's like, hey, I'm going to have to break all your toys. But then after he gets plummeted down to Earth, he's pretty humbled from that point. Like, he actually kind of takes the threat seriously. And like Chip is someone he's looking after. And who said it in the chat? Someone's mentioned the line, "Do I need a reason to help out a friend?" Like, yeah, that's a wonderful line from Sonic. Whoever said that, go yourself.
Why has there never been another Sonic cutscene that looked as good as the one from the opening of Sonic Unleashed? That was
They
the
just
peak
don't do that
visually.
right now. Like, they don't do the CGI cutscenes anymore, and
Well,
a lot of people are
I feel
asking
like
for it
it's
back.
in some ways Sonic Unleashed was kind of like the last like huge budget Sonic, and it's been more sort of low key.
Oh,
Since
absolutely.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Man,
It's kind of a shame. I think we're overdue for a new like AAA Sonic.
I think we're gonna get there.
They're charging us AAA prices already.
I think we got pretty close with Shadow Generations, to be honest. But I think, you know, that next Sonic game, we know there's going to be a big budget push, and that they're bringing along a lot of the stuff that they've learned along the road from Frontiers through Shadow Generations. So I'm very eager to see that next one. I think it's going to be very big. But then again, I say that every time, and then Sonic Force is dropped. This is going to be the one, guys.
Yeah,
Sonic Force is going to be the one.
I still remember back when, like in the early 2010s, after Generations, I was a kid and I was first like getting into the Sonic fandom. I remember how positive everyone was back then. They were like, the dark age of the 2000s is over. They figured out how to make good Sonic games again. We're never going to deal with any disappointment ever again.
Sonic Lost World drops, and it's like,
Sonic Boom.
Hang on a minute. And then, yeah, Sonic Boom. It's amazing how Sega, like, alluded to a renaissance for a little bit, and then completely tripped over their own dicks. But hopefully that won't happen this decade, right? Like, so far they've sustained their streak a little longer.
Things look like they're on the up and up again, so they just have to keep it going.
So be careful.
Keep the energy going.
Up, just jinxed it. Cool.
Everybody wish on at least 50 stars. Like, we need...
No, so here's the fucking thing, Frank, all right? In episode 117 of Sunset City, we were talking about the Final Horizon DLC when it was brand new. And we were talking about how the perfect parry doesn't really work in all the contexts, with the exception of the final boss. I said the fact that the final boss chucks those things, and it feels like the perfect parry is designed for that, I said that feels kind of promising. And Surah shut me down and said, no, pup, it's time to accept that these things are not going to get better. They never do. And if you're hinging too much of your happiness on it, you need to reevaluate your priorities, my son. Yeah,
damn.
And then next thing you fucking know, Shadow Generations drops, and I'm feeling that sweet, sweet vindication.
And then you look at who designed it, and you go, wait, where's Kishimoto?
The last part of that kind of makes sense.
No, but the director of Shadow Generations is Shun Nakamura, okay? This is the director of Sonic 06. This is also the lead producer on Sonic Forces. You gotta give people chances, man. Like,
yeah, but if you are hinging your happiness on the quality of a game or something like that, I think you do.
No, I know. I'm hinging some happiness. My satisfaction with the product is hinged on it.
Sonic happiness.
Yes, Sonic happiness. It has a little space in my head where it sits, and if there's unrest in there, I want it fixed. Ideally, please. It's not going to kill me, though.
Help me.
Vidana, what's your best of the 2000s?
we got a little off track there. We'll bring it back.
A little
best of the 2000s. I mean, it's already been said, but I can't say anything else because like nothing else would feel right for me to say. It's definitely Adventure 2. Because I think I said when I first came on the call with you guys, that was I think the first video game I ever played, so I'm biased towards it because of that already. But like, I also just think genuinely it is one of the better designed Sonic games. And I am a bitch for the Chow Garden. Like I love the Chow Garden, especially in Adventure 2. Like they were onto something in Adventure 1, but in Adventure 2 they fleshed it out to an extent where like it kind of became its own game for me. And I would play the game just for Chow Garden to create the best possible Chow. And I did so much Chow breeding that I created a Chow that had S stats in every single rank.
But the YouTube guy said that was the only reason it was 1/3 good.
Wait, you?
Oh, are you talking about Pro Jared?
Chow breeding.
I didn't want to name. I didn't want to throw out names, but yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching that for the first. raging. But no, like the game teaches you that eugenics is good.
I
With
was about
chows.
to make a joke like that and decided against it because I figured I don't know enough about what eugenics means.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't make the joke.
Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't say the joke.
yeah,
Well, it's a good thing
I
I
can
didn't
take
make
the
the joke.
flack.
Yeah, it's a good thing
I
you
can
didn't
take
say
the
the
flack
joke.
for saying the joke.
Thank you,
It's
Dylan.
okay. Somebody landed on.
I got you.
But genuinely, I think just
You genuinely.
it probably has my favorite soundtrack of any Sonic game. I enjoy the treasure hunting stages. Like a lot of people I know don't like them and don't like that you can only get one emerald at a time. But
Well, that's technically you can get them in any order. It's just one of them shows up on the radar.
I think it's kind
Yeah,
of a
but
problem, but it's also one I can easily overlook.
yeah, but the thing is in Vetra 1 that they go by so fast.
Well,
Because,
'cause
like,
you could go for the first one and end up seeing the second one or third one on the way.
Yeah, I just
yeah,
don't
and
think
the levels
way
are
they
also
did it
smaller.
in Adventure 2 was the right way, but it's I mean, it was remedying a problem, I'll give you that. Like I mean, I do like Sonic Adventure 2's treasure hunting stages with the exception of the space ones where they get really fucky with the clues because like maybe it's a bit much, man, like, you know, like but I mean, I like the design of those ones.
I would say like any of the ones that have like space as a gimmick, it gets a little too jank.
I will say also, it's nice to have those treasure hunting stages because Sonic Adventure 2 has a lot less open level design than Sonic Adventure 1 did. So, like, having the Knuckles levels that open it up and that you can kind of run around and explore and actually look at them and stuff like that. Like, that's awesome. Unless it's Rouge, because then you know I'm not looking at the levels, you know?
Oh boy,
It's so true.
here we go.
You've officially made a joke that was even worse than Chow.
Oh, buddy,
No.
it's every
Trust me.
day. It's every day.
Yeah,
But yeah, I think part of the reason I'm so partial to the emerald hunting in that game is because I love the player emerald hunt. I think that's one of the most fun some of the most fun memories I have of the game is playing it with my sister, and we would do we'd play 2-player a lot, but our favorite mode was the emerald hunting because I genuinely think it works best as a multiplayer thing because you're both racing across stage trying to find the emerald as fast as possible, and one person's radar goes off, you start charging towards them to try to find it, and you're both trying to interpret the clues quickly. It adds this kind of urgency to finding it that isn't quite there in the single player version.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I hadn't
just
thought
make
about
for a good
the
scavenger hunt.
2-player modes because those are really fun too.
Also, I think it's important to give a little credit as well to the Tails and Eggman mech stages because, like, I know a lot of people, like, they don't really feel like Sonic gameplay anymore at that point, but it's like, dude, I'm walking around making things explode. I'm not mad. Like, it's just so spectacle-driven. I can't be mad, you know? Like,
Yeah, especially as Eggman.
I think in some areas, yeah, but everything else, it's like I feel like I'm sitting through a Transformers movie where stuff's happening, but I'm like taking none of it in.
you just gotta open
Gotcha,
up a
yeah.
little bit, open Uranus.
And honestly, the Knuckles rap songs are fucking fire.
Yes.
That shit goes hard. Like, no joke though, the beats are actually like genuinely sick. Like the Aquatic Mine beat is so
Oh,
like
yeah,
well
those-
produced, like weirdly good.
So those
Yeah, it's good. I just wish
instrumentals
it had
are
lyrics.
by Tomoya Atani, who is now the lead composer on the Sonic series. And
Oh wow.
he's one of my favorite composers in the franchise. And he did a wonderful job with those instrumentals. And I'll give credit where it's due to Hunted P. Like, he wrote them in a day, but he's also kind of an asshole from everything I've heard.
E stands for piss.
Hunted Piss.
I have no respect for
That's a
him.
good one.
Yeah, I'm just
And,
giving credit where it's due.
Adventure-
They were written in a day.
You can
Adventure
have the credit,
2,
but you won't have my respect.
I think Adventure 2 might be the only Sonic game, at least the only like 3D Sonic game that I've fully 100%ed because I got all 180 emblems in it, which is it takes a while to A rank like Meteor Herd. That is quite a commitment. But I honestly enjoyed the process of getting A ranks and everything and doing the various challenges throughout the Like it's what I was talking about earlier. You'd like I like how you're incentivized to go back and sort of perfect the levels and sort of like figure out the best possible way to get through them. And I also like that it's not just about time to get a good rank the way it is in some of the newer ones. It's also largely about score. So beyond doing it quickly, you also have to do certain things like in the I forgot the name of it, but the level that's inside the pyramid, the Sonic one, you have to go
Pyramid
through
Cave.
rings.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pyramid Cave. You have to go through rings to get points, or on like City Escape, you have to go off the ramps and hit a jump. And I think that adds like another layer of sort of enjoyability to going back throughout the levels and mastering them. And I also think it works well to have incentive to do more than just go quickly, because in some of the newer games, there's sort of this conflict between going quickly or stopping to collect the medals or whatever might be in the level. Like sometimes I can't make up my mind if I want to, try to go for the S rank or sort of backtrack to get the medal I missed.
Right.
And I sometimes wish that the medals would sort of contribute points to your rank so I wouldn't have to do one or the other.
I will say
Like they
Frontiers
both
did
sort
a
of bring the
very
same
good
thing.
job of putting all of its red medals on like the on the paths that will still get you to an S rank. Like in Frontiers, you could do all of those missions and S rank it in a single run. And I think that's very well designed, but
there might be one or two levels that don't do that though.
Mainly in Final Horizon, I'm pretty sure, because Final Horizon requires a lot of the
I've never played those cyberspace levels because I don't think they're any good.
Oh, he's glitching.
No, I'm good. I
crying.
just realized I made a really funny sound.
I was like, he's either glitching or crying.
Yeah, it was just like a fucking Stan Laurel crying moment.
Frank fought back.
I mean, it's Frontiers. Of course I'm going to fight back.
Well, we'll talk about Frontiers later. Like, yeah, Adventure 2. Yeah. Like, fucking sick, isn't it? Like,
fun game.
Yeah, it's good.
Hard. As in, like, it goes hard. Not as in I find it difficult.
Hard.
Alright then.
As in what Pup is when he sees Rouge.
Well, duh. I'm a fucking red-blooded guy, man. Jeez. Come on, Frank, man. Come on. Okay then, Frank. Let's get your worst of the 2010s.
I feel like we might all agree on this one just before anyone says anything. I feel like
I'm going to go with Forces because it's the one I've played the most of all the 2010s games.
Was that what you were expecting, Verdana?
That's what I was expecting everyone to say, yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I thought you were expecting us to say Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric or something.
From my experience with like Sonic fans, most people, at least who I've talked to, they seem to respect Rise of Lyric more because at least it tried to sort of have its own identity and do something new, even if it failed. Whereas Forces was just like devoid of identity or anything unique, and you beat the game in like 2 hours, and every level is just you hold the boost and it's just a hallway.
Yeah,
I think,
sure.
Yeah, like Sonic Forces as well. It was more disheartening than anything else because it was like, okay, we've got a game here that's literally going back to formula. Like, we're going back to like Sonic Generations gameplay, so you can't really go wrong there, right? We're just going to expand upon that, brand new
and then
levels.
It waters it down to.
And it's got a great dark story this time, guys, right? A dark story, like really with reverence, like the good old days, right? And I think that was the problem, was that like Sonic Forces set out to do everything right and got everything wrong.
Yeah,
pretty much. Like the story, nothing really felt like it had any consequences. And Infinite's just a bitch in the game.
Yeah. Thank God for the Chaotix case files.
That's not doing anything to redeem him. I still see Infinite as like original Broly. Where it's like, yeah, it's a cool design and all, but man, this backstory makes him like a bitch.
I'm seeing that Mega Man 12 Proto Man 14 has said the marketing of Forces was probably its biggest problem. In some ways, I get where you're coming from. Because of how it was like from the makers of Generations and Colors, but I will say, if you just put it next to any other Boost game, it still absolutely wilts. Like, it dies by comparison. The second you look at Sonic Generations after Forces falls apart. Like,
You look at Sonic Colors,
yeah,
and Forces
like,
falls apart.
even yeah, like Forces, it doesn't. It's not doing anything new, so there's genuinely zero excuse for it to be getting stuff wrong. You know.
Oh yeah,
And to
well,
such a
especially like with
degree.
classic Sonic, where it's like, how do you not just port the Generations control of classic Sonic, which is different from classic Sonic, but it's still fun in its own way, and you somehow made that worse? How?
And how
How
they
do you
spent
do worse
like
than the bare minimum?
they spent like 3 years of the development time on a Hedgehog Engine 2 lighting engine, but the lighting in the game's fucking awful. When you're in Egg Bay,
Yeah,
everything
it's
is
ugly.
washed out. It's like everything's got a giant white LED on it. Like, it looks terrible.
When I was streaming it a while ago, going through, was it Sunset Heights? Dave would say like, "Is it wrong if I said this looks like you put it through some DLSS 5 filter?" Because it just looks genuinely worse than. It just looks terrible.
I don't know. I got a thing about comparing that kind of stuff to AI, but like it doesn't. It's not a good looking game.
I mean, considering what AI looked like at one point, it wouldn't surprise me. But I know the tech wasn't there at that point.
I mean, I'm not even talking about. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of more of a respect thing. Like, when it comes to like handmade work, even like bad handmade work, I wouldn't compare it to AI. Like, AI is a different thing as far as I'm concerned.
And that's what makes you you, because I'm disrespectful.
Fair enough. But that's
He's
the
very
sad
honest
thing.
too.
The sad thing about Forces is I think the environments overall look about right. I don't like the square trees. All right, I'll just pin that down real quick. But like,
But you don't see square trees where you are?
I mean, there's a couple outside my house actually, but I'm not a fan of them in Sonic. But like, I think the general overall art style of the game is about right. It's just the lighting just looks terrible, like across the whole thing. Like, it just looks really bad. And that sucks butts, because that's where most of the development time went. Like, that halted development time so much to get the lighting engine down, and it just looks shit, because they didn't even use it well. But yeah, Forces, maybe it could have redeeming qualities if you haven't played Generations or Unleashed or whatever, but if you have played those games, there is absolutely zero reason to play Sonic Forces.
I think even if you've never played them and only seen them, you would still be able to tell that something was up.
I mean,
No,
that's
I
the
have a
thing.
friend that played Forces first, and he still insists that it's better.
Are you still friends with that person?
Yeah.
Is he a normie?
Okay.
He's a normie.
No, they
isn't he?
played a lot of
The only
Sonic.
way we'll let him live.
Okay, I'm just confused.
Okay.
No disrespect to him, I'm just confused.
No, me too.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay. My brother also like enjoyed Forces, and I'm just like, I don't understand, but whatever.
I don't care if people enjoy it or not. I don't understand the comparison if it's like it's better than Generations. It's like it just isn't. Like it can't.
I
it's not even
care.
close.
It means so much to me. Honestly,
alright,
I just don't see it. Like it's like, oh, what?
There's no
Alright.
reason to replay the level in that game, or the way they're designed.
Yeah, it's everything but lesser. And like, why would you want that?
Yeah.
Like,
It's like a direct downgrade
yeah.
in every way, basically.
Okay, Dylan, what would you say is your worst of the 2010s?
Oh boy. Worst of the 2010s. So we've already done Forces. That would have been mine
Yeah.
by far. I have like fury for that game. I think I have to go with that game. That, like, Lost World makes me kind of a little, you know, it's not great. It really isn't. It's not winning any awards, but Forces is just, it's bland. It's boring. The story pisses me off so much. Oh
Yep.
my gosh. Because it's so, excuse me, it's so close to being something that would work. They just had to change little things here and there. It would have made it so much more engaging. And then of course, you have like the clickbaiting, basically, with including all the previous characters, the
That whole
villains.
chaos thing was disrespectful.
The fact that they advertise them and then you don't fight half of them. And you
Yeah,
get
it's ridiculous.
Zavok. Like, really? You're going to give me Zavok? I would have been okay if he was in the cutscene and that's it. Like if he didn't get a boss
Yeah,
fight.
I think
Don't even put him in the cutscene. Just get rid of Zavok.
It's just,
just
there's so much
erase
about
him
it
from
that
the
it's like-
series because I'm so tired of seeing that piece of shit.
Yeah, it just feels embarrassing that they hype up this game, and it's like it's not gonna be like anything before. It's a completely new thing, which it wasn't. It was just like a direct generation.
It's unlike
sequel
anything you've seen before. Yeah,
successor.
they got that right.
And it's like they were already saying, it's a literal downgrade in every possible way in terms of control and many other things.
How could
Just,
they get away
it's kind of a
with
shame.
it?
The Avatar stages are okay, I guess.
Oh,
you
there,
know.
there was something I remembered from Horses. One thing that made me laugh really hard was seeing the, I guess it was like a trailer for like episode Shadow or something, and they were showing one of the levels, and it's the final level in it, and how linear it was, and how like
Oh
there
yeah,
was
it was
just a ton of
2D
2D.
Green Hill with like these like worms made of cubes.
It was
I
like
remember
bug
somebody
bombers.
telling me, "Oh well, this is just a proof of concept." And when the game came out, I'm like, "This is the final level in the prologue." And Shadow's levels are supposed to be harder.
Oh, the amount of copium, because I saw people saying like, oh, the levels look really
Fucking
short in the
Defense
previews,
Squad.
but that's because they've put the goalpost at an earlier point for
Early.
the demos. There's actually way
Yeah.
more. And I remember playing Sunset
Oh,
Heights like,
God.
well, I'm ready for it to open up. Oh, it's over. And you don't even fight one of those big Death Egg Sentinels that's at the center of the marketing.
Yeah, no, it's a. Yeah, I mean, just in every
You
way,
get a quick time event.
Forces
That's
is
your only
not-
interaction with it.
not good.
Forces is fucking tragic. Okay, Ian, what's your pick?
Mine's more personal. Mine would be Sonic 4 Episode 1 and 2 as kind of like a
Finally,
complete
someone
package.
said Sonic 4 Episode 1. I've been waiting for this.
Yeah,
you know
because-
what? You know what? I had completely forgotten about that. I didn't
I
really
would
think
put
about
it below
like that being a
Forces.
2010s game. Yes, that goes so far below Forces.
I actually
I'm
might put it
super-
below Forces as well.
I am
Holy
super
crap.
picky with my 2D platforming. Sonic 4 Episode 1 and 2 are shit.
You are seeing this big red mirage turn blue in front of you, folks. Beautiful.
I do not respect Sonic 4 Episode 1 or 2 at all. I think they are terrible video games.
I can respect 2 a little bit. At least they tried.
No, I just do not respect
Dude,
it.
yeah,
Not
you know,
a
Frank,
single
go
bit.
for it, man.
Again, it just goes because like we've had so much that was better, and now these like are starting to feel very derivative of like Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles CD, and like to not only just the fact that it's like Sonic 4, but they also put it on consoles. How do you fuck it up this badly? Why would you put a home? Why do you need a homing attack in a 2D game? Why would you make like Sonic be able to run up the fucking? Was he running up like the wall?
Also, though, calling it Sonic 4, the disrespect, especially when your first episode has no new levels or concepts
It's
whatsoever.
all the same shit from Sonic 1 and 2.
And it's
Yeah.
shorter than Sonic 1, right?
Yeah,
and it's a
and
much
worse.
shorter
worse.
game.
By a lot. Like,
And you got
it's
kind
kind
of
of like, what are we doing?
No elemental shields, no bonus stages, no other playable characters, and that was a marketing point for fuck's
Oh, yeah.
sake.
I was there for the marketing of like following every single like update.
I
of,
remember
like, oh,
the
man, guys, we're gonna
countdown,
mark
yeah.
off the characters from the list. Who's gonna be in the game? Nobody, because fuck Sonic's friends.
The best part of Sonic 4 Episode 1 and 2 is Sonic the Hedgehog. That is the only good part of it.
Wait, was that even in Sonic 4 Episode 1 and 2?
No, it was actually a little marketing thing they did. It was a free app that it was part of a
Yeah, I remember
20th
that, yeah.
anniversary.
The best
Yeah,
thing
it-
from these
19.
games is not the games. It is this.
It's not the
side
game.
thing.
It was
It's-
just the little Hedgehog level that you could play that was a little charming. I thought that was cute. The actual game itself, fuck it.
I remember they had like a Sonic
Or don't,
level
actually.
maker
I don't want it reproducing.
around that time, and that was better than Sonic 4.
Indeed.
I
So
feel
it's
Sorry,
funny,
I'm gonna
like-
go a little bit to episode 2 a little bit though, because like I said earlier, you know, when they get the second shot, not that they were given a second shot. I'm sure there was just planned from the
They
start.
had no
but,
choice.
you know, like the second attempt is much better than episode 1. I can at least give it that, and I think the addition of multiplayer mode makes it fucking broken as hell. I'll give you. It is a very easy game in multiplayer, but it is actually. It's at least fun to blast through that game and just turn it to just tear through it like tissue paper, basically. Other than that, I think it's not anywhere up to snuff in terms
There's-
of even like the DS Sonic games.
There's a
Oh,
funny
it's not even close
correlation
to
here,
Sonic games.
actually. Like, you've got a 2D side-scrolling Sonic game, with a completely busted multiplayer mode. The music was made on a vacuum VST synthesizer, and the bosses make you wait around a fuck ton. Close enough. Welcome back, Sonic Superstars.
Welcome back, Sonic Advance 3.
Oh, that's even better.
Sonic Advance 3's multiplayer is broken as fuck.
So
it's just like
Sonic,
it's ridiculous.
Sonic 4 Episode 1, obviously the bosses, they make you wait forever. I wasn't a fan of the level design, and the game itself felt terrible to play. With Sonic 4 Episode 2, the gameplay's a little bit better, but I thought the level design was still pretty weak.
I agree with that. That's fair.
I think that was the weakest part of the whole game, which is something that your game kind of relies on. And I don't care for the bosses.
Well, granted,
none of them interest me whatsoever.
I'll be fair. Like the second act of Sky, whatever it's the Wing Fortress one. Like the second act of that had some pretty good level design, but it was also just like, but we've been here and done this, you know. Like, but I will probably say that Wing Fortress Act 2 is better than. No, wait. Sky Fortress Act 2 is a little bit better than Wing Fortress from Sonic 2, in my opinion.
I'll take Wing Fortress any day.
That's fine, man. You do you, boo.
At least I get the better gameplay with it as well.
I mean, fair. Like, that's all fair. Can't even deny that. So it's either Sonic 4 or Sonic Forces now.
Sonic 4 is on my shit list. That's.
But
I know I said Sonic Forces because it was like fresh in my mind, but
are we ready to?
I swear, like I felt like a sleeper agent with the Sonic 4 Episode 1 and 2.
The only reason I didn't anticipate Sonic 4 is because I haven't actually played it, so I'm not aware how bad it is. I'm not fully.
It's incredibly forgettable. Like you can play it and kind of get enjoyment out of it, but then you remember this is Sonic 4. What the fuck? Like, is that kicks it? Like,
this was supposed to be a return to roots kind of thing because Sonic's stupid friends aren't there.
Yeah, it was meant to be.
Rather had Sonic stupid friends breaking levels.
It was originally intended to be just a little retro throwback for mobile devices called Sonic the Portable. But then, as part of a marketing thing, Sega decided to market it as Sonic 4, the sequel you've been waiting, 17 years for?
Your whole life.
Yeah, no, they literally said the sequel you've waited 17 years for. It's like, well, if this is the sequel that we waited 17 years for, I think Sega are fucking laughing at us right now.
Dude, it'd be like if Kingdom Hearts 3 came out and it just wasn't as good as Kingdom Hearts 2. Oh, shit.
don't go there. Don't go there.
But, okay, I'll go for... Okay, so for the 2010s, it's tough, because there are some fucking stinkers in the 2010s. Be it Sonic 4, be it Sonic Free Riders. Yeah, alright, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric is very repetitive and not very good. But I'd take all of those over, I'm sorry, Sonic Lost World 3DS. So here's the thing. It makes it 10 times more egregious that the movement system in Sonic Lost World 3DS is actually good. The movement system is better than it is in the fucking console version. And also, it's a 3DS Sonic game that's in 3D. Holy fuck. But then, you do the tutorial level, it's like, oh cool, it's 3D. Then you get to Act 1, and you're going through it. It's the first fucking level of the game. You're going through it, and then suddenly this giant worm caterpillar comes out of the ground and blocks your way. Now, Dylan has at least shown me that you can just kind of go around him. So I have to be fair and mention that. But this is going to become a regular occurrence, where you'll be in a level. You'll be in a level you're running along, and then this big boss rises up from the ground. Or maybe it will be a button that's inside a cage. And so you got to go to this different route and get that. And then you get to, like, the Desert Ruin one, and the first act is nothing but slides. It's a maze of slides. It's a fucking evolution of the tube mazes. And then there's levels where it's like you're pushing a snowball around while a snowman is hunting you down. And it's like, what the fuck am I doing here? This is a 12-minute long level. There's no camera control, so I don't know where the fuck the snowman is. What am I doing here? And it doesn't let up. The first and last time you get to do a full, like, running stage as Sonic, Okay, no, I'm exaggerating a little bit because they do have some levels in the Windy Hill one. But once you're out of Windy Hill, the first
Whiny.
act will be, oh, it's a 3D stage. JK, here's a wisp. It's mandatory. You got to use it, and you'll spend your entire time as a wisp. Then Act 2 will be some bollocks collection thing that doesn't have camera controls, and then the last one is 2D. And I'm just like, okay, thanks. This is great. This is exactly what I wanted. You gave me all that movement and all that space in the tutorial, but this is just great. I'm happy to be a wisp or 2D, whatever the fuck. Nah, I fucking hate Lost World 3DS. It's absolutely diabolically awful, in my opinion.
What's your opinion of Lost World Wii U?
I could give a take. Like, it has issues, definite. Like, some things are just overly frustrating. And I really don't like how desperately it's trying to be a Mario game. From the art style to the general tone of it and stuff like that. I think, like, stylistically, it is a low point for Sonic. But in terms of, like, gameplay, it's competent. Like, the level design is alright in parts, especially, like, the 3D ones. I think 2D is completely redundant if you don't have a momentum aspect to it, and Lost World doesn't really do that. It's more anti-gravity and parkour based, so 2D is just a complete non-thing in Lost World on the Wii U. I mean, I haven't even played it on the Wii U, to tell the truth. I played it on PC. I got through it.
It's a near identical experience. I think you spend a little more time on the Wii U ones because you have the flicky requirements, and I think they're higher in the Wii U version.
I think the PC one still has flicky requirements, if I'm not mistaken.
It does, but it's not as much as like the Wii U version. But then
they
again,
also
the
got
Wii
rid of
U
the carnival
technically had
as well.
Yeah, they got rid of the carnival, and you don't have access to like the Nintendo DLC officially.
Another thing that bums me out is the Knights DLC, because here's the thing. I fucking love Knights. I think that game is brilliant. Yeah, as of December. As of December, I am hyperfixated on Knights, okay? I think it's brilliant. Yes. And they have a Knights DLC for Sonic Lost World. And there's a lot here that should be making me happy, seeing Knights and stuff, and like you see the beautiful architecture of a Knights game, and you've got the bosses from Knights into Dreams, but here's the problem. It is completely unflattering to the Sonic aspects. You've got Sonic looking chopped as fuck in a world that looks way better than anything else in the game, and then you've got these brilliant nightmare and boss designs with the Deadly Six riding on their backs. It's so uncomplimentary, and it made me kind of hate Sonic. And I was just like, well, that's not a good feeling.
It's like Sonic is a parasite on this beautiful franchise.
Exactly.
So,
like, it's Sonic. I love Sonic.
Well, if you want to feel insulted, there you go.
The saddest thing is it's almost like Knights is doing Sonic a service when Knights hasn't had a game in like forever.
Well, now there's going to be a AAA Knights game. Let's see.
I mean, there is a tease of like the Sega thing and properties they want to revisit, and Knights was on there, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Like, I really want to see a new Knights game. But also, can we get Klonoa as well? I know it's not Sega. No, who makes Klonoa? Bandai Namco.
That's just a
Bandai. Yeah, no cannoli for you.
Do you remember, I don't know if you were there, Ian, but me harassing the Xbox chatbot saying, I bought an Xbox hoping to play the entire Klonoa back catalog, but I only find out there's one Klonoa release on here. Either commission more Klonoa games, or I will sell my Xbox.
Mr. Terry Chaos bringing up that the Zelda DLC was the best part of Lost World. I agree.
It gives you lots of space. I think that's the thing, is Sonic games need a lot of space. Like, because you've got a character that's really fun to control. So you don't just want to be railroaded the whole time like Sonic Forces. So I think, regardless of whatever you think of Sonic Frontiers, because I think, there's valid perspectives on either side. It's the right overall genre. Like, putting Sonic in an open world is the right way to go. I just would like to see it in a much better quality game next time.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sonic Lost World 3DS sucks butts. That's what I wanted to say.
You're gonna get us demonetized.
Also, there should never be a run button in a Sonic game. I just want to say that just feels fundamentally wrong. You have to hold the button to run.
I think they should do a walk button. So, like, if you do just want to do a walk button instead. So if you need to do a controlled little jog, you can just do that. I mean, Sonic Unleashed let you crawl.
the funny thing is that the boost button is essentially a run button, just at a higher speed.
I mean, in Frontiers, it's definitely a run button more than it is a boost.
Yeah.
I'm kind of hoping that the next Sonic game will let you still go fast even if you're not boosting. Or maybe just ditch the boost now. Like,
no, you just got to go and send them your slider, your setup for for like pseudo momentum.
oh, come on, you can admit it felt kind of good though, right? Like,
It felt good only at high speeds. When you're at low speeds, I hated it.
well, yeah, the idea is you earn your speed. Like,
Yeah, but this is not the game to earn speed. This is like some bullshit. But you know what? Whatever.
oh, just do the
Fair.
injections like a normal person for fuck's sake. Verdana, what would you say is the worst of the 2010s?
Well, if it wasn't clear, I personally lean towards Sonic Forces being the worst, but that's already been said. So for the sake
You
of
can
nominating,
yell at it more.
that is true. But for the sake of bringing another game into the conversation that we haven't really talked about yet, I will nominate Sonic Boom: Rise of Lyric. That
He's doing the
Fantastic
greatest hits
masterpiece.
for his worst choices.
I'm doing the greatest hits. Yeah.
Great. I love
Good.
it.
Well, we haven't talked about it yet, and I feel like part of the point is sort of cover as much ground as possible. So I don't want to just sort of repeat this answer.
No,
that's
that's
already-
fair. That's fair. Also, your mic's cutting out a little bit again.
Oh, I could change mics really quick, but you might have to put me
it's
back
up
into the
to
call.
you. Oh
Yeah,
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 no,
we-
that's.
we-
I
we
mean,
can
we
cover
could
for you
do
for
that
a
in a
bit.
timely manner, and we can encourage the audience to twiddle their thumbs in the meantime.
Oh, we can cover for a bit and just kind of.
Hold on.
got
I actually have the other mic set up already, so it would just take a second.
Okay.
So I could just, if I just leave the call, I could just go back into the
Yeah.
angry face lobby.
Yeah, you do what you got to do, man.
All right, give me 1 second.
Twiddle thumbs,
I guess
twiddle
what I
thumbs,
can't-
twiddle thumbs. He's back. Welcome back.
I guess
Twitter
what I can say.
thumbs.
What I can say real quick is that I know somebody was saying like, "Oh, Sonic Boom: Rise of Lyric, you got to talk about Sonic Boom: Rise of Lyric." I haven't played the game enough. I played like an hour,
Well, what do you got to say, Verdana?
and then
Is
I
your
saw like channel puzzling for a little bit.
Yeah, is
so
the
that's it.
mic good?
Oh, that's way
Yeah,
better.
Yeah, you're good.
That's way
Okay.
better.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like most people think of Sonic Boom as the Sonic 06 of the 2010s, and that's
They definitely
that's a
treated
pretty.
it
Yeah,
as
I
such.
agree.
In
It's a
many
decent
ways,
comparison.
it is. Like, yeah, I can see the
Yeah.
comparison.
By the way, is there any echo? Just out of curiosity, because I don't have headphones on
No,
right
you're
now.
good.
Nah, you sound
You're
good.
good.
You sound good.
Okay, awesome. But yeah, no, they're both similarly unfinished and have game-breaking bugs. They both have one bug specifically that allows you to jump infinitely into the sky. In Sonic 06, you need a crate. In Sonic Boom, you just need Knuckles.
Best character in the series for a reason.
But at least 06 felt like it was a good idea at its core, whereas Sonic Boom, well, I don't want to say it was a terrible idea. It's just I don't find the gameplay really fun at all. Whereas I feel like Sonic 06, if it had been finished, had some fundamentally good ideas and even some good level design, which could have been fully realized. Sonic Boom to me just feels kind of like it feels kind of like it's trying to be kind of like a Ratchet and Clank game to me in some ways in
It's
terms of how
definitely,
it
more-
moves and feels.
More that direction.
Yeah, and that's just not really necessarily what I'm looking for in a Sonic game at all. The
I think
story is terrible.
The big mistake was, like, there are parts of the game where you can move fast, but for the majority of it, Sonic runs at a regular pace, and I think the second they thought that was something they needed to do for the gameplay, they needed to reevaluate the priorities. That's one of those things where even just on paper, it doesn't make any sense to make a Sonic game that doesn't have high-speed gameplay embedded into it. Otherwise, you can play anything, you know? I've only played the game in its patched state. So they did release a patch, which made, like, the Knuckles glitch impossible to do. And, like, they did patch up a lot of the issues overall. It's still a very unpolished game overall, but I would say the patched version, in terms of glitches, I wouldn't say it's as comparable to 06. But the main issue is just that the gameplay loop is very repetitive. I like the structure being a bit more Jak and Daxter in a way, where it's like, you kind of make your way to the next level and you kind of, go through this process. I think that's really cool. Like, you go to, I don't know, some island paradise, but first you have to go through the mines from your little hub world. That's all really cool on paper, but it's not full enough. But also, it boils down to you either trundle to a fucking floor switches puzzle and it'll be 2D, or you go to a beat 'em up arena and beat up some enemies, and it gets incredibly repetitive and incredibly mind-numbing. And yeah, I think the problem is the game is just very dull. I don't think it's like a 0 out of 10 like a lot of people would say. I see it as more like a 4, but like a high 4 overall. But like
49.
right, okay, fine. But
yeah, I feel like the combat's just really not engaging and kind of button mashy. And when that's kind of the core of a lot of the game, that just really makes it not fun for me.
I'll still take the
And the
combat over
platforming is
heroes,
also
though.
sluggish.
Like you can get a game that's button mashy and have it feel great, but Rise of Lyric is not that.
It's a basic attempt at replicating other things, and it just doesn't really pull anything off.
I mean,
It feels like what it
shovelware
is.
game.
That it's
the
a
Werehog
bad
does
tie-in.
that better. Like,
Yep,
Like
Yeah.
I'll give it that. Yeah,
Rise of Lyric feels more like a shovelware game.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
yeah, it does feel like the old like TV tie-in game. And
Yeah.
I will say that might be why I did actually get the enjoyment that I did get out of Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Is a lot of us in the UK mainly grew up on a diet of like movie tie-in games and stuff. Your Mario and stuff didn't really become a household name until quite a bit later. So like I grew up with games like The Incredibles and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric fits right in there with like those kind of games, so it kind of felt nostalgic for me. And I was like, yeah, it's a very weak Jak and Daxter clone. But I do like Jak and Daxter, so if you're cloning it, I'm probably not going to have the worst time. I think the worst part of the game, though, is the boats. Like, funny I said I like the boats in Rush Adventure, but the fucking boats in Rise of Lyric. Like, god damn it, you got like 3 different guns that you gotta use. You gotta use specific ones, and then the boat sinks over the slightest little thing. It just, fuck the boat, man.
I had no idea there was a boat in the game.
Oh yeah, there's a boat.
Yeah, there's a
God.
boat minigame section.
Again, I
There's
only ever
always
played
a
an
boat.
hour. I only played the game for an hour, so
Sonic and boats go hand in hand, man. Like,
Yeah, like Sonic and Water.
Sonic and the Boat Knight.
he loves water. Sonic
Oh,
loves
yeah.
it.
I think there's a whole Sonic,
Sonic and the Big
episode about
Boat.
it.
instead of
that
Sonic and
could-
the Big
no,
Cheese,
that's
it's the Big
literally-
Boat.
That's a storybook game. Sonic and it's Noah's Ark. Sonic and the Big Boat.
I would play it. I'd give it a shot.
You got to get 2 of every flicky.
Yeah.
Like isometric gameplay, but with motion controls.
And God.
Ew.
I don't know why, but I thought you were going to say motion sickness. I'm like, yeah,
I thought you were gonna
that's
say it was
definitely a thing you can get
All right, isometric gameplay, fucking motion
with motion
controls,
sickness.
and religion. These are the
And religion,
3 pillars of this game. No offense to anyone who's religious, of course. But okay. Yeah, is there more to
The
say about
structure
Rising?
can't stand without a 4th pillar. You need a 4th pillar.
The Bethel Church of Supernatural Ministry. There you go.
I was going to say music, but okay.
Anything further to say on Rise of Lyric, Badana?
Why they gave Sonic a scarf, and I never liked it.
Oh, I
It's fair.
liked the scar.
To hide his disgusting sweaty neck.
Perhaps.
And his gross elongated legs.
Gotta give credit though. The
Didn't
character
they,
model.
they made
was-
his arms blue for that design, didn't they?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But you're with a blue arms truther here, so be careful.
Oh, okay. I'll watch my step.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm a blue arms truther, but I can also understand why people might not love the blue arms.
So he's reasonable.
I mean, like,
You know,
I will give credit to Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. I think it has good character models. The character models, I would actually say, are a better quality than a lot of the character models we see in Sonic games today. And the animations
It's
are
okay,
very
I'm making
good,
the next
too.
Sonic model. It's fine.
You do it then, Frank. Come on, man. I'm waiting. You're keeping me waiting longer for this than Dylan's keeping me waiting to watch the Snyder Cut together.
I do like the design of the other 3, especially Tails, like giving him sort of goggles and like some like a sort of they make him look a bit more like a mechanic. So that
Yeah.
I like. It's really I just don't like Sonic's new design.
Yeah, I
basically.
agree.
I don't like the extra quills on him. Those are the bits that I find extra egregious.
Yeah, I don't like
'cause I'm
that either.
Oh, look, he added little quills as well. Wow. Star. Knuckles? I'm not in, like, so I think the bigger proportions have been done much better by the movies, but I will take Boom Knuckles over Knuckles' current design in the games, where you really have to take his word for it that he's strong, and his head looks like it's been put through a toilet paper tube.
Well, especially since he can look good in that normal design he has, because I think he looks really good in Heroes. I think he looks quite good in like the adventure games.
I
So,
mean,
yeah,
in
they've
Dream Team fixed that model by giving him more quill volume, but the games just insist on having him look absolutely chopped at the moment, and I just don't understand why. But once again, Dream Team can do no wrong.
Except for Beyond Apple Arcade.
That's not its sin. That's the sins of the father.
Heck yeah. All right, we doing best.
All right, let's do best of the 2010s. Shall we actually do this in a different order? Let's go backwards.
We make Verdana go again.
Ooh, I get first pick this time. Oh,
yeah,
nice.
because I feel like you've just been waiting
Awesome.
so patiently this entire episode. I think we should go in the reverse order now.
Well, let me think. I mean, personally, I think my favorite game from the 2010s is probably Sonic Colors.
Ooh, color shooter.
Yeah, no, I'm a Colors truther. I remember playing it with one of my friends a lot back when I was in school. Like we did a playthrough of it together. So I have good memories based on that. But also just I mean, Sonic Unleashed is kind of the game that reinvented the wheel with boost gameplay and all that. But I think Sonic Colors, for me personally, I'm sure not everyone will agree with me. I know a lot of people really like Unleashed, but for me, Sonic Colors is where like they sort of really it really like showed its true, like its full potential, this new format, and in Generations as well. And then obviously they just sort of dropped the ball spectacularly after that. But Sonic Colors was that brief window when it looked like the franchise was back. And I mean, the story isn't great, obviously, but like even so, I do like the setting. I think the game just has a really nice look to it as a great
The art
vibe.
direction
really like
is some of the best in the franchise. Like,
yeah. And I think the level design is great in that one. I do have to admit that the control for the 3D segments is very slippery and non-ideal. But there aren't that many 3D segments. It's mostly a 2D game, and I think the 2D parts really shine. I think it's some of my favorite 2D levels for any like newer Sonic game.
I think
Okay.
Colors is an interesting one though, because like a lot of people do tend to say it was the one to kind of do away with the gimmicks, but I do think Colors lives
totally has
and
a gimmick.
dies. I think it lives and dies by its gimmicks more than a lot of others do. In that, I
No,
think the game is.
I agree with that. I don't think it does away with gimmicks. I think
Yeah.
it just does its gimmick well.
Well, I think the thing
Yeah,
for
for sure.
me though is, if a lot of people will go back to Sonic Colors and play it without the wisps, and maybe play it with the Supersonic instead. And I think it's a very unflattering way to play it, because I think most of where the good level design is when you like use the drill wisp and you find a different little route underground in Sweet Mountain and stuff like that, and there are little goodies to find, and it feels really well put together and really well designed. But you do miss a lot of that if you don't engage in the wisps. And I would say, you know, like, God forbid a game expect the player to engage with its mechanics and stuff like that. But I do think the wisps are something that I think Shadow Generations did much better, if you kind of view the Doom powers as like an evolution of the wisps, is they don't pull you out of that high-speed flow that you're already in. Whereas the wisps in this, you'll go like, laser, and they'll stop, and then he does the thing. That can kind of hurt that Sonic flow. And the other thing I have is like, a lot of the 2D sections, I think, are incredibly blocky in ways that don't feel designed for Sonic. But then the 3D sections don't really have a great deal of gameplay, and probably the best example of this for me would be Starlight Carnival, where I'm quick-stepping on these beautiful fucking pathways through space, but I'm not doing anything. I'm just going left and right, and now I'm in a 2D section, and it might as well be a Mario game. I don't think Sonic Colors is bad by any stretch. I think it's a great game, but I think, like, it's one that really lives and dies by the wisps, and I think if it wasn't for them, it would be much worse. And I think, you know, that's quite a sensitivity for the game to have.
Well, yeah, I definitely don't think it's flawless. But when it comes to the 2010s, the only real competition for me, just in terms of the ones I played, because I haven't played every Sonic game out there, but like it's really between Colors and Generations for the 2010s, and Colors has the edge for me personally, but largely just because Generations is so short. It takes like no time at all to get through the full game. Colors has a bit more meat on its bones. I agree with what you were saying that the platforming can be kind of blocky, and that the wisps can sometimes just kind of stop the
And I
flow
do
of the
agree that
level.
Generations is too short as well. It's kind of over before it starts. That being said, that's the story, but like Generations does have like I think overall 100 stages if you include challenge acts, and I generally found the challenge acts of Generations to be more fun than the filler acts of Colors. Personally.
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Also, if some is not enjoying the cutscenes of the game is something I could very much so understand. Having your fill of baldy nose hair
They are
is
in
understandable.
No
Yeah,
copyright on the universe.
I genuinely just prefer the sort of wearing its heart on its sleeves cheesiness of like the older Sonic scenes where it's completely not self-aware as to how goofy it is,
Oh,
but
I
it's really
agree.
charming.
It's sincere. Like,
Yeah, whereas this feels a bit like scared to be sincere, so it's trying to be jokey.
yeah, it's kind of like an exaggeration of like the old MCU problem, I guess, where everything has to hide
Has to be
behind
quippy.
irony. Like, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, despite that, I generally still think the levels are well designed. I really like the music. For me, this is the last Sonic game that has a soundtrack that I love. Like after this, I don't know if this is a controversial opinion, but I'm of the thought that Sonic soundtracks have been in decline for a while, and Sonic Generations was the first one that I wasn't as big a fan of. I wasn't super into just sort of like synthy pop remixes of like older Sonic songs that have just sucked all the timbre out of the music, and just sort of like, I don't know, just like a dubstep full blast version of songs that used to have sort of more thoughtful composition.
I'd agree with
The music
that.
has gone in kind of
Shadow
a specific
Generations.
direction.
But I think Sonic Generations, I thought, did a better job with it. Granted, it did kind of stylistically homogenize the modern Sonic and the classic side of things.
Yeah.
So I can kind of see that angle. I don't know, like, I guess it also depends where you stand on Sonic Frontiers' soundtrack, because that's quite a divisive one, but, like, it's also quite a popular one, too. Like,
I'm not a huge fan of it. Some of the songs I like, but some of the ones in those subspace levels, I remember disliking to the point that I would actually mute the game and like listen to music, just like music on Spotify.
Oh, jeez.
And I'd never done that before with a Sonic game ever.
I'll say
That's the first time I ever felt the need to do that.
for me, the Sonic Frontiers soundtrack wouldn't stack up nearly as high were it not for the Titan boss themes. But I do like the atmospheric open zone music, and I do enjoy the cyberspace stuff. I can enjoy EDM, but like, I can also understand why it's also like, I think Sonic going non-melodic feels kind of redundant when it relies too much on like the noises and stuff. Because when you think about like Sonic music, it's all hummable, you know, that's the strength of it, is how memorable those melodies are. So if you go non-melodic and have something that's way too electronic, you don't really have any of the Sonic value there, you know?
Right.
Well, as for Sonic Colors, I really, really like the Tropical Resort and Sweet Mountain themes.
Yeah,
Those are just earworms.
Sonic
and just as
Rumble
for
has
levels in
incredible remixes of those.
I think Planet Wisp stands out.
Yes.
Probably.
Do you like
that's my
Reach for the
favorite
Stars as
game.
the main theme? Because I really like that one.
Yeah, that one. It definitely sticks in your head after you
I
play the
also
game for sure.
really enjoy Speak With Your Heart. That's kind of an earworm. I know the vocoder's not for everyone, but I still think it's a really nice song.
I thought it was really lame.
Little hot
The
take
orchestra,
on,
the orchestra new version's really good, I would say.
a little hot take on the Reach for the Stars is I prefer the remix from the Colors Ultimate. I just love how much piano there is in it.
It's great. Yeah.
If we're talking about Speak With Your Heart, I will only listen to the original. The remix
Yeah, I
is
prefer the original.
horrible.
Yeah, the original one. Also, the original one has the edge over the Symphony one for me as well because of the final stretch of it being a bit more like choir and like feeling like this all together thing, whereas it goes EDM or I don't know what the exact genre is, but like it goes more that style in the other one, and I just kind of like the big kind of all together now kind of vibe of the original. It just fit the tone of colors, I thought.
Despite it only being Sonic and Tails.
You know how it is.
And
Everyone all
Yacker.
Actually, yeah, is that
Who?
not the symbolism within the music, though? Is that it's talking about how they don't really understand each other, and I believe the vocoder was chosen to kind of rep the translator device, and as you get towards the end of the song, the voices get more natural, and they talk about how it's, like, coming clear in the lyrics and stuff like that. I think those are all deliberate representational decisions, and very smart at that, like...
If that's the case, then yeah, that's genius.
Yeah, I think Speak With Your Heart is a really fun track, and I love Reach for the Stars as well. I obviously, my preference overall is when Sonic music goes ridiculously hard for no reason, but the appropriateness of like Sonic Colors' more pop soundtrack is definitely there, you know? I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a mark of how well received Sonic Colors was when it came out that they've kept shoving wisps into random games since, even when they're completely not needed.
Once again, missing what people liked about their smash hit game. Like how like Mania came out, and they were like, I got just the thing. All right, what are you going to do? I'm going to put the drop dash in everything.
Everything.
Oh my god.
I mean, I do like the drop dash in most things, but like, yeah, didn't need to be in everything.
Let's put it in Genesis Sonic 1 where it doesn't, or Genesis Sonic 2 where you can use it off of almost anything.
I mean, to be fair, adding it back into the classics, I'm fine with. I just think it's very funny when you're looking at adding it like generations.
So,
like,
so there's
it did not
a,
need to be in generations. The spin dash is already overpowered enough.
They were in Forces too, weren't they?
Yeah.
Just in the classic stages.
Although, like modern Sonic getting the drop dash in generations is even sillier because you have to stop your momentum by doing a home attack first. But I will
feel like
say,
someone pitched to the dev team and they were like, "Why?" You know, they just did it. Yeah. Someone said to do it.
It's the thought process I'm making fun of more so than the actual mechanic, because I will say it is fun to incorporate it into playthroughs. Even if you're like not necessarily going for the strongest time, but are going more for piss points. Like, you know, it can be nice just to, you know, get a little extra flair, a little extra panache in there, you know.
Agreed.
All right.
Agreed.
Okay. It's my turn. Oh, shit.
I was gonna say I'm willing to go next to rip this Band-Aid off.
Don't disrupt the flow, Frank. Just because you didn't get to go first this time. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so best of the 2010s.
Doesn't that mean you disrupted the flow, pup?
Shut up.
Yeah, you technically did, but I also
best of the 2010s. It would be between Generations and Mania, but I'm gonna go for Generations. Because I just prefer the 3D Sonic.
Wow.
Generations is great. The story's very underwhelming. Does it live up to its fullest potential? Not entirely, but shit, man, it's a good game, goddammit. Like, the level design is great. All the playstyles are fun. No classic Sonic doesn't feel anywhere near as good as he did in the originals, but it's a fine approximation, I guess.
How did Dimps get a better feeling 2D Sonic than, like, the Sonic team?
It's a really good question.
This is true. Like, Generations 3DS had the better classic Sonic.
Can I just say something really quick? I completely forgot about Sonic Mania. I forgot that it came out. And
don't worry, we'll get to it.
If
that's
I
why I'm so
remember,
happy.
then I think that's
happy you
actually
didn't
my
bring it
favorite.
up.
But
That's why I'm happy. Oh fuck.
No. I mean, I already said Sonic Colors. I won't change it, but I'll just put
Getting
that
mad
out
at the person who says Sonic Mania.
No worries.
I mean,
Verdana's going to go again, and he's going to take your idea, Frank.
Sonic
Because then I have to
Mania
come up
and
with another 2010s game.
Sonic Mania and Sonic Generations are very conceptually similar, though, in that it's like we're going back to the past and stuff. It's just that Sonic Generations has that modern Sonic element, and I think it has really fun 3D stages, and I just really gravitate towards those stages. Mania is also, like I mentioned, that Generations is a little frustrating because its story took no advantage of time travel. But Mania is also a little frustrating as well, because, like, it's a brand new classic Sonic game where we got the physics right, so what the fuck are we doing playing the old levels again? Give me the new ones! But to be fair, they did a very good
that's-
job at making them feel fresh. So
Yeah.
The
We'll
whole like unoriginal thing that's so played out. At this
no, but
point.
I will say, would you not rather just have a game that was entirely the original stages?
As much as I would, considering where the franchise was at that point, I would rather they play it safe, and they did.
I just even at the
And it
time I
worked for their
thought like
benefit.
bringing back Green
worked
Hill
for
and
their
Chemical
benefit.
Plant Zone felt redundant, but again,
I
they
agree.
it's a testament to the developers that they managed to make that work. I'm supposed to be talking about Generations right now, though.
All right, talk about Generations then.
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's good in it. All right, now
Hey,
it's
of note. I have to be somewhere by 6:30, so I gotta get going in a little bit.
Do you want to do all of yours first before you go? Then
Not really. Could I just finish this one, maybe?
all right.
You know what? Yeah, fuck it. I'll do all
Ian,
of them.
oh,
all right.
Okay, all right, and then we'll do Ian after. Is that okay, Ian? Are we
All right,
good?
give me. What are my prompts here? What am I doing?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
fine. Yeah.
your prompts are best of the 2010s, and then worst of the 2020s, and then best of the 2020s.
Okay, one at a time there, pal. All right.
right,
Let's
Best
see.
of 2010s.
Best of 2010s. My favorite, it would have to be Generations or Mania. For the reasons that have already been mentioned, really. I don't have a whole lot more to say. They're just really good games.
Sweet.
It's like they do a lot for this franchise, in a time when maybe not every game was super good. But I don't have a whole lot else to say about that specifically.
All right.
All right, worst of the 2020s.
What the hell's even come out in the 2020s?
You have Colors Ultimate. You have Superstars,
Frontier,
Origins,
Superstars.
Shadow
Thanks, okay.
Gems, Dream Team.
Sonic Rumble.
But
Oh.
Rumble is your
Oh.
worst?
No. I'm just saying that's one of them.
Yeah, Rumble
Yeah.
counts.
It's in here.
Yeah, Rumble.
You can do
Oh
crosswords.
gosh, I
I
don't wanna be-
games.
don't want to be super mean, but I think I am gonna pick Rumble.
Fair.
I
Man's
just
literally in the
it
creative
had such a
program.
complicated startup and like that whole preseason debacle where they were like, "Oh well, it's not ready yet," but like there's thousands and thousands of people already playing it and enjoying it, and it's like
And then they never even
it
fixed
made
those
people
issues.
so pissed off. And again, like I got to check it out, and it's like, hey, it's an okay game. It's fine. I enjoy it. Now that it's out and they've added all of this extra stuff, the skills and like random collabs that nobody could have ever called coming, like stuff that you just wouldn't even expect. Smurfs.
The micro
Godzilla's cool as fuck, but like every time I see my friends playing it, I'm like, I just don't want to play. Like it just does not ever feel good to play to me. Like no matter what, the only thing that actually felt good to play was that boost mode that like made you twice as fast
Yep.
as normal,
Yep.
and it's not in the game anymore. I think, right? It's like
That-
not
I
there
think
anymore.
that's
It's not
the
in the
number one
rotation.
thing is why don't you go fast inherently?
I
Like
think
it's
they took it out of the rotation. I think.
They played it
you
too
like it
safe.
sucks. Like there's also no dedicated squads thing. You have to like wait to play with the friends that you want to play with, which is a huge bummer because there's only like I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6 or 8 people that I want to play this game with at a time, right? And it's like we can't really do that ever because it's like either I'm gonna be busy or they're gonna be busy or Rumble's gonna say no, you can't do that right now. And I think for a party game and for something they're trying to push as like a for friends and fans and just chill kind of thing, like a fun party game, not being able to play with the people you want to play with completely defeats the point of it being a party game. Like I don't want to
Worse
play
yet.
a party game with 100 random assholes. I want to play with my friends.
Well, worse yet is
Like-
if you do get a squad, but then you get a team mission and it splits you up anyway.
Well, at least in the squads mode, it forces you to be on the same team. I think, unless there's too
I
many
don't
of you.
think so in a team mode. If there's, I think more.
No,
No,
than
in the
three.
team mode it will. But
Yeah.
if you're doing regular lobbies, like you could do a lobby with your friends, but then you're pitted against them, and you also will get split up on other teams, like Pop
Yeah,
is
that's
saying.
what. Yeah,
It just feels like we've seen how the microtransactions thing has played out. We've seen
It's
where
not
the
satisfactory.
focus tends to lie, and it's like I don't doubt that they're trying to make a good game, but the focus is clearly not on making a good game. It's on making something that's going to make money, and if it's not making money, you can kind of feel it because this game. I've never said this out loud, but I feel like this game feels nervous. Does anyone else get that?
no, I agree
impression?
with
Yes.
that. The fact there's no speed
It
elements
feels
to the base
nervous to
gameplay.
exist. That's why it was in preseason for so long. I feel like it's just, I think
weren't
we're on
confident
a very tight ticking clock, personally, and it's not going well. I don't think.
It's a live service mobile game, so they kind of have to make money pretty quick. Otherwise, they get it gets sunsetted, and there goes the game, and potentially a bunch of jobs.
It sucks because I recognize a lot of time and effort has gone into this, and I do think there are some genuinely good things, and like I do love that they've included IDW characters and Godzilla stuff.
It has
That's
the
awesome.
best remixes of Sonic Colors music.
It does have good remixes, and it has some good visuals and a lot of new models, technically. But it's
And an old Tales
this
from the
game is
Render.
so weird. Like, it doesn't know what it wants to be. It is not really doing its job as a Sonic party game. Like, it is not a Sonic spin-off game. It feels like you could have any characters in here, and it would be the same thing.
Needed to be
For the most
faster.
part.
It needed speed.
So real quick, Jeremy did bring up a point. Sonic Speed Simulator does count as well. I know it's Roblox, but it counts.
I mean, it's
Oh,
technically
that's
an
actually-
official release, but
That's.
it feels.
I don't have as much to say about that, but I don't like it either. But
I think
I enjoyed it.
I think
it's too
really,
mindless
like,
for me.
I
I
just
just
like the
can't
movement
do it
of
for
it.
long
Like
periods.
running around really fast feels good. But okay, Dylan, what about your
Well,
best
I
of
mean-
the 2020s since you're on a time crunch?
Yeah. I almost forgot about that. Let's see. Best 2020s.
It could be Dream Team.
I
Or it
think
could
I will
be a
give it to
full
Dream
game.
Team. Honestly, like I love
Hey!
Shadow Gens, but Dream Team is just fucking immaculate. Like that game is so much fun, and it's got so much updates post launch that I did not expect it to get. To keep people coming back to the point where like they added Shadow as a new character with new missions. They added like all of that
Really
new
cool
ability
playstyle
shit you
too.
can get by doing daily stuff. Which, admittedly, I wish you could just use the stomp on a new playthrough. But
Right.
like literally the only thing bad about that game is that I can't spend $25 to $30 and buy it for like my computer, as opposed to the Apple TV I keep in my closet and pull out when I want to play that.
And
I
yeah,
guess it
still
would be
crash.
nice to have more proper cutscenes, I guess. But,
There you go.
all right. Back to best of the 2010s then. Ian, you're up for best of the 2010s.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be quick. Mania, for all of the obvious reasons. It's just pure, unadulterated fun. I just adore it. I've spent so much time playing that game, playing every single mode, and when the Knuckles and Knuckles mode, just everything about that game just oozes charm and lovability. And just even when they redo old zones, like they just put so much of a new spin on it that it just feels like a new zone at a certain point. Just love it, love it, love it, love it. Love Mania. So
Cool. All right, Franken, you want to rip the Band-Aid off?
Oh, it's too late. He kind of already did it for me. I mean, like Sonic Mania is literally the reason why I'm here. So, like, why I'm making videos.
Good thing
Instead
you
of finding
clarified
something else
that.
to
It
do.
makes it sound like it saved you.
But with
Very
that
cool.
said, I don't want to talk about this game anymore.
Alrighty then. Let's move on then to...
As for
Oh.
actually, yeah,
I was gonna say, Miranda, do
Mania.
you have a time limit, by the way? Because this is a really long podcast this week.
Yeah, Verdana, do you have a time limit, or are you able to stick around?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't. I think
No,
my
it's okay.
audio cut out for a second. No, I'm good.
Okay, just
Wait.
want to make sure that you didn't feel like you couldn't
Yeah, because
leave if you needed.
this is
Yeah, yeah.
one of the longer episodes we've had.
Yeah, you're our...
Yeah, I know. I
guest,
just
not our
assumed that it was
hostage.
usually this long.
I mean,
Alright, in that case, Verdana, why don't you get us started off with the worst of the 2020s?
Lovely. I'm going to refresh myself on what even came out in the 2020s.
I'll
So,
give you
you
the list.
have-
Sonic Colors Ultimate, Sonic Origins, Sonic Frontiers, Sonic Superstars, Sonic Dream Team, Shadow Generations, and Sonic Racing Crossworlds.
also
Okay, well,
Sonic
I
Speeds-
haven't played a lot of those. I think of everything you just said, I'm gonna have to go for worst. I think I'm gonna have to go with Sonic Colors Ultimate, just
Woohoo!
because for a similar logic to picking Sonic Genesis as the worst of
Fair
the
enough.
2000s, just because it I mean, I think it was improved through patches, but at least I know that the initial version of it was a buggy, bastardized version
Oh,
of Sonic
it was-
Colors that
it
had
was
all kinds
terrible.
of issues. That
Yeah,
the original version
post-patch,
had.
it's still not there, but, like, it's a way of playing it, I guess. Like,
It is the most accessible way of playing it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And that is
it's,
the nicest thing I could say about it.
And I think in its current state, I don't think it looks as good as it should. But it's,
No.
like, it's a means to an end. It works. Right, fine. Fine.
I mean, I guess the logic of picking something like that is my least favorite. Even though obviously I like Sonic Colors as a base game, so like all in all, it's probably still not that bad, even with the additional issues. It's kind of the same reason why I hate like the 2019 Lion King remake, where like if you just take it on its own and forget that there was ever an older Lion King game, sorry, not game, movie, an older Lion King movie. There's a lot of good things about it, but I can't pretend that the original doesn't exist and isn't infinitely superior. And so this newer version just exists to highlight flaws that weren't there originally.
What's funny with Lion King is that when I saw the live action or the would I even call that a live action remake? It's still CG and everything. But
I
whatever.
guess
Yeah, they're meant to
The
look
remake.
like real dogs, but like, yeah, it's still ultimately animated.
They're still fake wolves.
Yeah, my favorite character in Lion King was the dogs.
Yeah.
Who let them out? Anyway, the thing is that I don't know. I felt like when I got out of the movie, I was like, I felt like I just saw the same thing that I saw when I was a kid. Like there was nothing that I could tell that was different enough.
It's just the same, but
Yeah,
lesser.
it's worse.
Like,
Why does this exist?
DLSS thing.
DLSS 5?
We're not comparing real work to AI, damn it. But
no,
also,
I'm doing it. I don't give a shit.
It does need to be pointed out, I did miss one in the list of games, Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, because if Speed Simulator counts, that sure as hell fucking counts.
Oh yeah, it counts.
Sonic at
It's a
the
visual
Olympics
novel.
2020, the mobile game.
That one was actually kind of fun. That was a pretty
that
good
was
mobile
decent.
game.
That was decent. Also, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, I guess, if you want to count that.
It was just Sonic at the
I have
Olympic
not
Games,
played a
wasn't it?
single
no,
Mario and
no,
Sonic
no.
at the Olympic Games.
The delisted one, the one that no longer
they're,
exists.
they're all right.
It was a fun game. But okay. Have we said all there is to say about Sonic Colors Ultimate? Are we satisfied?
Probably. I mean, I don't know.
I will say it's amazing how that game still has mono audio after all these patches.
Also, it slices
couldn't figure
your
out-
ear when you hear the homing attack sound.
They couldn't figure out like the audio issues, and it playing on one side. So like, you know what? Fuck it, mono everything. Also, do you accept?
Yeah.
With your 50 park token.
Also, DLC music.
DLC Planet Wisp music
And it's worse.
is fucking ridiculous.
I didn't even know that they did that.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah,
did. Like,
it
if you
was
want
crazy.
your EDM remixes of Planet Wisp, you got.
Yeah, you also couldn't turn the new soundtrack off if you bought the DLC thing. It was just permanently on.
Oh,
Well,
no,
chronically evil.
you can.
They had to update it. They had to update
No, you
it.
Oh,
can't
right,
now.
yeah, with the
You
patch.
couldn't at first.
Yeah.
What is it
Also,
with
the
Sega
Nintendo Nintendo Switch, totally not an emulator. Seizure glitches.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also,
Right.
I will go to bat though. I generally enjoyed the music remixes. Generally. Especially in the case of the ones by Jun Senoi. Like, the boss themes and Terminal Velocity sound the best they've ever sounded in Ultimate.
Yeah, Terminal Velocity is probably the best on that entire soundtrack.
Yeah, like, Jun Senoi stole the show on that soundtrack. Like, he did amazing.
But
I
what is it
still
with
feel-
Sega and like their inability to port games? Like genuinely, like I
Yeah.
remember
That one was
specifically-
outsourced to Blind Squirrel Games, at least. So
Yeah.
this time
Like-
it wasn't technically their fault, aside from rushing them, I think.
I mean, I'd
So
still
the-
say the buck gets passed to the commissioner
but it,
for
yeah,
not
Yeah.
handling it correctly.
But like a year ago, I had people over at my house, and we wanted to play Monkey Ball, and I didn't have like a GameCube or Wii with me, so we decided to buy this port of Monkey Ball that it was like on the Nintendo Switch shop, and it never even crossed my mind that it wouldn't include multiplayer for like the main game setting. But for some reason, it didn't, even though that's like to me and many others, that was like the main sell of the game to like play through the
that's a
levels
funny
with
thing
people.
you mentioned that. I actually refunded the game. I think it was Banana Rumble. Is that it? Or Banana
I
Mania?
think so, yeah.
Or Banana? No, sorry, Banana Rumble's the new
Blitz?
one. Banana
Was it
Mania.
Banana Blitz?
No, Blitz was
Banana
a Wii
Blitz
game.
fucking sucks.
Okay.
No, Banana Blitz has an HD port on Switch.
That's the
Or
only
has an
one
HD
I've
remake.
played, and I didn't like it.
Yeah, no, that game's
It's terrible.
Yeah, I don't like Banana Blitz, but like
Okay.
I don't remember the name of it, but it was one that came out a few years ago, and it was supposed to be a port of like Monkey Ball.
It was 1 and 2. Yeah, that's
Oh,
Banana
Banana
Mania.
Mania.
So
Yeah.
yeah, the problem with that, I had the same thing where my friends and I were excited to play that because we were like, oh yeah, we're gonna play the local multiplayer mode that we used to play in those versions of the game, and then it just didn't have it. And my friend was like, oh, I'm just gonna refund it, I guess. Then I wanted it for the multiplayer. So
Fair enough.
it's
I think,
unfortunate
to be
they
fair,
didn't do that.
the Generations port probably proved that Sega can do it. That being said, it's not like there aren't a couple of visual discrepancies in the Generations port. For example, the grass in Green Hill. The blades are just slightly the wrong shade. Don't know what happened there. It seems like a funny thing to point out, but at the same time, it's like, it is a remaster. It should look better in every way.
Yeah.
Although I think that one benefited from barely being treated as a remaster in the slightest. And which is to be honest all the better. I'm all for just re-releasing these things now. But yeah, so Sonic Colors Ultimate is our first worst of the 2020s. Which is just
Play Sonic Colors Ultimate Project Re-Rainbow.
yeah, that
Hell
mod
yeah.
is spectacular. Yeah. Blue Wolf Blitz's Sonic Colors Re-Rainbow mod is a must-play.
It is a large install, but it's worth it.
Yep.
Yeah, that is...
Fixes a lot.
That's a
beefy
remaster
install,
done right
but-
and an absolute labor of love. Like, wow. For my worst of the 2020s, it's funny because there's a lot of cases that can be made across the board. Like, Colors Ultimate, yeah, you take a game that was considered a turning point for 3D Sonic and turn it into what can easily be considered a bad game. That's a problem, and I think when Sonic Origins first released, it was pretty fucking embarrassing. But they patched Origins, and the Plus did add a lot to it that I think really elevated it. I'm at a point now where I'm happy with Origins. There's still more I would have liked, but I'm at a point where I'm satisfied. I do revisit it a lot.
I kind of wish they did two things. They would fix the game before like going full on with the Plus update, but also giving a bit of a discount to those who had like bought into the digital deluxe edition, because
Yes,
obviously the difference between that and getting the upgrade would have been like $5, but we had to still pay $10.
Yeah, that was a big fuck you to like the first buyers, and I don't appreciate that. But what I will say is I think it is a testament to the fact that Sonic Colors is an enjoyable game, that Sonic Colors Ultimate is not my first pick. Even then, my pick here for worst of the 2020s, I don't think it's a bad game outright. It's Sonic Superstars. Sonic Colors Ultimate, because it's Sonic Colors, did not piss me off as much as Sonic Superstars did. And the thing with Sonic Superstars is like, oh, come on, we know how to do this. We really do. We're falling back into old habits such as bottomless pits. The levels feel far narrower than they were in Mania and Sonic 3 and Knuckles. The multiplayer is fucking incompetent. The online is non-existent.
And they marketed it as a multiplayer game.
Yep.
The multiplayer mode.
The levels, even those I've soured on. I originally was like, oh, I like it more than Mania because it's all original levels, but it's not. Every single level in this game can easily be pulled up side by side with one in the past and say, yep, that's where that comes from. So it's not very original. The boss fights actively stop the momentum dead. The boss fights are fucking egregious. The boss fights are too much of the game. I hate the boss fights. The boss music sucks. Everything about the bosses is absolutely atrocious. There's not... Go on.
Any of the music that has tried to emulate Genesis music has been terrible in that game.
Yeah, very bad. Jun Sonoi's compositions in that game are very bad, which is such a shame, because Jun Sonoi is one of my favorite composers. But,
I think it's more of an instrumentation thing. Like, I feel like as a composition, like, it could sound better if it wasn't just, let's emulate...
I disagree. It's not just that. That's a problem. But the boss theme, for example, the loop is 12 seconds long, and some of these bosses go on for 5 minutes. It's unacceptable, in my opinion. Like, and it's just a sliding scale going downward. It's nothing. And there are just way too many Jun Sonoi compositions that are just 12 seconds long. I don't understand it. You wouldn't do that with an adventure game. Superstars doesn't really have a great aesthetic to it. I was not nearly hard enough on this game when it first came out, but here's the thing. Usually when you play a classic Sonic game, it gets better with replay because you get better at the stages, you get your flow state up, and that's great. And Superstars has that element, but it's also on replay where you realize just how fucking egregious every roadblock is. The wisps, the fucking emerald powers don't feel diegetic with the game. The special stages are non-existent.
Wisps.
There's so many parts where it's like, oh, a portal's opened up, so you can skip a large chunk of the level. I'm like, well, that's not fun. I wanted to play that, you know? And then Trip's story. Need I say more? Fuck it. Terrible. Hate it. Awful. Sonic Superstars.
Please say more, because I've actually never played it.
Sonic Superstars
Oh man,
is a
it's
5
like a bad
out of
Mario
10.
Maker level made by a child. Like they just take spikes and put it everywhere.
Yeah,
It's like you can see the level still, but it's like, oh, there's a bad neck, there's spikes, bad neck, bad neck. Like if you did it without defeating a bad neck, you wouldn't be able to do it, Frank. It
and
wouldn't
then
happen.
also there's the Fang not even like the final Fang. Everyone's all like the final Fang is too hard. And I agree. Not every attack this bastard does needs to be an instant kill. I agree with that. But it doesn't measure up to the sheer monotony, the sheer boredom of the overlong auto-scroller where all I'm doing is standing on a fucking tortoise while lava goes up my ass. And I just sit there and I watch him as he upgrades his machine. And I'm sitting there and there's lava coming down. It's been 5 fucking minutes. There is not a single redeeming quality to that boss fight. It is absolutely abysmal. So Sonic Superstars is a 5 out of 10 because it gets enough right to qualify for 5 out of 10. But holy fuck, are the problems with this game ever egregious? And we know better. We know so much better. We had Mania before this. There is no excuse. Fuck it.
I agree. Superstars was my pick as well. All I can say is just I think it's the ugliest looking Sonic game. That's my thought.
Even worse than
is like
Frontiers?
it is a mediocre looking 3DS game, upscaled.
There's something about the game that just genuinely makes me mad. Like looking at it, like not the gameplay.
It's
Like
insulting.
obviously the gameplay annoys me, but it really is like a personal me.
I bought the game because it was on sale, and I played through like the first act, if I recall.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like compelled to really keep going. I didn't really have strong feelings on it, but that was like a few weeks ago, and I haven't kept playing it yet. So I don't know what that says. I didn't feel
Superstars
comfortable
is,
like picking it because I barely played it. Like
It's
for my nomination, but
Superstars is kind of... It backloads the worst stuff. Like, the first couple of levels are pretty solid and pretty fun and breezy, and also have the best music. It's like, when you get to the halfway point, suddenly, like, the budget got slashed or something, because now the music is all done on vacuum VST, and it's just, like, the levels are now like, hey, here's a big hydraulic press in the background that causes you to bounce, or like, here's a snake that will run you into spikes, or even in, like, the fucking Egg Fortress thing, like, it has those bits where you have to slowly float through lasers, and it's like, why am I slowly doing this?
Okay,
Can you
so
speed the fuck up?
I thought the hydraulic press one was actually kind of fun.
I'm
thought that
okay
was
with the
alright.
hydraulic press, but it was like a first instance of the gimmick comes first, if you get me. Like, I
Yeah.
will agree that I think Press Factory is better than I think it's given credit for. Cyberstation pisses me off because it's just like, it looks cool. It looks really fucking cool.
Voxel Sonic.
I do like my so retro voxel Sonic enough, but it's like, it gets into a game of mouse where you can only see like 2 inches above you, and one of the pathways is going to send you into an electric field. And it's just dickish. We know better than this. It's not a Game Gear game. Shit.
I mean, like I don't remember how much I played of it, but again, the fact that I didn't like feel strong enough emotions about it to keep going with it, whereas like I basically binged through Shadow Generations over the course of a couple days. Like I think I beat it in like two or three sittings.
Yep.
I wanted to space out a bit, but like that game, I very much so wanted to finish the second I started playing. It was like
Yeah.
Right.
noticeable difference.
It's compelling.
Yeah.
All right, Ian, do you want to say more on Superstars?
No, just that it is. It's just unique in the sense that I don't really comprehend or understand how much I hate this game. Like just looking at it makes me mad, and I don't actually really know why. But
It's
I
like-
don't.
yeah, I
of it?
don't. I don't even hate it. I don't even think it's a bad game. It just makes me so fucking angry.
It's so infuriatingly mediocre.
It's a game that
the
I'm-
classic.
Yeah, it's like when you've been in a relationship with someone too long and you just argue with them more than not, but you still low-key kind of love them. Like that. I don't
Well,
like
I think for
it.
you, it just also hits the fact that you made a bunch of videos defending it, and then over time, it just betrayed you.
Yeah, I was like, hey, guys, give
It's
this a
the
fair
classic
crack.
Sonic game of all time.
And then I'm like, no, what are you doing to me? You're supposed to become more fun on replay. And that's how I realized you can't truly review a Sonic game until you've replayed it.
Yeah, but no, I really don't have anything else to say.
Okay, then, Franken, what's your worst of the 2020s?
All right, here we go. Sonic Frontiers.
I saw it coming.
But why?
Okay, well, let's start with the easy one. It looks like shit.
Yep.
Like
the
visually, it
visuals
is probably
do look like they were sneezed into existence.
it is one of the ugliest Sonic games I have played in a long time.
Yep.
I guess the only decent thing about it would be like the soundtrack, but I'm kind of like mixed on it. Some like overworld stuff I like. Anything that has to do with the I'm forgetting with the Titans or whatever they're called. I don't mind it. I think it's fine. It's fun. The actual game itself, oh my god, where do I begin? Open zone. Not incredibly terrible, but doesn't feel great at the same time. Like it feels okay enough to go around in, but it's not something I'm gonna want to do all the time and just boost around and play around. I know people have said that it is a lot of fun to do that, but I'll be completely honest, I can only do that for so long without getting bored.
It is going to live and die
because-
based on how much you enjoy that, and I enjoy it, but, like, yeah, if you don't, then, yeah.
Because like what aside from going to fight enemies or whatever the bosses are, fighting squid or whatever is on whatever island you're on, whichever the three you're on, what else can you do except for go get some cocoa, go get the fucking whatever the MacGuffin is for that area, whether it's a heart or it's a wrench, because obviously Tails mechanic, or whatever the hell Knuckles was. It was like metals, which
Yeah, they were
made
metals.
no sense. They could have just made it his fist,
Operation
but
Big
I guess it would-
Wave.
yeah, because he's such a great general or whatever the fuck he was. But aside from that, like the only other thing you could do is go fight things. And yeah, they added missions to it in Final Horizons. I don't think they're any good. But it's just a lot of running around on a boring nothingness world full of things to hit. And then we get into the cyberspace stuff, which I don't care exactly how much you tweak it, it feels like shit to control. And it's inconsistent with the open zone because they, like, yeah, technically you can boost, you can stomp, you can do the spin dash, you can do the drop dash, you can whatever, but they feel very different. And, like, it just feels like I'm playing two different games and neither of them are complete enough to feel, to be, like, any interesting or for me to at least even give it some kind of credit. I don't like either of them. A lot of the level design from the cyberspace is just taken from better games and makes me want to play those games instead, and anything that's original sucks. And then there's the story.
Still thinking
I
about the
don't like
Coco?
Yes, I'm still thinking about the Coco. I want them to go extinct. I mean, they technically did, so.
I mean, the Ancients
yay us.
are the worst. Like, in Final Horizon, they are so petty for no reason.
Yeah, they are. I don't like the idea that they had to go and rewrite a new ending. I don't like the fact that, everything had to be... And this might just be with the English one, because I don't know what the Japanese script is like, where they have to shoehorn every fucking single reference to something. I get it. Sonic used to be cool. There were all these characters, and now there's only 4. Well, unless you count Big the Cat, but fuck Big the Cat. The only good thing about that fishing area is the music and the Monster Hunter stuff. But that's just because I like Monster Hunter.
I will say it's one of the few nice looking parts of the game, in my opinion, when the
It still looks
water's
ugly.
done flashing.
The water's flashing, or it creates this thick outline outside of a character, and it does
Yeah,
it for
but, like,
everything.
okay,
It's not even just
so-
cyberspace.
Okay, so that little close-up where Sonic's eyes open and the electricity, I like that. That looks nice. That's one good-looking part of the game.
Possibly the only, because most of the game looks like genuinely like a PS2 game.
The game looks dreadful.
There are so many PS2 games that look better than this thing. I don't know how they thought this would be okay. But even then, like, I just do not understand. Like, it's funny whenever I talk about like the things I don't like about Frontiers. I always wonder if did I even play the same game as everyone?
I guess
Like, I feel like I played a completely different video game.
to put a positive spin on it and just to kind of like reaffirm my own stance, because I poke fun at this game a lot. I actually really, really enjoy Sonic Frontiers. I think it's a game that is definitely more than the sum of its parts, because its parts, whoo boy, like every single aspect of this roasting dinner is undercooked, with the exception of the soundtrack. That's fine, but like I think it's just a testament to like take Sonic and put him in a big open space, and I'm just gonna be like, hey, I could throw myself off of that thing. What happens if I spin dash off of here? What happens if I drop dash off of this section? And I do quite, even though I hate the way it looks, I do quite enjoy the structure of, like, there are little mini bite-sized Sonic levels dotted around this map, and you basically go up there and do those, and you get the memory tokens and bring them back. I think that's a fun structure.
Quest.
Yeah, I
think fetch quest, and
I think
it's
Sonic
not fun.
Sonic as a collectathon is something that I think works well, and I also appreciate if you disagree with that. But like, I did like the role the cyberspace thing played, but I agree with Frank that it doesn't control right. The problem is just that, like, there are parts of the level that are designed for a much better turning system than this, and they nerf the turning in cyberspace when it's actually really good when up on dry land. Dry land, is that the... Nope, that's not the phrase. The open zone.
I mean, that works, I guess.
I think it's a game that is ultimately saved by structure, and the story isn't great. It's undercooked, but it does at least treat it with reverence that has been missing. So that is one of those step in the right direction things. It's just, yeah, like, I just have a lot of fun. Huh?
I got a little more.
Okay.
I swear, like, certain phrases and words are like awakening shit in me, like how angry I'm getting.
No, but the thing is,
first off,
I know we're not
do...
supposed to say that, but like, it is a step in the right direction in a lot of areas to me, anyway.
Is it a step in the right direction? Sure. In some ways, yes, absolutely. It is also a slap in the face to customers, considering the fact that this feels like a beta build of a game that eventually we would get something better later on.
Yep.
But how much were we charged for this shit?
$60.
And then as you go further and further in the game, the requirements for like your memory tokens or your keys or whatever you need, it increases to a degree where it feels like it just got really padded out near the end. Like they threw their hands up, like, oh well, shit, we don't have 2 actual islands. We'll turn this one piece. That'll be an island on its own. Just go up those 6 towers that take forever to get up to, and they're really obnoxious. They're not difficult in the slightest. They're just annoying because you gotta fuck around with sliders to control the game the way that you want to. Except it still doesn't feel that great at times.
I do really resent as well just how kind of comfortable Sega got with false advertisement around this period, because it's technically correct advertising. Like, for example, Chaos Zero in Sonic Forces. That feels like a rug pull. Sonic Frontiers promised like 5 unique islands, but really it was 3. Fucking
3
Sonic
islands
Origins was like
one of them.
additional playable characters, but only by technicality. And then Sonic Superstars, they said there were 12 zones, but there's only 10.
What were the other 2? What, the overworld and the title screen?
Probably. I guess you could say, yeah,
the
like
level select and title screen, yeah.
That completely useless level select and a special stage, maybe.
Yeah, and I had completely forgot about the pop-in and the overuse of Green Hill Zone, Chemical Plant, and Sky Sanctuary, which, yeah, I know I praised Mania even though it does do that, but it's also
but bringing them back
these
fifth
are very
time
good.
is taking the piss.
Yeah, and also Mania, like it controlled well, it looked great, and has some of the best music, some of the best remixes in the series, and that's a hill I'm willing to die on to say that.
No, that's fair.
Because like, but God, I don't, and I'm trying to like piece everything together because like I could just blurt out everything I need to, but I gotta I gotta pace myself. I guess what I could say as well is that as the updates came out, Sega does what Sega does best, and that's overcorrect themselves. And with that, I mean extreme mode, because the game is not designed for a one-hit mode.
Yep.
It just absolutely is not. And Final Horizons, which I will say this about Amy, Knuckles, Tails. I don't mind some of the things that are different about their gameplay. I definitely hated how everything, like some characters needed a wind up.
Yep.
Knuckles' glide, Tails' little drill stomp thing, whatever it's called. I don't want a wind up for everything. And I'm glad they, addressed it a little bit. But the perfect parry. Going through the majority of the game, you kind of you had this extremely forgiving parry to the point of like it might as well just auto parry for you. And then only in two instances of the game they're more time sensitive. With one of them, you have to hit the perfect one every single time. And yeah, as you lower the difficulty, the timing is more forgiving. But that's besides the point.
They don't warn you about that either. Like that.
They don't warn you about it. You learn about it
easy-
once you complete Final Horizons, you get the hint on how to fight the final boss.
Yeah.
It just seems like they overcorrected, and they also let too many things slip through the cracks to be like, hey, maybe we should teach the player how to go and do this somewhat unique boss fight compared to everything else, because everything else could be just, you could delete every boss with ease. But then you have this other one where it's like, oh, you have to hit it in a particular way, yet you're never taught how to do it. And it's just so puzzling why they just don't fucking, I don't know. I feel like Final Horizon is something they shouldn't have bothered with.
I'm so conflicted on Final Horizon myself, because on one hand, I think
Hold on, sorry, I gotta take off now, so I just gotta cut it and say bye. But I'll catch you guys later.
Thanks for being here.
Have a
nice
good one.
to meet you.
Yeah, you too, dude. All right, I'll see you guys soon.
All right,
see ya.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm so conflicted on Final Horizon, because on one hand, I do think it has some of my favorite stuff in Frontiers. Like, I like the structure, playing as the other characters. It has some of my favorite platforming in the game as well. And I really do enjoy the final boss, but it is borderline incompetent how unpolished it is.
They somehow managed to make it less polished than the base game itself, or the rest of the game. And I honestly find this to be quite the insult. Just because this was supposed to be the new direction for the franchise, and like we're playing this beta test and the beta test isn't that good. And honestly, like I'm surprised that the game performed as well as it did. But I think considering what we had before, which was Sonic Forces, I guess any step in the right direction is a massive one.
Hard. That was.
Well, I think I'm inclined to agree with Pup in a lot of ways. That I mean, I guess it's kind of subjective whether you enjoy just sort of roaming the overworld and trying to find every last token you've missed. But personally, I mean, I'm speaking as someone who enjoys collectathon games, but I just find it fun, just sort of twiddling around the overworld and trying to find a way to get up on a big structure, even if it's annoying that the structure pops into view when you're like 10 meters away from it. Yeah. It'd be nice if you had a little bit more visibility, but even
Those
so,
are the floating platforms and the rails.
I just remember there being a lot of moments I'd see something in the distance, or when it popped in the distance, I'd see it and be like, how do I get to that? And then it would take me like a moment to figure out exactly how to do it with the tools that the overworld's provided me. And when I got to the top of it, it would feel rewarding for me to get the token or whatever's up there. The cyberspace levels are hit or miss, but I genuinely do remember finding some of them fun. And I'm not going to say they were hard at all, but they at least felt like they had a little bit more difficulty to them than Sonic Forces, which is a game on baby mode.
Even
I
like that there's.
I was thinking about how I kind of tend to prefer 1-1 in Sonic Frontiers to Lost Valley from Sonic Forces, even though 1-1 is as basic of a level as you could get, but the reason is, it gives you some movement space. Like, Lost Valley is railroaded, you know? Everything's got an invisible wall. At least
gives you a
Frontiers...
little bit of,
Yeah, Frontiers opens it up.
it gives you like empty areas to kind of play around if you need to.
Yes, and
that's what I appreciate
that.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say 1-2. I know I've said so many negative things about cyberspace. 1-2 is probably the best level in the game.
I think 1-2 kind of makes me sad, though, because I think the problem with it is you can easily S-rank it just by taking the lower path, and that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, but it also is one of those things where it's like, yeah, I know original or like classic Sonic like mentality is the top path is your ideal one. But I do like that it kind of threw you in for a loop on that one and kind of shook it up a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but I still found enjoyment out of it.
I like that the timer was at least a little bit tight, even if you do take the lower path.
Yeah, I think the challenge is what I appreciated the most from it.
So
even
as far as
it's
the
not
layout goes, it's good too. Like,
yeah, it's not a hard level. And then if you learn the homing dash exploit, I'm not calling it an intended mechanic. I will never call it that. It's an exploit. I don't care if Speed Strats covered it. But yeah, even when you play around with that, it's like, oh, okay, you can kind of go a little bit faster, and then in some of the other ones, you can just outright shatter the level. But I guess I'm gonna end on one more thing, and it's Sage. I don't care for Sage. I don't see the appeal. I get it, they're trying to do this whole AI daughter thing for Eggman, but her story through the whole thing, I just could not give a shit.
Would you say it was
when they had like
shallow and pedantic?
Yes, she is AI slob. Anyway, the big thing was the big thing that made me no longer give a shit about her was the stupid part where she was crying and they had like the 8-year-old singing in the background. I was like, good God, make this
Oh yeah,
stop.
that song. That's I genuinely couldn't believe what I was hearing when that first came on.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, this is terrible. What the fuck did I get? Like, did they put in like the wrong recording?
I was on a flight when I played that bit, so it kind of resonated, because when you're on a flight, like, everything is great.
Just crying babies around you. Oh,
I saw X-Men Dark Phoenix on a flight and thought it was like, and I kind of don't want to watch it again, because I get the feeling that if I'm not on a flight, it's going to suddenly, like, I'm going to see the problems.
Yeah, don't watch that again, ever. Stay away from that.
I think when you're on a flight, you're just thankful you got anything, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when I was on a flight, I was like, oh my god, Sage is getting her own When Somebody Loved Me from Toy Story 2 moment. I'm looking back like, this is not that.
I was just like, what the fuck am I watching at this point?
I mean, I'll say, like, I'm grateful they bothered to put a musical montage in a Sonic game again. Now let's make one that's good. But I will say, I also kind of resent that even more. Because I think the cutscene that plays just before that leads into the na-na-na moment, is Sonic and Tails...
Hey, goodbye.
It is Tails being like, hey, Sonic, I'm gonna fuck off. And Sonic be like, oh, man. Oh, jeez. Oh, well, good luck, buddy.
Yes.
No, not that one. That was ages ago. I'm talking about...
Well, no. That was like on the same island. Like
it's on the same island, but that was...
Yes, yes, you are.
It's on the same island, but it's not the bit I'm talking about, though. Like...
Yeah, okay.
The bit I'm talking about is when Sonic's like, oh man, you grew up a little faster on me than I expected. Sad they're never going to pay that off, though.
See that? I can say that to you, Sonic. You sound like you're in your 40s now.
Don't worry, Tails. It's all part of growing up.
You're still thinking about the cocoa?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the cocoa.
Well, that was fun.
It would be really funny if they continue this trend. So, like, throughout the following Sonic games, his voice just gets deeper and deeper until he's like, he has an insanely deep voice. Just like, hey, Tails, what's up?
Tails.
Gotta go fast, man.
We're gonna go.
Holy shit! You know that thing Eggman said about like the helium or the nitrogen. Holy shit, he's right.
Dude, Tails, like, we gotta cook the burgers. Come on, we're gonna go see Linda today.
Tails, we must make burger.
Tails, we make burger now, Tails.
Okay, but
Linda.
yeah,
there's a bunch of sulfur hexafluoride just leaking out of the ground on those islands.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. I like it. Sonic took shrooms before it.
3 out of 10. Don't like the game.
All right.
I would definitely. Yeah, I mean, actually, I'll get to it.
Well, in that case, Verdana, what is your best of the 2020s?
Well, I have a feeling I know what you're gonna say for your favorite.
What do you
So,
reckon?
because the
Okay.
thing is, I think just the best game, just in terms of consistent quality, is probably Shadow Generations.
Yes.
And it's what I suspect you're going to say. But for the sake of not taking your answer before you say it,
Yeah,
and for the sake of spicing things up and getting some controversy into this podcast, I think Sonic Frontiers is probably my favorite 2020 Sonic game.
I love it.
I mean, I have to agree with what Frank said that it feels like a beta. I don't think you're wrong about that. Like it feels unfinished in many ways. But damn it, despite that, I just genuinely had fun with it, and that's the first time I felt like that with a new Sonic game since Mania.
I agree with that.
And Mania is a fan game, so like that's the first. Well, not. I mean,
don't
technically,
say that one. Don't say that one.
In honor of fairness, it's an official game. Like it's
an official game, but it's made by fans.
Sure, but they
like,
did step up to the plate. They went legit with that. Like.
Yeah, but I mean,
Okay, so
it wasn't made by
closest...
Sonic Team the way like the last.
Yeah,
Sonic
it was
game
outsourced.
made by Sonic. Yeah, the last one
yeah.
made by Sonic Team that I felt that way with was Generations.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time.
There is a Mega Man game that could probably be closer to an official fan game than something like Sonic Mania with the Sonic series, and that would be Street Fighter Cross Mega Man, because that was developed by one person. And they had to pitch it. They showed it to somebody who worked for Capcom, and they just funded it. And was like, "Yeah, here you go." So that's the closest to like what you could call an official fan game.
But like, I just again maybe it's because I had Sonic Forces in mind when I was playing it, but I genuinely remember thinking that the cyberspace levels, in terms of design, it was a step up from the previous Sonic games.
I think so.
Yeah, I remembered I enjoyed going back to redo levels to S rank them and find alternative paths and such. And I think you said this, Pup, that they intentionally put the medals in. They place them so that you'll probably get them when you're going on the fastest routes to get the S rank, anyways.
Yes.
So you can kind of do both at once. And as for the hub world, I genuinely think that there's serious potential for a fantastic open world Sonic game. This is not it. It's very flawed as is, but there are a lot of great things I think about it, and there's a lot of potential if they, as we've been saying, if they do it a second time and they really put they use what they've learned and they really put the time in to polish it. I think an open world Sonic game could be great. It's funny. I think this game rips a lot of its aesthetic from Breath of the Wild. Which, yeah, at first I thought was stupid. When I started playing it, I was like, why are they trying to make Breath of the Wild into a Sonic game? But by the end, I was sold on the fact that something like that could work.
Honestly, I'll be real with you. I was hoping that Sonic would like jump off a cliff and have a hang glider of some kind. I was waiting for that moment.
I mean, he's had a hang glider before.
I mean, whenever they have like well, yeah, obviously, but it's like, but that's an 8-bit game.
It's a reference.
When they,
yay,
God, when anytime Nintendo would have like some kind of open world game or a game that's a little more open than others, they always had that shot of like a character jumps off and they're hanging on something and they're gliding forward. And it's like I was waiting for that shot on on any trailer, and I never got it. 10 now.
But yeah, I mean, my real answer for what I think the best game of the 2020s is Shadow Generations. But I just wanted to give my take that I also really like Sonic Frontiers.
That's fair. I believe I'm the only one on the. I'm the only like, person on the podcast who's like been this critical of it. Like not as a guest, but like as like one of the hosts who's been this critical of it. So
just hold it a second. I just got to quickly just redo an audio output thing. Just one sec. Happens every episode. I'm just going to talk over this quiet period so that people know I'm still here. Uncle Pup's still here. Just going to try and open up my sound settings now. Go to headphones. There we go. Every damn episode this happens at some point. Waiting for the output to switch, and here we are. There we go. Right, sorry, you could continue now. Sorry.
Yay.
You using wireless headphones?
No, I'm using one's connected with a thing, but the hole is so fucking sensitive. You know what I mean? The jack.
Hi,
It's very...
Podbean. Anyway, but yeah, like of like all the of the hosts that are on Sunset City, I'm just the one that's the more critical one of it. I know, I believe Dylan enjoys it, and I know Pup obviously really enjoys the game. So like, I understand.
All right. Okay, so Verdana, best of the 2020s.
Yes.
We're on the home stretch now. We just got super chats after this.
Well, I said, I mean,
Oh
I guess
shit! Oh my bad. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I just went.
You
Yeah,
said
it was like
Frontiers. Yeah.
Frontiers, but also mentioning Shadow Gens.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah,
it's-
I mean, I was saying, like, personally, I think I had the most fulfilling experience with Sonic Frontiers. Also, it was a lot longer than Shadow Generations, so there's that. But in terms of just consistent quality, I think Shadow Generations was the best.
So, for me, it's actually a little bit of a toss-up. I'm not gonna lie, because I Shadow Gens, for all the reasons in the world, I love it. Everything's tied together beautifully, perfectly. Like, the power-ups are implemented into the gameplay seamlessly. The open zone aspect to Shadow Generations is my absolute favorite part. I adore how you have to kind of get keys to unlock these little treasure chests that have like artwork and stuff, but to do that you have to find them in the levels and then collect those and then bring them to the chests. It creates a really fun additional and optional gameplay loop that I was all too eager to indulge. I was all over that. The open zone
Absolutely.
for Shadow Generations is the best open zone they've ever done, in my opinion.
I think I like that it was linked, like something in a level that you can go and like unlock in the overworld. I like that they were linked together that way, so it kind of gave me
Also-
more of an incentive to kind of dig around the level a little bit.
Yeah, it was worth exploring more as well because the art style changes from place to place. You've got that little cave underground that leads to Mephiles, like the cliffs of Chaos Island, and there's buildings around as well, so it kind of does give you a glimpse at what kind of like a city open zone could be like. And like everything looks good as well. It looks cohesive. It's a huge playground that I'm just all too eager to explore. And that I think is what
freaking
ultimately gives
Kingdom
Shadow
Valley.
Generations. Yeah, Kingdom Valley. That is ultimately
God,
what
such a
gives
good level.
That's ultimately what gives Shadow Generations the edge over Dream Team, even though there are aspects of Dream Team I like better. The ground movement in Dream Team is the best it's ever been in a boost game. And I think the structure of Dream Team is really fun. But the fact that Shadow Generations effortlessly ties its story, narrative elements, spectacle is a thing that Shadow Generations has as well. Dream Team is quite low on spectacle. It's all about the gameplay, and I appreciate it for that. But at the same time, I love a bit of epic spectacle with Sonic, you know?
They managed to blend in the two very well, and the one
Yes.
that comes to mind every single time is the Metal Overlord fight. I will
Yeah.
always remember that one from the game because that was just so much fun to go through.
I loved...
And S rank.
obviously, I love the Mephiles fight because I was overjoyed to see that Mephiles was coming back.
Oh, that was cool.
But also, I think that's the closest thing a Sonic game has had to the Deathstroke fight from Batman Arkham Origins, where it feels like a real one-to-one, hand-to-hand kind of thing. And now that Sonic has a combat system, I can't wait to see what character battles could be like. Because character battles are something that the franchise has really fucking wet itself with in the past. So I'm looking forward to... Like, you gotta bring in Metal Sonic for Movie 4 period and stuff. Give us the first Metal Sonic boss fight where Metal Sonic isn't a fucking bitch, you know? One where he puts up a real fight, and he can parry your parries and stuff. Make that like the Deathstroke fight for the Sonic series. But I'm
The
getting...
idea of a
Sorry.
character with like a Sonic Frontiers combat like move pool, like trying to fight something like that, it's actually kind of terrifying.
Yeah, it could be a really cool, intense fight. And you could have it, you know, go all the way up in the sky and stuff like that. It could be really cool. But getting ahead of myself, I really like the boss fights in Shadow Generations. I do miss kind of being able to wail on them and punch the fuck out of them like I can in Frontiers. But at the same time, they're just paced well, designed well. Every set piece looks good. The game looks fantastic. I just think...
It got a bit of a nitpick, though, with boss fights, and it's just Devil Doom. Not a fan, but everything else was, like, very solid.
One thing I would say is I could also probably give an edge to Dream Team for the fact that Dream Team is the first Sonic game since 2010 to be 100% 3D. Like, what a feat. What a fucking feat. And I've been
We gotta
waiting
go and
for
check the
that.
new content.
But to be fair...
One nip.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I'll let you go.
I was just going to say, to be fair, Shadow Generations, they actually did a very good job with the 2D sections in that one.
One
they're done
nitpick
well.
I have with Shadow Generations is just I don't like... This happens most consistently in the boss fights. I don't like that it tells you exactly what button to press when you have to press it. Like, whenever you need to do a certain attack, it'll tell you...
turn that off.
What to do. Yeah, I feel like it shouldn't... I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of
the default?
just... Yeah, it shouldn't be the default, because I didn't actually know you could turn it off.
That's fair.
I think they should give you an option when you turn on, like when you're about to start a new save file. They should just give you that option. Hey, do you want these on or off?
Does it not say?
And then
like,
just try to
do you
give them
want
like
hits?
go for no.
I
it
don't
doesn't.
remember it saying that.
It doesn't.
Okay. All right.
But like there should be an option to be like, oh, do you want to like they should give like some kind of visual cue that you would know. Oh, okay, use this attack.
Yeah.
But
Also,
aside from that,
I know that we said this, or I said this before we started, but I really feel like there should have been a level from Shadow the Hedgehog in the game.
Yeah,
it seems
absolutely.
really weird. Like you could have thrown Westopolis or Final Haunt in there or something for the final level, and it would have hit harder than Radical Highway. I think
The Doom.
but, you know.
it hits harder than bringing in Chaos Island. Even
I mean,
though Chaos
I
Island,
think-
it's fine. It's just
Well, I think.
where did that come from?
Yeah, it's
Radical
just. Is Shadow related to Chaos Island in any way?
No,
I don't
it's
think so.
mentioned. It's mentioned in the gameplay that you're going through kind of all of time and space, so that includes like parts that.
Where the fuck's Green Hill Zone?
Yeah, I know, but like, I mean, the implication is that Sonic's White World is just around there somewhere. I still love how like Shadow's White World is like this intricate place, and the idea that these could reflect the characters' psyches. I think I saw someone say Shadow has this intricate maze of all these different things and ideas. Sonic's is just fucking stupid. I love the
more
wording
interesting than
there.
Sonic's White Space. Like Sonic's
Yeah.
White Space is 2D.
Yeah, it's
well,
right. Like
No, that's a deeper message for how Shadow is a more three-dimensional character. That his
Oh,
white
absolutely.
space is 3D.
I can live with that. Yeah.
And they also
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
make
willing.
the Frontiers mistake of putting any 2D sections in an open space, because what the fuck?
They didn't just like force you into a 2D section. Oh, now you're stuck on rails. Better do the
Yeah.
platforming.
You have no choice. Real freedom.
Do you accept?
But we should probably we should probably speed up the pace. So Ian, what's your best of the 2020s?
Yeah, I mean, I'll get through it fast. Obviously, Shadow Gens, that game, just a ton of fun. Everything you guys have mentioned. Like Pup said, I really, really do love the open world or the open zone in that. I think it's kind of an underrated aspect, because I know there's been a little bit of discourse recently about how, or not discourse, but just discussion about how, like, you know, people aren't really talking about Shadow Gens maybe as long as people would have expected. And, or just how maybe some of the levels, I've seen a few more analysis videos talking about how some of the levels, if you're not using spear glides, well, there's not really that much to actually really engage with as, you know, maybe people had thought, even though there are alternate paths and stuff. Whereas I think the thing that's missing from that is the progression between the open zone and collecting things and then going into those levels and doing the side levels. I think Shadow Gens as a whole package, while with Sonic Generations, I'm probably not going to go back to any of those side missions. I'm just going to replay the main stages over and over again. Shadow Gens is a complete package that I want to play all of the aspects of it and how they feed into each other. So yeah, it's just a very, very enjoyable experience from start to finish. Love it. Love it.
That's another thing. It's very easy to kind of fixate on specific angles where Shadow Generations isn't as flattering. Like, so I would love a more momentum-based Sonic game, and Shadow Generations is not that. But for everything it's doing, that's kind of perfect for Shadow Generations, you know? Like, obviously, I'd prefer it if you couldn't walk up a wall, but like, that's clearly not part of the challenge for Shadow Generations, which is why I'm able to look past it, even though it gives me the willies. It just makes me irrationally upset.
It's also just it's a fun game to 100%. Like, it's very, very simple and streamlined of what you need to do. And even like the bolts, I actually really appreciate that they
Yes!
still don't have a radar for them.
Yeah, I liked that. Like, it gave me lots of reason to explore every nook and cranny of it. And at the end of it, I'm not gonna lie, the joke that you just made a clock in a place where time doesn't exist It's genuinely kind of funny. Like,
Well, and also, people
That's
are being
fun.
bad faith when they say you don't get anything because you consistently get rewarded with music. So
yeah,
I kind of
the
I
last
kind of wish
music
you got
track.
like a. Okay, I kind of wish you got like the something from like Sonic Unleashed where you can just have a level that's based on like the clock tower from
Okay, that would be fun.
like you give it like some kind of clock tower or some time themed level just for the irony of it.
That would be quite fun.
Yeah.
Or
I will
because they
say, shout-outs
thought
to-
they
What's
thought
up?
they were making a rocket, have it go up into an Ikaruga space shooter.
Oh god, no. So glad they didn't do that.
But the
thing.
final boss, defeat Devil Dude.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Although if they did that as like a side thing, okay, fine. Yeah, that's actually kind of
Yeah,
hilarious.
I'm not against a fucking Ikaruga side thing. Just make it optional.
I-
Don't
I'm-
make it the final boss.
Yeah, don't make it the true final boss. Just make it like a little fun thing you could do. And
That's so
whatever.
funny.
Like,
It's so funny
like-
that Base Frontiers ends with a top-down space shooter.
if you play on anything but easy.
Oh yeah,
mode
it's a
or normal mode.
QTE in that case.
Yeah, because if you play on like the easier difficulties, your final boss is a QTE.
The end.
There's a lot of
I mean-
odd little additions in Frontiers, like that fucking pinball level
Dude,
that you have to
pin-
do,
oh,
which is
God, that-
mandatory,
about
and it's weirdly hard.
I'm so angry with
Yeah,
that
it's like,
pinball. The
What's
physics are
with that
so
score
bad.
requirement.
That's the worst part of the game.
The physics aren't that good, and it takes forever to go through.
No, but what is it with Sonic games that have the most dog shit physics getting really brave with their pinball themed levels? Sonic Heroes, Sonic 4 Episode 1, Sonic Frontier. None of you have any business rolling a ball. Like,
No one but Sonic Spinball should do it.
Thank God that there was no Sonic 2 port on GBA. Casino Night
Sonic-
would be annoying.
Sonic Spinly Winley.
What I will say is shout-outs to Shadow Generations for having for like a throwback to the 2000s with really bad voice acting from a celebrity. It really is a Shadow 05 sequel. Yes, pup. I will call it Shadow 05, whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm not the one that complained about that. That was Dylan. I was saying that
No,
Dylan...
no, I fought you on that a while ago.
No, you
and
didn't.
I'm just
No,
like,
I
whatever.
was the one saying
Yes,
we
I
should
did.
call it Shadow. I'm being gaslit for real here.
I was like, I actually was genuinely against it because I said it sounded stupid. I was like, whatever. I don't care.
And
anymore.
now you realize the truth. Now you
Yeah,
see
it's
the
not worth
funny
it.
side, Batman.
I will save all of my rage to talk about Sonic Frontiers. Okay, so
Who is the celebrity in Shadow Generations, by the way?
Keanu Reeves.
yeah, as Shadow the Hedgehog, there's a DLC level where you can play through Tokyo.
Okay.
Yeah,
I did. Wait. Was he just was he voicing it through the whole game?
No,
Uh,
just
no,
the
just that
Tokyo level.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay, I haven't
And the
played
performance is quite bad, but
that. Yeah,
like,
because for a second, you had me thinking that I didn't notice that it was Keanu Reeves voicing him.
no.
Frank's
Okay, now
gaslight
if that-
gauntlet isn't going to reach that far.
no, I would not mislead you that way. If that was like DLC where you could have it for the entire game, that would be entertaining as hell. I would love that, even if it's bad.
All right, so Franken, what's your pick?
I was gonna go with Shadow Generations, but I guess if I could throw in something else, Sonic Racing Crossworlds.
Okay.
As much as I complain about the festivals and sometimes the game's not very well balanced, it's still a very good and a very fun racing game to go through. Like
I got a piss, so I'm gonna listen to you on my phone while I piss.
as long as your audio's
Awesome.
Yeah, it's
Picking up.
fine. You won't hear me pissing. It's fine.
I actually didn't have a whole lot to say. I
I
was just gonna be. Some of the music in it is pretty good. I don't know what happened to Water Palace. It's probably a rights thing. It also has the greatest DLC ever. Do not at me. With Mega Man and Proto Man. So.
Oh yeah, that level is just legitimately really fun. So
Oh, it's so cool. The video's not done yet, and I know Pup's gonna be like, "Oh, you're advertising too early." I literally did a video where I just broke down like different parts of that level, and it was just so cool to do it. So I don't know. When that festival when the DLC dropped and the festival was going on at the same time, Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection released. So like that was just like the greatest week ever. And I genuinely loved it. So I still have fun with Sonic racing crossworld. It's just I'm not the biggest fan of the festivals, but I do like playing the world match stuff when I get the time to play it. And I want to improve on my time trials so that I can try to get S ranks. I don't have one yet, but soon, maybe.
Yeah.
Those S ranks are fucking brutal.
I mean, to me, what I enjoy about that game is just that it just kind of feels like a new Boost game, because it is so fun to try to figure out like shortcuts and like the different constantly changing second laps and things like that. No, I really have a fun time with that game, especially having consistent group of friends to play it with.
I was very skeptical with like the whole crossworld like gimmick, but then when I saw it in action, I was like, okay, yeah, no, I'm cool with this. Kind of keeps everything a little more fresh. Unless, you keep getting the same crossworlds, which I believe was a problem at one point, but I think that was like the open beta that everyone got to play. But in the full release,
because they had such a limited pool anyway.
Yeah. Now it's just like, man, this is great. And like one of my favorite tracks is actually a crossworld track, and that would be cyberspace of all things.
I really did just drain my reservoir.
Oh god. He washed his wettest by draining his reservoir.
I'm washing my wettest.
Any final thoughts on crossworld?
I was never on this podcast. I disavow this podcast.
I'm surprised you didn't do that earlier, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, 4 hours in, man, that's a record.
4 hours for 5 years. It's a 5-year anniversary. It's a long episode. I'm really sorry for how long this has been, Verdana. I really owe you time.
It's all good.
I gave him a way out. If he's still here, it's his fault.
That is true. That's true.
Well, through this podcast, I learned about Sonic Dream Team, which I seriously did not know existed before this.
Yeah.
So
again, if you have an iOS device or if you have like an Apple TV,
you could grab like an old Apple TV, write it off on your taxes, play the game, talk about the game on Sunset City. There you go.
I believe they still go for about $150.
No. I got one for $30. 30 big ones. It was an older model.
Really? I'm guessing you got it used?
Yeah, I got it at
All right, I'm looking into
shop
that then.
That cowardly British people call CEX, even though the advert pronounces it as sex. So
Gex.
It's very important to get that right.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So, all right.
Well, you can just say you went to sex.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah.
And it won't sound like a stupid sentence.
Okay, so shall we move?
You know how like somebody will say something and it just sounds like, wait, hold on, that none of that sounded right at all. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That's the kind of sentence you have, and it would be true.
Damn right. Done tootin'. All right, shall we do those super chats?
Let's do it.
All right.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm in.
We'll power on through these. We'll have to do this quite quickly.
Yeah,
but okay. We'll do it in order of the people in the call. So Borger, Franken, you're up.
All right, Mr. SP with the 501 super chat. I remember the first few episodes not having any video. There were more old episodes and some kind of pup, but it was different from the current pup.
It was an old art style. Yeah, that's referring back to the 5th anniversary talk, all the way back to episode 1. Yeah, we didn't have any video, and yeah, everyone was old, except for me. Everyone was really fucking old. Thank you, Mr. SP, for sticking with us, and for your date-appropriate super chat, once again. Borger. Ian, you're up.
All right. KB for the $9.99 US. Thank you, KB. Spinball also showed us what a Western 90s Sonic game at the very showed us what a Western 90s Sonic game at the very least. There was a neat grungy aesthetic to the art direction of music. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like I mean the fact that there's like the SAT AM characters in there, it's like what could have been, because we already know there was that SAT AM game that got, canceled, so.
Yeah.
It is an interesting game, so I do want to get around to like actually beating the game at least one time.
So,
alrighty.
Borger. Verdana, do you know where to go for the super chats?
I am looking at it. I'm in the super chat mailbag right now.
Terrific.
Or,
so, yeah.
2 steps ahead of you.
All right, perfect. You'll know what to do. I've got this next one though. You got the
next.
I was
gonna
pass
you in line.
Yeah. He's testing you.
I'm not testing you. I'm just saying it before I forget. All right.
He's testy.
Okay, I'm testicles. KB with the $1.99. Thank you, KB. Guys, early Sonic Adventure 1 concept art officially dropped, and yes, they have released Sonic Adventure 1 concept art on Twitter as part of the 90s Rewind, so they didn't forget. And it looks lovely. It's a lot of scenery. There's a shot of the humans, and they look kind of like Simpsons characters, actually, like early Simpsons characters. There's one of a more classic style Amy, but she's kind of wearing more like a modern style dress. There's just a lot to see here, to be honest. Knuckles, he's looking great. You got a lot of floating islands.
This looks so good.
Dude, the final egg, or maybe this was the egg carrier, was going to look kind of a bit more like the Death Egg.
Looks like a castle. Looks like something out of, like, Mega Man.
I really hope they'll reuse some of those concepts, because that's really cool.
This is really cool.
Yeah, dude, I fucking love this game. Man, you know a game's good when you just look at a bit of concept art and are reminded, yeah, this game fucks.
I'm seeing this one where it has like these slopes, but it also has like these platforms jutting out, and I don't even think of Sonic Adventure. The first thing I'm thinking of is like 3D Blast.
Sheesh.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Then yes. Okay. Right.
I'm up.
Madonna. Borker.
Yes. All right. Like Aeon222 says, can't watch today, so just sending some love. Thank you for the love. But however, I noticed that the next super chat is also from you, so clearly you did watch for a bit. So
also, Frank, those are Brazilian reals, okay?
Yeah, no, Brazilian R dollars.
Okay,
dollars are us.
Borger.
I just assumed it was rubles when I saw an R.
We thought the same thing.
We always have to clarify it for Frank in specific, though, for some reason. I think it was Jorno that introduced that, but yeah.
Yeah, Jorno.
Go
Jorno was in the chat a little bit.
Go ahead, Frank, and you got this one, Borker.
All right, well, Lycaon for $2 are us. And the worst 2000s game is Sonic 1 GBA port, by the way. Yeah, we know. It wasn't the first thing I thought of, because I thought of what bored me more.
I love this. I love how cruel we are in that these people send these super chats super early on, but we read them at the end of the episode like, yeah, we know that. We just said that, guy.
Thanks for the money.
No,
Thanks for
I
the
don't
money,
mean it like that.
dick.
I mean, like, it's the obvious answer, but I just didn't think about it in the moment.
Oh, patooey, Frank. Patooey to your whole thing.
To
All right, no. We're past that. 6-7. Okay, right. Ian Borker.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, pup, we're past that.
Captain Cold Cuts 3997 for the $5. Thank you. Say what you will about Heroes, it's still an example of how to properly do a lighthearted story post-classic, something both Colors and Lost World fails at. Yeah, I'd say I would definitely prefer something closer to Heroes than Colors and Lost World.
It doesn't waste your time the way Colors does by trying to be the funny hour. Also,
Yeah,
Captain
I think
Cold
the
Cuts.
dialogue.
I say it every time. Who name?
Hell
I
yeah.
say it every night. I say it every time.
I think if the dialogue was changed up a bit in Colors, it'd probably be much better.
It would help. Colors needed the Generations treatment in that regard. Okay, so
Classic Sonic eating Angel Island.
yeah, he's a hungry boy. Borger. Ian, I think you're up with this next one, aren't you?
I just went.
Yeah,
okay.
he just did Captain Cold Cuts.
Captain Cold Cuts 3997 with the $2. Thank you again, Captain Cold Cuts. Very generous. Is Kishimoto the Chris Chibnall of Sonic? What do you think, Verdana? Do you think Kishimoto is the Chris Chibnall of Sonic?
Can you remind me of exactly what games Kishimoto worked on?
So Kishimoto is a director. So his role is very, especially as a game director, his role is very different to anything of Chris Chibnall. I think the most comparable thing to Chris Chibnall of Doctor Who would be maybe Takeshi Iizuka, as he's more kind of the franchise runner, effectively. Kishimoto directed Sonic and the Black Knight, Sonic Colors, Sonic Lost World, Sonic Forces, and Sonic Frontiers.
I don't know if I'd say that based on that Kishimoto is like necessarily comparable to Chris Chibnall, because the thing about Chris Chibnall is when he was showrunner of Doctor Who, he wrote like a grand total of like 0 good episodes, whereas Kishimoto at least is responsible for a few games there that I do like. They seem to be very all over the place.
The thing is,
I don't know
also,
much.
like Chris Chibnall does have kind of a "oh bless him, he's trying" kind of vibe, and I do kind of get a little bit of that with Kishimoto sometimes. So I can kind of see it there, but I will say, like, just in terms of the jobs, there's a really crazy comparison.
Yeah, two very different ball fields, I think.
Spin ball fields.
I mean, the interesting thing about Chris Chibnall is that I actually still genuinely believe that he is a capable writer in a certain genre. Like, I still like Broadchurch, and he wrote some good episodes of Torchwood. So he's better at writing stuff that's more like grown up. I don't know as much about Kishimoto, but maybe Kishimoto excels in a certain field, but isn't necessarily always playing to his strengths.
I think oftentimes, to be honest, I always kind of pass the buck up to Sega, because at the end of the day, it wasn't Kishimoto's fault that the Sega investors really didn't like the idea of an open world Sonic game and decided to give them a budget of 50p and a packet of crisps, like...
Yeah, well, I've always been of the opinion that the main issues with the Sonic franchise have really come from the higher-ups at Sega, who keep trying to rush games out the door as fast as possible and not giving them enough money on top of that, and splitting the team in half, like when a game is already in peril, so they can make a totally different game for a totally different console. It's just, the people running Sega, I think, are insane.
Yeah. They try to do too much and overstretch things. And, like, even now, when, like, there has been, like, quite an uptick in polish, there are still some strange oversights, even in games like Crossworlds and Shadow Generations and stuff. But they're much better at hiding them now, at least. But yeah, we'll move on to the next one. So, Verdana, you're up with Mr. SP Burger.
Awesome. All right. Well, yes, Mr. SP Burger gives us $10 US and says, I can't get into Sonic the Chronic just because of the soundtrack. I assume Sonic Chronicles.
Yep.
Good music could get me through some pretty bad games.
Well,
oh, hey there, Lost World. I didn't see you there. Still using wisps, I see.
Why is your
Sonic the
writing
Chronic
style
is a game
fire?
that
Go on, Frank. Uh-oh. Seems Discord is frozen, guys. We'll figure this out.
Not a bit.
Fuck,
We've been doing this
man.
whole time.
Sorry
The
about that.
fool.
Discord froze for a second there. Could you repeat what you last said, Franken?
It was I was doing a joke. I was trying to gaslight about
Joke
a game
report.
called Sonic the Chronic.
Well, Discord ruined
Sonic
your
the
joke.
Chronic.
Yeah, Discord ruined the joke, and I gave up on it. I was gonna say it released on April 20th, 2007.
Yep.
Are you guys familiar with the album The Chronic by
Yes.
Dr. Dre? Because Sonic the Chronic just makes me imagine that album cover, but with Sonic's face on it instead.
That's awesome.
Jeez. All right. Borger, Franken, you're up.
KB with the $9.99 US. While I do love the open zone style, the emphasis on lore and world building in the Sonic canon, and the IDW writing style being in the games, is all shaping the 2020s up to be my favorite Sonic era.
I like.
Yeah, I can see that.
Fair.
Just everything being connected now, if it is clicking into place for you, especially with like Tangle and Whisper now being more connected and being in Crossworlds and stuff, and being in the all that stuff. It's more than Archie ever felt, where Archie was always treated like this separate entity entirely, because it was. So I could see the enjoyment from that.
They're doing the right thing now. It's just, god damn it, I wish they'd done this one iteration earlier. It's like making a uniform Sonic model, one that sticks. Oh, we went too far. Went with the wrong one. They keep sticking with the wrong thing, but it's okay, because I'm glad they're sticking with something.
Like sticks.
I miss sticks. Dicks out for sticks.
So true.
All right. Okay, so next one. Yorker. Ian.
KB's a real MVP here.
Oh yeah, KB's great. Everybody loves KB.
Yes. KB for the $9.99. I wonder why Artoon has such an unlucky track record despite being Oshima's company.
I blame Yuji Naka.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, sometimes you just have bad luck, or and it doesn't come together. You can have all the talent in the world, but sometimes it just doesn't click.
When Arzest releases another game.
Oh no!
Okay. All right. Thank you, KB. Borker. KB's back at it again with the US 9.99 at number 1 and thoroughly fucking earned. Thank you, KB. All right. Also, I really liked the Family Guy reunion. I'm sorry, I'm reading things that aren't even there now. I really
That's not what
liked
that says.
the family reunion arc in IDW. Definitely made up for the stage's set arc, in my opinion. So, who was in the coffin? Who was in the? I need to know who's in the coffin. I haven't kept up. Who was in the coffin?
We don't know.
Oh,
I thought they
okay.
killed Sonic again. By the way,
Here
shout out
lies-
to Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Here lies my interest in classic Sonic games.
Are we actually going to make Verdana read this next one?
I would love to.
Yes.
Also, yeah, KB, sorry for doing those last 2 super chats in the wrong order. I done goofed. Okay, so Verdana, you're up, Borger.
All right, Mr. Krabs 459 says, Gromit, can you believe it been 5 years of Sunset City since Pup, B Theory, Wallace and Pup fighting about Banjo Kazooie, Nut and Blots, Nick Milk? I don't know what that means.
The thing
What
is,
the fuck does that mean?
that's one of the more sane super chats from Mr. Krabs because all these things happened. So, Mr. Krabs is basically like a walking game of Fortnite in that, like, he's got all these IPs that he's determined to fold into his super chats, right? But the thing is, the Sunset City, yes, B theory was a thing that happened. It was my theory that the rings in Sonic came from bee butts. Wallace was a guy called Wayne, who I would just call any name beginning with a W other than Wayne, because someone in a super chat once spelt his name as Wallace, and it just caught the fuck on. And in episode 2, me and Cirrus had a big bitch fight about Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, because I think while that game might be a disappointing sequel for Banjo fans, it's still a really good game in its own right. And then Nick Milk was just a slip of the tongue during a Halloween episode. So there's your Sunset trivia. That's actually the least insane.
It sounds like you
Krabs.
need a degree in Sunset City to understand that sentence.
The iceberg of Sunset City goes very deep beneath the deep blue sea. It's wedged into Earth's mantle.
Pup, it's Nuts and Blots, not Nuts and Bolts. Get it right.
That's not true, though.
Blot you. I don't know. Ack me, ack you. God damn it. Okay, right. Well, okay.
This was a fun
Is that
Family
it?
Guy reunion.
Yeah, this Family Guy reunion was really fun, guys. The skeleton is here, which means it's time for us to clear out. So, first things first. Verdana, you got anything you want to shill? It's shilling time.
I'm working on a big Doctor Who video that will hopefully be out on May the 24th. And I also have an interview with Channel Pup that will be coming out sometime around then. So if you want to hear us talk about Doctor Who and babble on about how we're sad about it, then listen to that.
It was a lot of sad posting.
Yeah.
That was a good
It's
time.
hard to not be sad posting. Or it has been hard to not sad post about Doctor Who for the last, decade.
Did you anticipate that interview going on as long as it did?
Do you mean that one or this one? Because both I didn't anticipate.
No,
going on as
that's
long.
the very funny part. Is just it's a very funny coincidence. But yeah, I chat with people a lot. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Well, no. So we got some great ideas out. I think.
I think so. Like, I thought it was a great conversation. And how did things go with Dom as well?
Yeah, no, it went well. It was another fruitful conversation. It wasn't quite as long as the one I had with you, but it was pretty long still. It was over an hour.
Cool.
So.
Okay, sweet. All right. Dom's been on this show as well. All right. Okay. Franken, get shilling. What are you doing?
Okay, so I released a kind of a revisit to Mega Man 1, 2, and 3 because it's been over 4 years since I released my original video on those games. And that video was kind of this was the big change for my YouTube channel. And so I looked back at the games. I'm working on the Mega Man Sonic Racing Cross Worlds DLC video. That one kind of got a little bigger than I expected it was going to be. Instead of putting it on the Knuckles Channel 3 and Knuckles YouTube channel, I'm just going to put it on the main channel because it's classic Mega Man. Why the hell not? I did have a challenge video related to the Switch 2 on Sonic Origins, but I think I'm gonna hold on to that one and just do a different video in its place because I'm kind of going a little too back. I'm relying too much on going to like Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles and CD, so I need a little variety on the channel. Still have not picked up Sonic Frontiers on Nintendo Switch because I'm pretty lazy about it.
In his love life.
And I stream up to 3 times a week on my Twitch page, twitch.tv/gottobefrank. Just remove the E because somebody took that username. I've been playing games like Mouse PI for Hire. I played a Mega Man Extreme fan port called Mega Man D Extreme. I'm in the middle of playing Mega Man Star Force, Pokemon Fire Red, and Monster Hunter Stories, and I every once in a while will pick up like a Sonic game and play it. So yeah.
Hell yeah. Ian, what about you? What have you got to shill for?
Me and Waffles. You can find me on Twitter and YouTube by the same name. I don't do anything but hang out. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Hell yeah.
What do you
up
do?
to?
There we go.
yeah.
So,
I was waiting to use that sound effect.
Hi, it's me, Channel Dog. How are you doing? I had a video out recently, and I can't remember what it was.
You made a bunch of videos recently, and they're all really good.
Okay, the last one was on the Spider-Man Brand New Day script discourse, because there are some things that have been interpreted as a little bit controversial after they released the first 3 pages of the Spider-Man Brand New Day script. And so I kind of go through it. I could, try and go at it from a reasonable perspective and ground the conversation a little bit. And you can watch that. There's a bunch of other shit, because I'm trying to upload as close to daily as possible now. Because people like that, I think. People will enjoy that.
I mean, all the videos have been good, so.
Oh, I appreciate it. That's so kind of you, man. I appreciate that. So yeah, that's the end. Anyone have anything witty for us to go out on?
No, but I am seeing a thing about a Lego Sega Genesis.
Cool.
That is pretty witty.
That's all.